Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Back again. It's your friend, Brother Legend, on the live. Had to restart. We were having Oh, snap. I might not be able to hear me. We was having technical difficulties. Not sure what happened. Algorithm is playing with us today, but we back up here in there like swimwear. You know what I'm saying? We in there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that don't like it when your collard greens touch your macaroni. You know what I'm saying? When your macaroni and cheese and collard greens are touching, that's whack, ain't it? You know what I'm saying? Because collard greens kind of vinegary, and like you want the grease from the mac and cheese. So shout out to everybody that knows collard greens and mac and cheese are not supposed to touch. Shout out to everybody that they know like macaroni and cheese is something you're supposed to cut with a knife and not dig it up like with a spoon. Like it shouldn't be all drippy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to people that they macaroni and cheese is like together. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like stuck together. Your macaroni, if you can jiggle your macaroni and cheese like jello, like yeah, you know what I'm saying? It should be stuck. Not exactly like jello, but it should be kind of like stuck together. I know you don't like food touching, but Laura, if my yams touch my macaroni and cheese, I could do that. You feel me? Like that's okay to me. I understand people got pet peeves about the diet, but the collard green juice cannot touch my mac and cheese. That kills it for me because the vinegar in the greens touch the grease in the mac, and it ruins it. I can't do that. I don't like it. But especially collard greens and yams, you gotta have them on opposite sides of the plate. Macaroni and cheese in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Might do like I don't know. Do y'all like turkey legs or slices? And yo, how many of y'all call turkey stuffing dressing? This is something new. I didn't know that was a black thing. We call it dressing now. I'm not now, but apparently. All right, all right, all right, D. We know you from the South. Where you from, D? I don't even know where you from. Where you from?
Texas.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You definitely from Texas. We call it stuffing. You know what I'm saying? I call it stuffing. My family's from up north, though. I mean, we from the South, but I think every black person is from the South, but I'm from the North. Mocha up. Maybe you left. Stuffing is in the bird. Stuffing is in the bird. Stuffing is in the bird. That's true. Do you put gravy on your stuffing? Do you call it dressing on
So
dressing?
you can get give me gravy.
Yeah.
Giblet.
You still messing up, D. I'm not sure if it's doing it again. Mocha, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
It's
Okay.
Yo, hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up? Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Um, I'm 38. What do you mean pronoun? It's only two.
Race.
Is
What's your
he,
race?
she? My race, black.
Mm-hmm. All right. Talk to us.
So I'm assuming there's a topic on the screen there, right?
Yeah, well, you can pick
Yeah.
one. Talk about whatever you want.
Yeah. I mean, I guess there's. I'll talk about the first. The first one, do interracial relationship benefit the black community? I don't think interracial. I don't think it benefits, nor does it not benefit. I mean, I guess it's just preference in terms of, you know, you can date whoever you want to date. I don't think it will destroy the black community, no benefit. I mean, we're all humans. I mean, it's not about black or white that benefit a community.
You could have just said no.
It is just the intellectual, like education. That those are the things that, you know, as black people, we need to lean more towards than, you know, black and white stuff, you know. So, I mean, that's my take on it.
Why didn't you just say no?
I just want to expound on it a little bit. That's all.
But you didn't. You didn't say how it didn't or why it didn't benefit. You
The
started to talk about that it did not benefit.
No, I mean, I guess it doesn't. I guess the question itself is kind of. I mean, do we have a problem of that? I don't think we have a problem of. You know,
There's a few problems. There's a few problems.
you think so?
It could be
No,
problematic.
like I'm from South Africa, and I'm like you're talking about in America, right?
No, I'm talking worldwide.
Worldwide, huh?
Worldwide.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, why do you think there's a concern that, you know, it has to be a topic?
To be honest, I'm puzzled why you wouldn't know why, black man.
No, I'm illuminate me. You know, tell me. Maybe I'm living in a cave somewhere.
Maybe.
Perhaps. So you wanna help me out with that? Like, what made you think that's an important topic to raise in this current generation?
Because a lot of black people don't understand the context in which we have been introduced to our oppressors' children. Like, we don't understand the context in which we came to meet the Europeans and their descendants. And a lot of us would like to just skip all the context. Like, ever see black Men in Black where they have that pen where they just bing, and then you lose all your memory. Like,
Right.
a lot of us try to do that because it's too hurtful to acknowledge the past and acknowledge the present, because things are still presently going on. You live in South Africa where 10% of the population owns 70% of the land. So I know it goes on today.
It is changing though. It
Right.
is changing.
Yeah, it's not changing fast
No,
enough.
no.
Because but that's like me. That's like me coming into your house and taking over the whole house and saying this is all mine and forcing you to live in the bathroom.
Yeah,
And then I say, you know what? You can have the bathroom, and I'll let you open the door sometimes. And then now you're telling me, oh, it's changing.
right.
Like,
No, no. I do think
it,
I do think there's a systematic political issues instead of the interracial relationship thing. I do think there's a systematic problem. I'm sure even in the United States, right? You guys do have like a systematic problem with, you know,
it's the
black.
same problem South Africa has.
No,
The more you study this subject, the more
yeah,
you start to understand that the just like in Africa, how the lines of the countries were drawn by
yeah,
Europeans, that there's no difference between their goals here in my English speaking country or in another Spanish speaking country or
yeah.
in a Zulu speaking country, in any kind of country, wherever you speak, it does not matter. They all have one goal, and they all are doing the same thing in different ways.
Right.
Nicola, Mocha,
Yeah.
it's systemic, by the way. Okay, I'm right above you. It's American Micro.
Oh, yeah.
And see, here's the thing. Like, if you're a black man in this world, like on this planet, in this galaxy, right, on the planet that revolves around the sun, okay, you need to understand, and I'm sure you do to a certain degree. This is, I mean, and I've said this 1,000 times, right? This is an anti-black planet. It it has been for a long, long, long time. I'm not going to go into all of that. African Americans, if we don't do what we do, if we don't do what we did for the last 100 years, Like if we don't go through what we went through and make the changes that we made in this country, nothing happens on this planet. Not just in this country, but on this planet for people who are oppressed, that live in degradation, that are the haves and not the have-nots, okay? We are in a situation where, you know, especially someone from South Africa, I mean, you should know this. You know what I mean? This isn't something that's new. You know, we've been, as Black Americans, we've been dealing with this forever, okay? Yes.
What are you dealing with specifically in America?
Just think about it. How did we get here?
Currently, what is the?
No, dude, that's currently.
See, he's trying to do the thing. That's why I told you.
No, there's no thing.
There are some people that don't care about
Listen. I'm asking him a question. Just answer it.
No, but you're asking him a disingenuous question because you're
I want you to
telling him
break it
forget the
down. Listen,
context.
I want you to break it down for me. I'm just trying to learn from you.
I'm gonna tell you something, man.
Yeah.
If you don't understand the concept,
It is not about understanding. Just break it down for me. Don't run around the bush. Just tell me what it is.
You're the one who's running around.
Just break it down. Break it down. It's simple. There's no need to go around.
If this is going to be a
Explain
conversation, Mocha, if this is going to be a conversation, you have to let people talk.
No,
You
I'm
can't
trying to let him
overtalk
talk, but
people.
he's like beating
Brother,
around the
I'm a
bush. Be
mod head.
specific.
I need you to control your emotions. Control yourself.
No, there's
Slow
no
down
emotion here, dude.
and
You
allow
want
the
to shout it.
conversation to
Relax.
actually happen.
You are being
Just
emotionally
slow down.
unstable.
Go ahead,
Relax,
American.
relax. Stop being a
Mocha,
lady. Stop being a
slow
lady.
down and let
Relax,
this man
relax,
talk to
Hey,
you.
yo,
Let him answer your question.
do you have
You're doing
emotional
too much right
instability?
now. Let him answer your question.
Yo, do
You're
you have
doing way
emotional
too much.
instability? Relax, relax.
You're doing too much. Let him
Nah,
answer your question. Go ahead, American.
nah, you're doing
Because I
too
see
much.
what you're doing.
Nah, man, shut up.
American, go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
brother.
American. Break it down for me.
Mocha, I think you need to be more of a lady.
Oh, thank you for whoever gave me some coin. All right, American, go ahead.
Hey, first of all, there's something called respect, right? And the first thing I'm going to say is that you need to respect the panel. Okay? No one on
Just
here.
answer the question and stop
I'm done
saying all
talking
this
to you.
bullshit stuff. Just
I'm
answer
done
the question
talking
and
to you.
explain
I'm
stuff.
not talking to
I mean, you
you.
haven't said anything that's substantial. You
I
haven't said anything
am
concretely. You're
not
just going
Mocha.
around the
talking
bush
to you anymore.
talking about
Hold on,
anti-black. I
American.
understand that is
American, hold on, bro. Let me
anti-black
say
or
something to
whatever,
you.
but you have to explain yourself.
Mocha.
Yo,
Brother, you good?
you're not saying anything substantially.
Are
Like
you
you're just
good?
American. Go ahead, American.
Are you good? Because you being real
Hey,
disrespectful on this panel.
lady, stop, lady. Yo,
You being
American, go ahead.
disrespectful on this panel and watch your mouth. I'm a whole man
Yo,
out
shut
here.
up,
The
guys.
fuck is
Shut
wrong
up.
with you?
I'm talking to American right now. I want American
Yeah,
to
but you out of
explain.
line.
All right,
Yeah,
y'all.
You a whole
All right.
man out on this
Shut
panel,
up,
bro.
man. Shut up.
You making a lot of noise,
Yo,
but you're not
shut
even
up.
saying nothing. We can tell the type of man you are. You lost. You
Yeah.
lost out here, bro.
I don't know
We
what
got
that
it.
was.
I'm you.
Yeah, don't. I'm not entertaining that. All right, let's go to the next guest. I mean, that just was
Wrong?
that was shrimp energy. You know what I'm saying? That was kind of weird.
I didn't say anything wrong, right?
No, don't
I'm not
internalize it.
tripping. I'm not
He
tripping.
got he probably on steroids or some type of drug. He had MMA in his name, so he might be on them roids. You know what I'm saying? Olu, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please? Olu Tamori. Olu, you here? Olu, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay. I was a little bit pissed off with that other guy that just came on. I'm not going to
Yeah,
get into his thing, but
yeah,
to
weirdo.
talk to him, I am British by birth. I'm also Nigerian, and when I hear this middle of the road kind of argument, is a kind of, oh yeah, this is the same argument we hear in the US, right? Nobody ever take a particular. There's never going to be a binary option. It's always going to be like a gray area. Yeah, and there's nothing great when it comes to this stuff, man. Uh, I was reading. I think in the last couple of years, I've been reading a lot of American history. One of the things that got me was that Willie Lynch syndrome. And the Willie Lynch syndrome happened in the 1700s, I think. And there's a guy from the West Indies who that whatever we're going through today is what we're going through. Whatever happened then, it still happened in 2023. Pitching the black against the light-skinned black person, pitching against the old against the young, right? White
The
against
men
black.
against the women, and the
The
women
men
against the
against
men.
the men against the women, and the divide and conquer approach that we have, and this kind of really eats me up to the point whereby I think once some blacks get a little bit of notoriety, a little bit probably I think a little successful in South Africa, or he got a little money, right? We kind of forget where things happen. At the end of the day, they will tell you a black man, you're a black man depends on how far you want to go. You can make all the money. Just the same thing that happening in the United States. We don't mind you being Michael Jordan. We don't mind you being Oprah Winfrey. We don't mind you. But when we say, okay, we want to have a black president, you see how that worked. Because so after the fact, they say, okay, if they can't get that, what else? They don't mind you having the money, but anything that will give you that prestige, that will give you that forward, they won't allow you to have it. So it's not even about interracial marriage for me. I think it's more about it's about black pride. And I don't think we have that pride enough. It doesn't mean you love who you want.
Wait, hold on, Infree. Hold on, Infree.
You
Go
love
ahead.
you love who you want to love. I ain't gonna be against it. You can, it depends on where you are. But I'm thinking that we have to be intentional, right? Of how we want to. I'm not saying I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be 56 next week, and I have more white women checking for me than black women. But do I want to do white women? Hell no. And there's a reason, because you don't know my struggle. How can I explain my struggle to you? So even if you like each other, there's so many layers to this thing. That's how I see it. So when I hear people being nice, explain America to me. No, you live in South Africa, that's apartheid. You live in South Africa where not less than 20 years ago, this is how people forget our trauma. We forget our pain. Do you know how many movies we've heard about South Africa that real life, everything that happened in South Africa is less than 30 years ago.
Yep.
It's not even yet 50 years.
Yep.
When did Nelson Mandela pass away? It's not even. I don't even yet. It's 10 years. So for you to come on this platform and talking nonsense because you now know, okay, there's a new South Africa. That's true. The blacks making a little bit more money because there's now a little equity about how things are going. But I not to say that happens. I have lived in 3 continents, man. I've lived in Europe, I've lived in Africa, and I've lived in America. Right? One thing I've noticed: white folk are white folk anywhere you go.
Everywhere. That's right.
It don't matter what you say, right? They either want to give them. We always think that white is better, right? We always think that white is cooler.
It's the default.
It's a default.
Yeah.
It's a default. It's a default, and we encourage the default, right? So if they're dividing against us, why are they divided? Because they know if we come together, they don't like our. I think it's someone who said it. I think it was Tang that said it. They don't mind our. They don't mind our love. They like our hate. They don't like our love, because they know that if we come together, there is nothing that we cannot do. Right?
I know that's right.
There's nothing they can do. So it's in their best interest to keep us apart. It's in their best interest. Somebody's laughing all the way to the bank. In our divide, and I don't understand why we, as human beings, we don't get it. Right? To the point, to the close we are, for us to be consumers, right? You live in America, all of us live in America. All what they want to do is keep on buying, keep on living. They don't want us to get our head out of the sand. So that's my little spiel, man. I don't live in Nigeria. It's the same thing that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Even Nigeria now, everybody's trying to be American, which I really don't understand, right? And I look at them and say, I hear people who come from my country and they can't even speak the local language. I was born in England, right? I left England when I was 9. I can speak my local language, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're coming from you first generation Nigeria, and you're speaking English back to me. I don't want to hear it because you're stupid,
Yeah.
right? Even my kid here, my son here, he was born in the U.S. When I want to smack, when it was his skin, when I want to smack him in the store, I don't speak English to him. He understands my local language, right? So it's so stupid that we think that everything has to be control, and we're controlled.
Yeah.
That is the most thing that scares me the most, and we're continually being controlled, and
Yeah.
we're not gonna. We keep on falling for the okie doke, and I don't know what to say about this. Even our relationships, 50-50, high value man, sprinkle, all this nonsense going on the internet.
Right.
Narcissists. The same word. It's like somebody says a word and everybody just keeps on spewing it, continue saying the same junk
Yeah.
without actually thinking about what they're saying. So my brothers and sisters, man, I can go on and on. I'm really just pissed with that guy because if he's from Africa, wake the fuck up. Wake up,
You know what?
right?
You know what? The
Absolutely.
fact that the guy was from South Africa, and when I called him on it, because I called him on it. That's why when I called him on it, he lost his shit. He was like, "How dare you ask me that question?" And I'm like, "Dude, you're from South Africa. How is it that you don't know this? How are you serious?" Yeah. Anyways,
Yeah,
Hey
but
man, I gotta give Olu his props, man. Olu's winning the convo. Appreciate you, brother.
one last thing I want to say. We
Yeah,
have to
talk
be
to
very
us.
careful. We have to be careful with even our own African American people like Morgan Freeman saying there's no racism. You see
Right.
all this. You see because all these coons who are not acting as if because they got little money in Hollywood. Oh, there's no racism. Okay, yes, two things can be true at the same time. You can go for what you want to go for, make your bag. At the same time, acknowledge that this shit is happening.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I gotta say, bro. I'm gonna do
Yep.
something else.
That's facts, man. Hey, man, I appreciate you, man.
No
Where you say
problem,
you was
brother.
from, brother? You from Nigeria?
I'm from Nigeria. I live in Minneapolis here. I mean, in the
Oh,
USA.
okay. That's amazing, man. Thank you for coming up and bringing us back to reality. Absolutely, appreciate you.
I appreciate it, bro.
Right.
Peace, legend. Let me just do
Peace,
a
man.
quick,
Go ahead.
mod situation. What's happening, y'all? We got over 200 people in here. Let's get to 30K likes. If everybody's tapping the screen, we could get to 30K likes before the top of the hour. Let's get to 30K likes to push the algorithm forward. Everybody in the comment section, tap that goddamn screen to keep the comments open. Let's get to, let me say 25 shares. We got 10 right now. Share the live with up to 10 people. Make sure you gifting the host legend. And if you jump on a panel, y'all gotta be respectful, man. When you jump on a panel, mute your mic immediately. Wait your turn for when the host tells you it's your turn to speak. Do not just jump in a conversation. Do not distort the feed. Be respectful. If you in a comment section and you want to come up, this is a conversation. The point of this live is for you to come up and answer the questions on the green screen. And yeah, man, let's get to 30K. That's all I got, man. Tap that screen.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Speak. Thank you. All right, y'all. We're gonna go to the next guest. Fight. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Yeah, they call me Fight the Ending. I'm about 30. We in the South. I don't believe in them pronouns. I'm a man.
What's your race, please?
Oh, I'm black. I live in Mississippi.
Okay. So you don't believe in pronouns?
No, I think the Rainbow Skittle Squad is ruining the black community.
And
Too
how was
many
that?
RuPaul's and dresses running around.
Mm-hmm. And
I think
why do you think that?
too many porch monkey niggers getting out of their places. We got to get these goddamn
Man,
baboons
I
back.
knew he was white. You could
It's
hear he
it's
don't
too
got no
many
melanin in his
fucking
voice,
coons for
man.
real.
Damn, you could hear it in his voice,
Y'all
man.
type F1 in the comments. Yeah, it's Friday. Then we gonna get the BS tonight. Everybody type F1, man. Come on now. F1 to protect the
Damn.
live. Keep tapping the screen to offer
Hey,
some protection. Yeah, man.
hey,
Come on.
Leisha, could you block him?
Oh, y'all blocked him. I blocked
Oh,
him.
you blocked him? All right, yeah,
Yeah.
because y'all got to
Keep
be
going.
quicker than me, because if I tap the wrong thing, I could mess up the whole live. And my phone, like, man, it's sensitive. I got an iPhone. I don't want to like press the wrong thing. I'm trying to move too fast. It's Friday night. All right, we gonna have what do they call that? That's not a microaggression. That's I don't know what you call that. We're gonna experience racism tonight, y'all. In free, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please? In free, you there? In free, you here? Maybe not. We can't hear you. You're muted. Man, I could hear it in his voice. Why he come up here and say he was black though? That's weird. Yo, I don't know about them, man. Like,
That's who they
like
are, man. That's who they are. That's how they roll. That's what they.
I'm
If they
just the dude. Like, that's just obsession. Like, you're
if
hopping
they
on
can't,
lives of black people, telling them you're
yeah,
black, and then
yeah, they can't control themselves,
like,
dude.
is it fun? Like, I don't even know why you
Yes,
would.
they hate us, bro.
That's crazy.
I mean,
Like,
honestly,
how is that even fun? That's
because
wild.
racism. That kind of racism is a psychosis.
Yeah, true. Yeah. All right.
I don't even,
Um.
I don't think it's hate. I think they just don't like black folk having fun. Period.
Yeah.
It's worse than there's a little bit of all around jealousy. When I live in Minnesota here, it's predominantly Caucasian.
Yeah. It sure
When
is.
so when I step into a place, you will see that everybody wants to become a brother. Wants to all of a sudden. It's just something about it. I don't know. So
Yeah.
So, Olu, you're wrong, brother. It is hate. Think about
yes,
what those people do to us, or
brother,
what they've done to us since the beginning. Well, since we
there is
got pulled
there
away
is
from
hate.
Africa,
There
it's
is
hate.
hate.
Think
There
about
is
what they had us do picking that cotton. It's hate. Think about how America is set up. It's hate. It's literal hate. Some of these people, because it's not all of them, some of them are anti-racist, but it's actual hate. Brother Legend told a story, I think it was yesterday, or not yesterday, the night before, in a supermarket, well, wherever he was at paying rent, and he got
Yeah.
discriminated against because he's a black man by one of these people. We experience this all the time in this country. We could be walking to work or leave our house in the morning, 6 in the morning. By the time it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we get discriminated against just by way of how they look at us.
Mm.
We walk across, we walk in the train station, they start grabbing up their purses and like covering up or walking to the other side of the train.
Mm.
We get to work. Some of them don't even want to actually say good morning to you. It's actual hate because the melanin, because you are African or a black person. That's hate. Ain't no other way to break that down. That's actual hate. Yet for us, we respond to that, and we preserve ourselves, or we're more so defensive of that. African people or black people, we're not hateful people. Naturally speaking, in Africa, we are loving people.
true.
Yeah.
Across Africa, we love each other. All this separation or offense, let me put it that way, is a response to what happens to us, what happened to us as Africans. This is not naturally who we are. We are literally loving people. East Africans, West Africans, South Africans, North, we all work with each other. Food and all, love
but
and
what?
all, tribe to tribe. We're neighbors. But when
Let me.
everything happened in terms of the infiltration, that's when
Mhm.
all of this started. Brother, it's hate. I
Let,
land.
let me just clarify something. One thing you have to realize that within hate, there's a little when people hate you, they just don't hate you just because there's something about you, right, that tips them off. I always
Mm-hmm.
look at this country. This is how I look at it. When you look at the emotions, there's a range of emotions. And within hate, there will be jealousy, there will be envy, there will be hate, right? The reason why I say what I said is sometimes just your look can get people pissed off. I give you a good example. I used to go to this Panera down here. This white woman, right? I think in the morning they used to get all these old people that come and have their tea, whatever there. She will greet everybody, laugh at them. I tell you, as she sees me, her demeanor changes. And man, I don't know you from a bag of Wheaties, man, but I can see her energy shift
Mm.
when that happens. But what you have to realize is that we're powerful people. People do not hate junk. There's a
Mm.
treasure inside of you. That's what they're hating. Like what we say back in the church. Your spirit is disturbing their demons. so, what's inside of you? Whatever you say about America, this country cannot exist without us. There's no flavor in this country
Well, the
without us.
world, the world can't exist. Look,
We
like I
built this
said,
country.
I've said this
You're right.
so
We
many
built this
times.
country.
Yeah. Not only that. Look, we don't do what we do as Black Americans. Nothing exists on this globe. There's no Cesar Chavez. There's no white women's rights. There's none of that. Nothing happens unless Black people in America say, you know what, we are done. We're not doing this anymore. And yes, I am pissed off, and I'm gonna be pissed off, and I'm gonna stay pissed off until this gets better. And that's all there is to it. This is anti-Black. I mean, just go down that rabbit hole. Just go down it. Just and go down deep, not just like mid level. You need to go down. You need to find the nuances and all these rabbit holes that are
Mm.
anti-Black, and you need to really figure out as Black people what is it that makes. Oh, we already know. We already know what it is that makes white people hate us.
And
We know that all.
let me just say
agree.
one last
I
thing
agree.
to this, to all this, and then I'm on mute. Just think about when children are born. When children are in before elementary school, when I forget the well, let me say from 1 to 3 or 4 years old. Children, when they're first born and they learn to speak, a child, and I'm gonna just say that they're not racist.
Of
A
course not.
child look at another child, and a child looks at a child and say, "That's my friend." They'll
Mm-hmm.
hug
Straight
each
up.
other, they'll laugh with each other, they'll
Mm-hmm.
play with each other, they'll just be around each other
Mm-hmm.
until whoever it is starts that indoctrination or that programming into these children. That's when that starts. It starts off way early. It's
Mm.
inherited. It's not, people are not born being the way they are in terms of how their mind works or how they think. That's inherited and programmed into their mind and groomed as they develop on in life. That's not, it's not natural.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, children, let me say it this way, children are sponges. So just think about who they learned this from. Because again, in Africa, anywhere in Africa, when you're born in Africa, you see melanin. Your neighbors are melanated. You see us playing with each other. You continue on in life. And if you were not colonized, no matter where you are in Africa, you will believe, okay, my neighbors, like I said this before, and I'm going to be short. I don't want to be long-winded. Oh, my neighbors got eggs. They got cows. They got goat. They got milk. They got all this food. Oh, the neighbors on the East Coast. Let me say something. They buy the water. They got fish. They got seaweed and all these things that come out the water. Okay, we need to exchange.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my neighbors. Let's make an even exchange for you have the milk, y'all got fish. Let's exchange and we part ways and keep it at that. That's naturally who we always were until what happened, and look where we at today. That's conditioning. That is conditioning for you to learn to look at somebody and say, I don't like you because look at Legend. That's a melanated brother. Look at them locks. I don't like those features. Somebody taught me to look at locks and say that's dreaded or dreadful, when naturally African hair or black people's hair just does this naturally. That's naturally how that works. Locks, your hair will naturally matte
And
do what it
they
do.
will wear it to work.
But yeah, I'm gonna land there. Like this is it's inherited. It's inherited is what I'm saying. This is not natural to African people or black people. That's learned behavior, bro.
And then
Well,
these same people. Hold
they
on,
learn to
one
be
second.
that way. That's what I meant by that. Yeah, I land. I've been sipping tonight.
These same people who hate your locks and your box braids, they'll wear those same things. They'll wear that to work, and there will be no repercussions whatsoever.
Mm.
They steal everything. They have stolen since they left Europe. That's what they've done. That's what they do. Look at Israel right now. I'll shut up. I'm done.
The
All
question is
right. Let's
whenever
get back.
you
Let's get back, y'all.
okay.
Appreciate y'all. We got some people up here that didn't get a chance to speak yet.
Oh yeah, this line gonna be crazy tonight, man. It's Friday.
Yeah, it's definitely
We
Friday.
starting off like this. God damn.
The next guest, I believe, is Store. Is it Store? Store? Yeah, Store something. Storestein. Down at the bottom. Storestein. Oops, I muted you. I think I muted you again. My bad. I'm trying to unmute you. I don't know. There you go. You there?
Thank you.
Hey, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
I am 18. I'm African. I'm black.
All right.
I'm male. And English is my fourth language.
All right. Talk to us.
Yeah. Before I say this, I want to tell you that my country has a rich history. We were
Country
colonized.
has a rich everything.
Our people were taken to Brazil, North America, Europe. They never came back. They are taken. The first question is, do interracial relationships benefit the black community? Not at all, no. The example I give you is Gabon, which is also in Africa. They've had dictatorship for 56 years when one family of Bongo was ruling the nation. A president called Ali Bongo was married to a white woman
Olu, mute your mic, Olu.
from France. And the people of Gabon were forced to pay colonial taxes to France. And all gold, all oil is taken by French people. You can check it right now on Google. Ali Bongo and his father were interested in white girls and Africans.
Store. I don't mean to interrupt you, man, but you're going into a little bit of a history lesson, and we know about this history. You're on the live that knows about what's going on in Africa. We just American, but we know about Ali Bongo. I know about Gabon. We know about Francophone countries. We trying to ask about the questions up here above. Interracial relationships benefiting the Black community. Any of these questions above, you pick one and you answer some of them.
Okay. On the second one, I cannot answer because I don't understand what it means. The third one, can non-black parents raise pro-black children? They cannot. Can black and white culture peacefully coexist? Yeah, they can, but the black community must first have as much power as white people. Because when you're weaker, of course, they treat you the way they want. Yeah, that's what it is. If you have as much power as they do, then you can stay together in peace. But when you're weaker, you're divided, you don't have weapons, of course, they treat you the way they want. That's my opinion.
Okay. Well, thanks for sharing that. Very straight and to the point.
Brother, can I just ask him one question?
Yeah.
Brother Store, can you answer this question? Well, where do you live right now? Do you live in America or on a
No,
motherland?
I live in Norway, Scandinavian country.
Got you. Can
But
you ask?
back
I
home,
got one question for you. What is white culture? How do you define white culture? What is that?
maybe different from what you think. Me, I think white culture is they feel better than others. They colonize us. They take from us. They force us into everything we don't want to. So this other music they make, this other food they cook, that I don't have any problem with that. I cannot even call it a culture because you can also learn from them. We can copy it and do it. But what I know as white culture for me, as a person born in the Congo, is colonialism, racism, torture, hate.
Pause. Stop right
Right?
there. So, with that said, and the earlier part of what you said, how can that and black culture or black people coexist peacefully? How can that exist
Um,
peacefully? How
yeah,
can we exist peacefully that way?
yeah,
Listen to what you literally just said when I stopped you. How can we exist peacefully if that's what white culture is
yeah,
by way of your definition?
yeah. I think
Help me
maybe
understand that because I'm a little slow. My brain don't work all the way. And I sometimes need people to break things down every point so my brain can catch up to what they're saying because I think people don't even listen to themselves when they talk. I think that's what happens, but I'm slow, so you got to help me.
I think it's maybe my dialect you don't understand, but I said once you have as much power as they have, you can coexist. But as long as black people are lesser or weaker or more divided than they are, you cannot because they treat you the way they want as garbage. You get me?
Yeah, I get you.
I think I got it now. Yeah, I just needed you to answer that. I got you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what Dr. Francis Cress Welsing says. That is the reason why there's no such thing as a consensual interracial relationship. But I know a lot of black folks that don't even want to hear that. So um, that might be a little red pill for some of y'all. I don't mean the misogynist kind. All right. Well, thanks, Store, for providing that to the live. In free, are you back yet? In free just came up here and left. Oh, okay, there you
No,
go.
I'm right here. I'm just no, you're so good. You're so good. Okay, yeah, totally. If y'all want me to answer the questions, I can.
All right. Yeah, if you're not busy.
Yeah, no, totally. I was just talking to a friend, but yeah, I'm chilling. I'm at my house. But do interracial relationships benefit the black community? I mean, I'm like interesting. I don't think interracial relationships themselves benefit black communities. Do I think having communication with other cultures can benefit the Black community? Sure, if those cultures are not anti-Black and they're willing to be allies the same way we're willing to be allies to them. If they're willing to
Name a non-Black culture that's not anti-Black.
and I can't do that, and that's why I brought that up, because I'm like, that's very rare to find these days.
I
you
know.
You can't really find.
I'm finding, because I reworded the question this way intentionally to kind of like throw some people off, and I'm
Right.
finding that it's for Black people. It's running. I haven't had a white person answer this question yet, but for Black people, it turns into we gotta like try to find a way to smooth it out. Like nobody wants to say no. Everybody's
Right.
like,
But no, the answer is
no.
no. Like,
But
let's
you
be
know,
real.
it also this and that, and I'll be like, all right, you ain't wrong.
Right, it's like you're not wrong, but it's like I would answer no to that question. Like I don't think interracial relationships themselves benefit the Black community. I think if other cultures were to unlearn their anti-Blackness and were to actually be good allies to us, interracial communications could benefit the Black community. But we got a lot of work to. I mean, shit, interracial relationships.
It wouldn't be
are already
interracial if everyone unlearned their anti-Blackness. There would only be one race.
That is so true. You're right. We would just be the people of the global majority at that point. But yeah, no, I don't think interracial relationships in and of themselves benefit the Black community. I think they benefit some Black people, specifically the ones in the interracial relationships. But even then, it can get really toxic really quickly. So, I would tread lightly personally, but that's just me. Is racial preference a fetish? It can be. It definitely can be. I think the reasoning can determine whether or not it's a fetish. Like, for example, I prefer to date Black people because Black people are more likely to understand my culture. They're more likely to understand my religion. They're more likely to understand me as a whole. They're going to understand the safety precautions that I take. They're going to understand why I'm cautious around certain groups of people, why, I don't walk through certain areas at certain times. They're going to understand more of my behaviors and why I do things than someone from another culture. Is that to say that I wouldn't ever date somebody from another culture? I mean, no, but you would have to be one fucking hell of an ally, and you'd really have to unlearn your anti-Black.
You said culture. Do you mean race?
Yeah, I mean race. You're sorry. My bad. Yeah, from another race. You would have to be. I don't date white people. I'm sorry. I just can't do that personally. But I think that from white people, a lot of times, even though they don't realize it, it is a fetish. Because a lot of times the reason that they are interested in these races is not because
You're beating around the bush again, and free.
I'm not trying to beat around
the bush. So we're saying is a racial preference a fetish. You brought up preferring your own cultural racial group, which would not be a racial preference. That's just, it's not a preference to choose someone from your village. Like, that's just natural. That's just what normally would happen. Like, so preference, a racial preference is you saying that you prefer someone of a different group. Is that a fetish? Like,
yeah, a lot of with the ways a lot of people go into it. Yeah, the way they'll be like, I'll only date.
What is a way to go into it?
I'm
where
sorry,
it's not
Tanya, mute, please.
Just having a genuine interest in somebody, regardless of their race or culture.
Well, then it wouldn't be a racial preference, now would it? It would be
no, absolutely not.
It would be a genuine.
Right.
So it wouldn't be a racial preference.
And that's why I'm saying that for the most part, yes, because most people aren't just going.
I understand you're saying for the most part. I'm trying to get to the least part because I'm trying to understand what is giving you that least, little. Nah, well, if you did it this way, if a white woman says that she likes Black men, but she really likes their soul, it's okay. Like
No. If you I'm trying to let me try to put it in more blunt terms instead. Yes. Like it's hard.
I don't know why you playing today.
I'm not. I'm just like my brain.
Is there a thin Libyan in the room?
No, I feel like it, to be honest. But I'm sorry, it's just really hard for me to like put my thoughts together right now.
Okay.
But whatchamacallit? I feel like yes. Like Because you're right. If it's a genuine interest in that person, then it's not a racial preference, because a racial preference means you're dating that person because of their culture. And if so, yeah, that's a little weird. If I'm interested in a Samoan person, it's not because they're Samoan. It's because they're a cool person and I like them. But yeah, no, yeah, it is. Yeah. Yes, racial
Yeah.
preference is definitely fetishistic, because it's not about a genuine interest in the person. It's about
It's actually in the definition of fetish. That if it's based on a racial stereotype, then
then it's yeah.
it's a fetish.
Yeah. So my answer to that question would be yes. Sorry, I'm sorry I'm skirting around so much. My brain is real muddled right now. It's hard for me to think of anything. But yeah, is racial preference a fetish? Yes. Can non-black parents raise pro-black children? No. I feel like no. And I feel like I'm also getting a little confused. Not confused. I guess this is really making me think. I feel like the way these questions are worded is really making me think. It's not what I'm used to, so I'm having a difficulty answering it straightforward. But I'm going to say no, because in order to be pro-black, it's about building strong black communities. And if you are non-black, then you are not part of a strong black community. So you can't really raise your child to want to build strong black communities, because you're always going to want to include yourself in that. And yeah, it's just, also you can't raise a pro-black person without being pro-black yourself, and non-black people can't be pro-black. So
yeah,
automatically
right.
No,
yeah.
Okay, Maverick, whatever you say, buddy. Can black and white cultures peacefully coexist? I already said this. Hell no.
Yep.
When you have a culture that is xenophilic and that likes to learn about other people's cultures, and you have another culture who depends on the assimilation and the forced subjugation of other cultures into their norm, there is going to be a power differential. There is going to be some form of assimilation that needs to occur. There's going to be some form of discomfort. There's going to be it's just not safe. It's not safe for black and white cultures to coexist. Because, we're trying to do that shit now. And every time black people do something that is at the slightest outside of colonial society, or challenging colonial viewpoints, or challenging the way that white people interact with our culture and our ways of life, we are immediately seen as violent. We are immediately seen as a problem. We are immediately seen as exclusionary. But when other non-black people, or even just white people, non-black people, it don't matter, because I've met people of many different races who are anti-black. But when they do it, it's considered a necessity for what's the word? It's considered a necessity for society. It's considered a standard, and I feel like one of the biggest examples of this is the whole hair debacle, where black people tell white people, hey, y'all can't have this one thing, and the whole fucking world is in a frenzy. And in order for black and white cultures to be able to peacefully coexist, we would need to be allowed to set boundaries, which we are not allowed to do. We would need to be allowed to have our own space separate from our shared spaces, which we are not allowed to do. And white people would also have to stop assuming that we do things like them. For example, when we talk about building strong black communities, most white people immediately get upset about that, because they're like, oh, well, that's a form of segregation, da-da-da-da-da. But it's like, the way I'm segregating and the way you were segregating are not the same. You were segregating because you thought you were better than me. I am segregating because I don't feel safe around you. And I feel like you are putting me and my family in danger. So, no, I don't, at least not now. Hell, not for at least another 500 years, Right, people have a lot of colonial mindsets to unlearn, And I'm sorry I've been so muddled in my answers. I'm just like, I was jumping from one conversation to another.
All right. Well, thanks for giving us your answer.
Of course.
Appreciate you.
Yo, Leslie, can I answer the questions, man? I don't get to do that often.
Go ahead, speak.
Peace. No, sir. My name is Andy. My name is Andy. I am a biracial, confused man And my pronouns is he, him. Number one, do interracial couples, blah, 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 blah. No, it does not benefit the black community because it's literally anti-black. If you are a black person, there is no reason why you should be dating or dealing with a snow bunny. Number two, when snow bunnies prefer black people, it is literally a fetish. Same way the other way around. When a black person deals with them, well, actually, no. When a black person deals with a snow bunny, that's a mental illness, in my opinion. Number three, can non-black parents raise pro-black children? Hell no. What you can raise is a child that's aware of society and how America works to, I guess, make them anti what the hell is happening. But if you are a white parent, there is no way, by way of your mindset, your history, your ancestors, that you can raise a child that's pro-black. And because you are a snow bunny, I'm gonna try to put it that way. Because you're a snow bunny and you're dealing with a black person, you don't know the experience of black people or Africans in America. You are confused as a snow bunny parent. That child can decide to be pro-black and do what they need to do, but because they have your blood in them, there's a bit of cognitive dissonance or a bit of confusion, because if you are the mother and the mother is a snow bunny, it's some difficulty going on there. So three, no, a non-black parent cannot raise a pro-black child. Number four, hell no, because what the hell is snow bunny culture? There is no such thing as snow bunny culture. What that culture is stealing people, stealing ideas, unoriginality, animalistic things. I'm gonna put it that way to be mindful of my words, and unseasoned food, smelling like pennies is snow bunny culture. I land.
All
Hello,
right.
hello, hello, and welcome. You are in Brother Legends Live again. You are in Brother Legends Live. I
D,
need
you
you
got
guys
too
to
much
tap that
background
screen.
noise.
Tap, tap, tap. Oh no! Well, tap the screen. We need.
All right. Thank you, D. Tap the screen, y'all. We trying to get to 50K likes. We was too fast before. Now we too slow. Everybody, tap like, tap like, tap like. As you listen along, I'm going to keep going through the guests, and we just having a conversation. Tap like if your food don't taste like pennies, and you use garlic powder and other seasonings. Garlic powder is like a go-to, right? Like,
And I'll
if
tell you
someone,
what, my mom could take a boot, put it in a pot, and you'd eat it. Okay, my mom's from Louisiana. And I'll tell you
yeah,
right now, she's 85 years old, brother. Man, yeah, there's nothing. I have 9 aunts, all strong black women from the South. Yeah. And
yeah, I know.
and yeah, it's I'm your live legend, your live is it's in a major way is it's just extremely informative.
Yeah.
And it really is. And I think, even though they're not think, I know and I believe that when people leave this, when they leave this live, they leave with the ability to somehow start thinking outside the box.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's our
So
goal.
that's the goal. So
Absolutely.
I'll leave it there.
Appreciate you. All right. Crazy Black Librarian, go ahead, talk to us.
Hello. So do interracial relationships benefit the black community? Black she, her, 48. No, I think that one of the reasons why they can't is because, as we've seen, they produce black, anti-black children going into black spaces, wanting to be biracial and half white, half colonizer, but be full-on raccoon. Fetish, it is a fetish, and it's economical too. You see a lot of, especially white women with their black kids making a lot of money with their biracial mixed kids as accessories. No, you can't raise pro-black children. They're usually raised to be pro-colonizer. And no, they cannot. Uh, Black and white cultures cannot coexist. I think Speak and there was another guest here that mentioned the spirit of Black people in our culture.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's I find it joy. I find it, with my white side, the holidays were boring. There was no life. There was nothing there, lots of presents. But on the other side, we may not have had lots of presents, but we had so much fun and joy and celebrating and laughing. So I think it's a spirit of joy. Part of that is what they try to acquire, but they can't. It's in their spirit to oppress, to colonize. Our
Yeah.
spirit is really to help and empower people, like with teaching people how to bathe and season their food, where they generally dehumanize people. That's what their culture is. So really can't, have the two. And Speak is right. I agree with Speak with the mental illness uh, observation, because I believe a lot of Black people, maybe even like my father, um, wanted to escape racism, and they
Mm,
think marrying, having a white spouse, kind of elevates them out of that.
mm,
Hey, look at me! Look at me! I have a white wife. You should accept me, kind of bullshit. So, yeah, I think I covered that. I think I covered that all. Yeah.
mm-hmm. Appreciate you, sister. Thank you for
Always.
adding that to the line. Thanks for coming up. And we're gonna keep it
A
rolling.
plus plus.
A plus, absolutely. Every time she come up,
Thank you. Thank you.
you know. And
I'm trying to graduate.
mhm. Yeah.
So petty.
um who we got next? Who we got next? Alicia said it, did she? I'll wait for
Wait,
Alicia.
did Librarian go at all? But it's Maverick is next. I don't think Librarian
Oh
went.
yeah. Yeah, Maverick.
Yeah,
No,
Maverick.
Librarian was just talking.
Oh, yeah,
Maverick,
yeah.
give us your age, race, and pronouns,
He's
please.
Maverick. Um,
Her over 50,
Okay.
and I am black, black, blackety black.
Hey, all right.
And so, but I have a different take on, do interracial relationship benefit the black? No, absolutely not. Because economically, most of that money goes into the biracial child chooses to marry the white side or the YT side and take all of the wealth and all of the money with them. So
Mm-hmm.
no, that does not benefit the black. Is racial preference a fetish? Could be. Most of the time, I believe that black men who only want white women, it's a fetish. The white women want the black men. I think it's a fetish. So yeah, it I think it's more of a fetish than a pref. I mean, it could be a preferences, but both of them the same. But
I
it's a
would want to
preference.
know
People
how
know
it's
what
a
the fetish.
preference, but I understand that if this is your first time thinking about the topic, you would want to give it that benefit of a doubt, but um, literally listed under the definition of fetish is a racial stereotype. So
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. Well, I think it's more of a fetish.
yeah.
I really do. I think it's more of a fetish on both sides, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Can Now here's where I differ from a lot of you. Can non-black parents raise a pro-black children? Now I'd say yes, and it may be through a mistake because I think of Colin Kaepernick who was raised by non-black parents who were absolute, they had the same bigotry that any of white American had. But look how he evolved,
Mm,
right? They raised him, but he evolved. He did something that a lot of those Sambos who are in the NFL still won't do, right? So here he is with his non-black parents and his mixed
mm-hmm.
biracial self kneeling and talking about injustice for black people, and a whole bunch of those other blacks were wanting to just get their bag, and they never took a knee. They never stood up for the fight, right? So we have a lot
Mm-hmm.
of blacks raised by black parents who were not
Would
pro-black.
you say that there's two things that's interesting that you bring up Colin Kaepernick. Would you
Yeah.
say him taking a knee was pro-black or anti-racist?
I think he said it was pro-black. I think when they asked him in an interview, he said until the police stopped
It
killing.
don't matter
uh,
what he think.
yeah,
Pro-blackness, right? Prioritizing
yeah.
one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community. Taking a knee on a football field, is that building our community in some way, or is that advocating for dismantling racism as a system of oppression?
I think it was a look. It was a tiny, minuscule attempt at both, right? Because
No, it wasn't.
you're not gonna dismantle white supremacy and anything like that. But I think it was sending a symbol. Now, don't forget, taking the knee to us is really nothing. That was just symbolic, right? But to the YT community, that was jaw dropping, and
All right.
it
Now
was
here's all
shocking.
right.
And they were ready to Martin Luther King and Malcolm X him because he took a see. So even in that minuscule movement, it put
Would you say
shockwaves.
all right, would you
Honestly,
say Black
you're
Lives Matter? Hold on, y'all. I'm talking to her. Would you say that Black Lives Matter was a pro-black movement?
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, I definitely
All
think
right.
that
And
Black Lives Matter. If they were
my last question is, do you believe that his parents raised him to be pro-black?
No, I don't think they raised him to be. No, I think that was a total accident. But your question was, can non-black parents raise pro-black children? They might not even know they're raising pro-black children because the children see. His whole thing was he saw
Mhm.
racism in them, right? So
Mhm.
he saw the racism in his own non-black parents that made
Mhm.
him double think and triple think. So they did it probably through accident.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say they did it through accident. I would say they taught him what racism felt like, and he
Yeah.
became an anti-racist advocate.
But
Um,
I'll concede that.
that's
But let's go to Clarence Thomas. Now he
because,
had two black Southern black parents. Now surely they didn't raise him to be what he was,
but that do you know
right?
what a whataboutism is?
Yeah, I know what about
Whataboutism
this.
means that just because we're saying left doesn't mean that if we look on the other end of the spectrum, we can make a equivalency.
Sure,
Black
we
like
can.
there are plenty of black people that betray our people and the
Oh,
best interests of
absolutely,
our people.
absolutely, absolutely.
But there are plenty that also betray our people and are biracial and are raised
No,
by
sure, sure,
non.
sure, sure.
So to be honest, Clarence Thomas is a whole different conversation. We can have that conversation.
Yeah.
Right now we're talking about two white people raising a child to be pro-black. It
No,
says,
I don't think
can
they raised a child to be
non-black
pro-black.
parents raise pro-black children? Not can non-black parents abuse a black child to the point where they feel like they can stand up against racism. They didn't raise him to be pro-black. They didn't raise him intentionally to be pro-black. So I think you already explained that,
Yeah, they
but
didn't raise him.
I
No,
wouldn't
no.
say that they raised him I wouldn't say that they raised him pro-black. I would say that he had an awakening on his own,
Absolutely,
and
sure, sure.
yeah, so
That's what. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
that had nothing to do
But
with
he
them
still,
raising him. That had
but
something to do with his abuse. And also, Black Lives Matter is an anti-racist movement because if it was pro-black, that means it would just be for black people. You understand? Pro-black means prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community.
so
Black
wait,
Lives Matter is a
yeah,
statement to white people. You don't have to tell black people that Black Lives Matter. They're talking to
Right.
white people. They're letting white people know that Black Lives Matter because it's anti-racist, not pro-black.
So explain to me. So you're saying that the movement has not done anything for the black community, or not, there's no community for blacks. So the movement has not done anything to uplift black people. Is that what you're
That's
saying,
not
other
what
than
I
the
just
slogan?
said though, but okay. Yeah,
No,
I'm sorry. I
No,
I'm
got you.
no.
asking you to.
I what my live is about, right? Is to teach
Yeah.
black people what self-determination and
Right.
pro-blackness really means, as outlined
Right.
by Malcolm X in the Organization of Afro-American Unity speech, an organization that he put together with John Henry Clark, working with
Yeah.
Kwame Nkrumah and Patrice Lumumba before they were unalived by the CIA, and then
Right.
also the philosophy and opinions of Marcus Garvey, where he talks about the self determination of our people and how we need to focus on building within our own communities, like when he started the Black Star Line. It
Right.
also is outlined in Dr. Amos Wilson's The Blueprint for Black Power, where he talks about how we think in survival mode. And part of us thinking in survival mode is that we only think about our survival instead of thinking about how to build ourselves up and thinking about what goes on in our community. We're always trying to think that because we're because we're advocating against how we're oppressed, that is
Right.
something that benefits our people. So yes, we can do both at the same time. However, anti-racism and pro-blackness have to be distinguished. They have to be. I
Okay.
don't know if that's the right word, but there has to be a distinction between the two
Right.
in the minds
Right.
of Black people if we're ever going to move forward. We cannot keep saying that us sitting in the sit-ins and marching up and down the streets is
Yeah.
something that's going to build our community. That's us speaking up about our oppression. Nothing wrong with that, but
That's
that's
right.
not the same thing as pro-blackness. Pro-blackness, I'll say it again, the definition based on those resources I gave you earlier is prioritizing, meaning number one focus, prioritizing
Hmm.
one's actions and values, what they do and what they believe, with what's in the best interest, meaning above all other interests, above the
Right.
interest of self and above the interest especially of other communities, with building what's uh, aligning one's actions and values what's in the best interest of building what's uh, building it within the Black community. Basically, I'm sorry, I
Right.
got
I got it.
mixed up
I
with
got
my
it.
words, but
I got it.
yes, building within the Black. So not just the best interest of the Black community and uplifting and loving and
It's
being lovey
it's the
dovey and Black. That's
yeah.
cool, but building is an action word, so that
You're
means you're
right.
doing
It's the
what's in the
action.
best interest
It's
of
the
building
action.
within our community.
Right. It's the action. I got it. I got that. Yeah. Absolutely. Like Dr. Claude Anderson has said many
Right.
times. Absolutely. Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. And he's
Okay.
got brilliant blueprint. Okay. So can
Yeah.
black and white cultures peacefully exist? Absolutely not. That's just
Mhm.
you know. There's no. I don't need to give you any more context of that. There's cannot exist peacefully. No. Just no.
Yeah.
Just not. We're just no. No. No.
All
Absolutely not.
right. Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for
I
coming up.
appreciate
One
you
of
too,
our
brother.
elders.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna keep going. Thank you for providing us with that word. And the next guest, somebody dropped, but I think the next guest, who we got, Alicia. Don't forget to tap
Missy.
like, y'all, as you listen along. Tap like, tap like. If you hear
Missy is
something you
one.
don't like, she
Jay, I
says,
did.
Ja. If you hear something you don't like, feel free to send the Panther Paws through. Five Panther Paws, and we'll kick the guests. Job melanated. Give us your age, race, and pronouns.
Jamel, my age is 34. Pronoun he, him.
All right. Talk to us.
All right. Well, firstly, am I really next, or is it supposed to be the young lady below
Follow
me?
the comments. I thought it was Missy because I saw Missy
Yeah, I thought it was the
for you,
lady
but
below
I don't
me.
know.
All
Yeah,
right.
This
All
follow
right.
the comments. I guess ignore me. Yeah. So go ahead.
yeah.
Missy
Missy,
came
have
up
you been
first,
able to
but
go?
go
I
ahead.
want to let ladies go first.
Yeah.
All
All
right,
right.
thank you.
All right. Missy, give us
I
your age, race, and pronouns, please.
okay. Just to preference, this I had a biopsy on my throat 3 days ago, so excuse my hoarseness. Okay.
All right.
I'm a female who's 53 years old, married, and I'm African American, and my pronoun is she, her,
All right. Thank
I
you. Talk
guess.
to us.
Okay. The first one is do interracial
Interracial.
relationships benefit the Black community? Okay, I would say for this one, absolutely not. Reason being, so many study cases that are in my family that are friends of mine, but basically, once that particular relationship breaks up, that whatever the other person is, they're taking that money out of the Black community onto their community. And it does such a disservice to your family that has been there with you and your loved ones and people that look like you. One of the main examples I could use is Sean Taylor, God rest his dead. I live in Miami and I'm affiliated with them. And he was in love and had a baby, and he's with a Hispanic girl. And he was murdered in his home in the middle of the night. And his family, his Black family, sees very little, if that, his child at all. And she also benefited from his money, his everything. And she went on to marry his football player friend. So it's like all the work that the mom did, taking him to varsity football and little league football and all that work is like, it was done, it was all for naught. You know what I mean? So I say no. It definitely, that's a no. Number two is racial preference, a fetish. That I'm a little ambiguous when it comes down to that. A fetish, I normally would say that would be on the Black male's part. And for the other race, that would probably be more than likely an economic come up for them. So fetish,
I don't
yes,
know what you
but it
mean.
can, okay. So the average guy who makes it, they want to come up with every excuse as to why they
You
don't
gotta
date
say what
Black
race this
girls.
guy is.
Okay, Black.
Mm-hmm.
Black. Like I have a circle, and I actually call it the brownout because we all started with all of us the sisters married to Black men, and as the relationships broke up, they started to date other races.
Wait, so
So
as
with that
what
being,
happened? They started to date other races?
they got divorced. So it's like there's a whole bunch of us, and literally, my husband and I are the only regular Black people
Oh, so
in
you're
our
saying a circle,
circle.
like a circle of friends.
A circle of friends. I'm sorry.
Okay, please,
Yes.
yeah, you're speaking in innuendo, and we don't know what you mean.
Okay. I'm
Okay,
sorry. I'm
all right.
sorry. It's the medicine. Okay. And then so when it comes down to a fetish, I think the fetish is more on the side of the African American because they want to taste the fruit of another, and they're unable to do that unless they have certain type of finances. I mean, that's just what it is to me. And the girls, the white or Hispanic here in Miami, they go after the guys with the money. So there's not a lot that we can do about it, but that's how it works.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I agree that that is. I agree that because you're talking about finances and capitalism. So I agree that you can fetishize someone based on the idea that they have more of a proximity to power or wealth based on their racial category. That's a stereotype, right? Like you feel like this white woman gives you power, I guess. But I would say it has to exist on both sides because no one has been more fetishized than a Black man, as far as men go, because of you know, I mean, there's a chocolate ice cream that you can get, and it's called Magnum. And they did a commercial where like this white woman is eating like this big chocolate ice cream thing, and it was like so seductive, like
Hmm.
a chocolate ice cream. You know, they got their chocolate bars. What do you get in a Valentine's box on Valentine's Day? You get a box full of chocolates. Um,
Correct.
we're said to have bigger things that women will ask us about, even little girls when you're in high school. A lot of brothers that's listening, I know y'all at some point in high school had a girl come up to you and ask you if it was lengthy or not. I've talked to quite a few brothers. I know that's barbershop talk. We don't talk about it in public, but a lot of brothers, what I'm saying, girls will come up to you and ask you straight up. So when it comes to being fetishized, I gotta say black men get it too. Um, it's a thing. It's on both
I
sides.
believe.
I can't
Okay,
say
I
one side
believe
more than
you.
the other. Yeah.
Okay. The can a non-black parent raise pro-black children? Oddly enough, I just watched Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie's black daughter pledge AKA at Spelman today. So I was like, wow, like she not only wanted to learn her roots, she is like in there like Divine Nine. So that
Mm.
was kind of surprising for me. Maybe, and we know that she grew up in a white household. You know what I mean? So, and then lastly, can black and white culture? There's a banner over it, so I can't read
The
the
black and
last.
white culture peacefully coexist.
It depends on what rooms you're in. Now, I'm far from rich, but I'm not broke, and the circles that I'm in and the rooms that I'm in, we're coexisting pretty well. So I believe that if you're
Mm, mm,
speaking,
mm, mm.
I know
Sister,
it,
come on now.
I
No,
know
I know because why are you
it's
answering
about
like
business.
that?
It's about business.
We ain't talking about whether people can participate in a white capitalist system and peacefully coexist standing next to each other. My people been in this country for 400 years, brought here against
Our
their will, and
people,
we still
uh
here to
huh,
this day. You understand?
right?
I know, but I'm talking about I don't know why you made that distinction. If you part of my people, then you part of my people. But they were brought here against our will for 400 years and then lived here with them for 400 years. We know we can coexist as people. The question says, can black and white culture peacefully coexist? Meaning, the same way I can be black and Hispanic, I can be both as black as I want to be and Hispanic as I want to be in the same space. Can you do that with black culture and white culture? Because you participating in a
Peacefully.
capitalist
That's
system with white
mhm.
people is you participating in white culture. That's not you participating in black culture. That's you putting one aside because in a lot of corporate professional settings, you got to hide some of your blackness. A lot of
Right.
sisters got to put on wigs and talk with their high voice, put on their Kim
Code
Kardashian
shift.
voice.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
so you got
Right.
to act a certain way. So that's not the same thing as peacefully coexisting if you got to put aside part of your culture. Whiteness demands assimilation. It demands assimilation even from white people. That's why they don't like Jews. So, it demands that everyone worship the same God. It demands that everyone act the same way. Everyone has the same physical traits. Same thing. So
Right.
can black culture, can we, dance how we want to dance, wear our natural styles? There's courtrooms in America. I can't even wear the hair that grows out of my head. I can't even show up to some job
Right.
interviews with my beard. I don't shave my beard. I just let it grow and I oil it. Can I like you can't I get pulled over, I'm going to get treated much differently. The culture is not going to say, "Oh, no, it's cool, we coexisting."
No, I understand. My husband has the same locks as you. I understand 100%. And B, you said that we wear
You know, flying
wigs
something. What was
because we
flying
don't
through
have
Wait, hold
hair.
on, Truth.
Oops.
Hold
Yeah, he
on.
says that we wear wigs because we don't have hair. You can check a look at my page. I have beautiful hair, and most black women do. They just choose not to. I
I
don't
did not
wear
say
wigs. It's
that.
too
I don't know
hot.
why you
No,
said
no,
that. I did
B.
not say that.
No, B. No,
I
be
don't know who
in the
that is.
chat.
Please don't start answering comments because when y'all do that, people that's going to watch this later, because I post all my replays on YouTube, they're going to think you're talking to me. I did not say
Oh no,
black
no,
women
not
do
at
not have
all.
beautiful hair.
You've
All right.
been a gentleman. Okay.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, your last question, I would agree with you. I would say no. I would say no in regards to the coexisting with the white and the black race. Okay.
All right. If that's
I
how you
I
feel.
think I thank you, and I'll come back when I'm stronger,
All right.
when I
Well,
can
thanks
really
for coming
talk.
up. All right.
Okay. Bye bye.
Appreciate you. Peace.
Bye bye.
Yo,
All
what
right.
was that just now, man?
All right, John.
Yeah, I should have
Go
stayed
ahead.
muted. I don't know. I'm confused right now. My brain.
She she was on point. She just
I
needed a
think
little
that
work
she
to
made
get
some
there.
good points.
She
Yeah,
made
she.
yeah.
I mean, not everything was right, but like, I mean, I think everybody's opinion is valid, right? Like, it's just it comes from their own personal perspective.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I guess I wanted to attack your prompts point by point, if
Mm-hmm.
that's okay.
Yeah.
Um,
Give us your. Did you give us your race?
I
I don't
did,
think.
but I'll give it to you guys again. My
Mm-hmm.
name is Jamel. My race is I consider myself black. My age is 34. I'm what is it? He him pronouns.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right. Talk
So
to us.
all right, boom. So the first one is, do interracial relationships benefit the black community? Now, like, I feel like I have a lot of, I guess, context here because I don't consider myself interracial myself. My mom would be like black and white, like 50-50 kind of like ordeal, but like I'm, I guess, more like 75, if you will. And like,
That's white supremacy, man. You got black parents. You black, man. We
yeah. I consider myself black. I've been raised black. I
yeah. We don't do the
identify with
blood
my
quantum.
blackness. Yeah, but that being said, like I have seen because of the nature of my family, like how race becomes a divider, like in a family structure. Like in my mom's side of the family, a lot of the lighter skinned individuals in her family get preferential treatment. A lot of her family members were told to marry white men in order to be seen as valid or doing the right thing. So
Yeah.
I do understand the social implications of having an interracial like relationship. However, like I don't know if that is like something that is inherent to a white person and a black person getting together. I do believe that this like falls on the responsibility of the couple that decides to like engage in that kind of
What
relationship.
responsibility?
So, like, for instance, when my mom decided to have me, she decidedly, like, raised me to be a black child. She taught me,
Intentionally.
yeah, intentionally. Like, she made it her business to teach me about my black history, to teach me about, like, how people will perceive me, to show me the realities of a black existence. And I think that that falls on the responsibility of the parent who is deciding to engage in this kind of relationship. I think if you're deciding to be a parent who is absent, then like, yeah, like you're leaving the responsibility on the other parent who has another race other than yours. And what other like skills do they have to teach them but the one that falls from the culture that they came from? And I think that like a lot of times when it like this question of is it a benefit or is it not a benefit, I think that that comes from like kind of like a space of like seeing how these things usually play out. I think that like yeah, when you look statistically speaking, like yeah, it usually plays out that like white parents do some bullshit, and like something happens where like a white person has more influence over that child, and yeah, that black child like tends to disassociate from their black experience, especially when given a choice. Like white people have created a society where it feels more comfortable to identify as white than
Mm-hmm.
black. Like even there are people coming from overseas that like I would consider black, like from my perspective, but like they don't consider themselves black because, white society allows them to identify, as
There are,
white.
we got to make a brief footnote there. Some.
Yeah, yeah,
Africa
yeah.
is
No,
not a
not
monolith.
every.
A
Yeah,
lot of
yeah,
Africans consider themselves black. I spent a lot of times with working with brothers and sisters on the
yeah.
continent, and they'll tell you right now they black as hell. A lot of their leaders now are also very Pan African. So
Yeah, no, for
um,
sure. But like, I
back in the
think that.
day, it was more prevalent though. In the '60s and the '70s, '80s, '90s, even there were a lot more Africans. I'm not black. I'm African.
No, I
But
agree with that. I
yeah.
agree with that. But like at the same time, like I think that it stretches beyond the African continent. Like for me, I think that like I even consider like for instance like the Palestinians going through what they're going through right now. I'm like, you guys are black. Like
Oh,
I
you went
know
too
that
far.
I know
Nah, you
that
went too
I
far,
get that
bro.
people don't consider it like that, but like
Nah, you
we
went too far,
forget
bro.
I guess
They
for me,
participated in slavery,
well,
bro.
this rejection, I actually invite
They
this
enslaving your
rejection.
ancestors,
No, no,
bro.
no, no. Check me out. Check me out. Check me out. Check me out. Like like let me rock. Let me rock.
You
Because
gotta fix that, man.
yeah, no, let me rock. Let me rock. Let me rock. I get that. Like I invite this kind of rejection because like I know that most people won't agree with that. Like, and I understand all the reasons why.
They
Right?
participated in slavery, bro. Look up the Zanji
I
people.
understand all the reasons why. I absolutely am not like I'm not like ignoring like the histories of these things and all that other stuff. I get it. However, like what I'm saying, I guess what I'm trying to pinpoint is the fact that this black-white
What
divide.
defines our blackness is not how we are treated. Just
I
because
don't
someone
know.
just because someone mistreats another people does not make them
That's
part
not
of
what
our
I'm
people.
saying. That's not what
All
I'm
right.
saying. That's
What
not what
makes
I'm
someone
saying.
black is their land, history, and culture going back
That's
thousands of
That's
years.
not what I'm saying. Like what?
All
No,
right.
So that's what I think I disagree with. I think that like this black-white separation is a creation of the people who started calling themselves white, right? Like we used to just be people, and then suddenly people decided that like we want to
We was
exemplify, we want to superior, make superior.
what's the central to South African word for people?
I don't know. Yeah, you're gonna have to give me that one.
Bantu. We was Bantu.
Oh, is that what
Bantu is
Bantu
the
means?
indigenous Bantu is the indigenous people of Africa. So we were just people. We were Bantu.
I mean, that's fair. Like, I mean, I'll accept that. Like, I didn't know that that's what Bantu means.
Sir,
I'm
can
glad I
I ask
learned
you a
that today.
question? Who are these people that decided to do what they do in terms of being animalistic
It's
and
people that came from the
steal?
European continent, right?
And
Like, there
be
are
clear on
people.
that. Be
Yeah,
very clear in your
it's
articulation of
people.
that. Be
No,
clear on that. But
I am.
continue.
Yeah, it's people that came from the European continent that started to look at whiteness as a virtue. And I think that by nature of making whiteness a virtue, it necessarily made blackness kind of a catch-all category for anybody that they did not want to accept as their own, right? Like we're seeing now, right? Like white people, like as they lose kind of like their population size, they will accept absolutely anybody. They tried to accept Egyptians into their midst. They tried to accept Arabs into their midst. They tried to tell Arabs, "Oh, you're Aryan just like us. You're white." And this is what I'm trying to say is that like whiteness is just a concept. Now, I won't say that there is not like a people that are so enthralled in that mindset that you can separate them from, just simply being like an other person, an other being. However, that being said, like this thing is kind of like a fluid thing that, you decide whether you're black or white. Now, I think that when it comes to blackness, it sucks because like we end up being in this like catch-all
Sir,
category.
Ja, can I ask you a question? You said
Yeah.
whiteness is just a concept. Correct? Did I
Yeah.
hear that correctly?
Yeah, I
If
think
it's just a
blackness and
concept,
whiteness is a
hold
concept.
on. If it's just a concept, why is it that these concepts choose to do what they do to enslave people, to steal from African people,
Yeah.
to unalive African people,
Yeah.
to ensure that America exists the way America does, to where Africans or black people experience discrimination. They experience being unalived.
Yeah,
If a black person needs a loan, they can't get a loan just because you are black,
yeah.
and
Like,
they
why would
make
they
it
do all of
difficult.
that?
Hold on, I'm not done. I got just it's a long-winded question.
Okay.
That when black people in America need resources and everything, they
Hmm.
deal with the systems that have been put in place by these concepts, people, and black women, when they go to the hospital, they're treated as if black women are these creatures that don't feel anything. And when they go to the
Yeah,
hospital, some of our black women don't make it back home when they're giving birth to kids,
yeah.
and so many other things. And they conditioned our kids or young people, especially young black boys, to understand that by the time they reach 18, they will be another Mike Brown, another George Floyd, another whoever the hell you want to think that can be unalive. You call them concepts. If it's just a concept, why is it that they exist the way they do today in 2023 if there is just a concept?
Well, I'm not
Isn't it them
saying.
being intentional as to who they are? Some of
Well,
them? Isn't
I
it
don't.
them being intentional,
They're
strategic, and
absolutely like.
continuing what they did when they
They're
snatched up Africans?
absolutely.
Hold on, it's a long question. When they snatched up Africans, brought them to America, when they threw Africans to pick cotton, when they raped Africans, male and female, when they
Yeah.
did all these things, if they're just concepts, why is this thing a constant today in 2023, sir? If it's
Okay.
just a concept,
I
why these
absolutely.
concepts exist in the way they do, and why does America exist the way it does? If it's concepts, I
I
apologize. It's a long question, but please answer me that if it's just a concept.
No, I absolutely agree with you that these concepts have realistic implications. Absolutely. Right? Like I also don't deny the the focus on specifically Africa on this type of oppression, right? Like I'm not trying to lose you on that idea. Like that's real. Like I'm just trying to say that so for instance, like let's say that like I'm somebody that like I can't beat you no matter what I do, right? Like, let's say that, like, whenever I try to compete with you at a sport, you beat me. Whenever I try to play with you at a game, you beat me, or whatever. Like, how do you end up winning in a game like that? A lot of times you try to find something that can allow people, like, that can allow you to win. That, like, it's outside of the game, but that is not against the rules. And I think that whiteness is kind of that, right? Like it's making it so that like white people before they met the African continent, they were not a together group. They were not people that coincided with one another. Their problem was that the African continent was so united as far as like, you know, culture and all this other stuff is concerned that like they couldn't compete with that. They needed an ideal that
Okay,
helped them
one last
compete
question.
I
with
don't know
it.
about that.
It's going to be short. If they are just concepts, why is it that the condo, damn, the Congo is what it is today? What's happening in the Congo?
I mean,
These
it is whiteness. I'm
concepts
not trying to take
All right,
away the
fund
no,
fact
but
that
all
these
Israel.
right, speak.
These
You
concepts.
taking it?
concepts fund war. These concepts manipulate,
Nah, but
violate,
all
and
They
right.
do it.
Hold
do.
on.
Yeah, let
I'm
me
not
let me mute
denying
because
that.
Let
you
me
are
talk to
delusional,
him,
sir.
man.
What are you talking about?
I'm not denying that.
What
I'm
are you
trying to
talking
tell you what
about?
I'm talking about, but
Ain't
you
you a
keep on.
black man?
I
What are
am
you
a
talking
black
about?
man. Like
These concepts
Let
are
I
doing
feel
what
like I'm being
concepts do.
attacked, and
all right,
I'm just trying to
all right.
like
You
let
ain't
you
being
know
attacked.
what my.
Relax, relax. You ain't gonna be attacked, man. All right. So look, you talking about whiteness, and I guess that's where the conversation is going. So, what is the reason? Why does whiteness exist? If it's as a concept, because I understand what you're saying, that we're human beings and that race is a social construct. So, as a concept, as a construct,
Yeah.
um, why does whiteness exist?
I think that whiteness exists because, like, when you look at the people who make up that population, like, when it comes to the people that they hate, they are weaker in so many aspects, right? Like
That's
genetically
close.
speaking,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
they're weaker when it comes to like society and civilization. They're weaker. They don't have a lot of like everything that they have is built upon concepts that they learned from us, right? Like, and it must come with a necessary like resentment or envy that like makes them want to be able to create something that is better than us. So like if you can't get it through natural means, you have to do it through oppressive means. You have to make the thing that is greater than you feel like it's less than, for sure, right? Like, and I think it started in the African continent for sure. But like I think a lot of the reasons why the African continent is in turmoil today is because they're trying to convince many parts of the African continent that they're white. They want them to be in their ranks. They just don't want them to identify with their continent and
You
their
have some
people.
really wild ideas that, as a person that studied in this topic, I've never heard anything. I mean, part of what you're saying about Africa being unified, that's not it.
I
Because
mean, like, I'm not saying like unified in the way that like all of these people were one people, right? Like, there were obviously different tribes. There were obviously, well, tribes, that's the white people's word, but like, you know,
right, I'm
like,
glad you know that.
yeah, like, you know, there were obviously all these different types
Civilizations.
of, these different types of people that like existed in like isolation of one another and sometimes came in contact or whatever. But like when we came in contact, we were not like engaging in the types of war and we were not engaging in the types of oppression that the European continent brought into our continent. So like, to me,
European and Arab.
yeah, and Arab, yeah, and Arab, right?
So
Like,
that there go your Palestinian black people. You call them black. That's your Palestinian people. But keep going.
No, I think they dropped.
Oh, he dropped. Okay.
Yeah, I had a question for
He
them too.
gone.
It pertained to what they had. Oh, okay, interesting.
Go ahead, dear.
Pertaining to what they had said about like Africa trying to convince the rest of the world that they're white. And I was gonna ask, okay, but why are they doing that though? Why would they even be motivated to do such a thing?
I don't think they're doing that at all. I don't
I don't
know
either.
where that came from.
Yeah. I came up to re-answer one of the prompts because it really
Like
got me
there was
thinking.
truth in there.
Right.
There was a little bit of biracial confusion, which feel like there was a little bit because he said I consider
Absolutely.
myself black. I never heard a black person say I consider myself black. Like, you know what
Right.
I'm saying? Me,
Right.
look at me. I'd be weird if I said, well, I consider myself black. Like,
Right.
what do you mean? But anyway,
Yeah.
and
If you want another,
then now we're considering non-black people black based
yeah.
on the fact that they're being oppressed by. It just got weird. Not sure.
If you want to let another guest talk first, totally cool. I was only coming up here to re-answer something, but I want everybody else to hear or to say what they want to say, you know? Because I already got my time to speak.
Okay, I'll come back to you. The next guest. Let's see what Dee said. I mean, what Leisha said. I think it's Bobo. All right,
Yes, sir.
Bobo, give us your
Hold
age,
on,
race, and
legend.
pronouns.
Let me do a quick
Oh, all right. Go ahead.
mod announcement or break. Listen, y'all, we need to get 100 to 100K likes. Everybody in the comments, if you tap in the screen long enough, you're gonna see a red bar start to show up. Once the red bar is full, it's 100 likes. If everybody taps until they fill up the red bar at least 4 times, we can get to 100K likes in less than 30 minutes. The goal is 250K likes. Tap, tap, tap. Let's get to 100K likes. If you are enjoying the content, make sure you gift the host. The more gifts the host gets, it offers him diamonds in terms of this app, and it pushes him up in the rankings. So send the hand hearts, the money guns, the galaxies, what have you. Gift the host, gift the host, gift the host. If you're new to the platform, follow the host. And make sure you give Legend and the co-host, the Diva. Make sure you gift the sister now. She ain't got nothing going on. She only got 12. God damn it. It's too many people there. With the shares, let's get to 40 shares. So share the live with up to 10 people. Tap, tap, tap. And I'll pass the baton to Diva because she better at doing these commercial breaks with me. But, you know, I'm straightforward. 100K, gift, share, blah, blah, blah. Go ahead, sister.
So the first thing I'm gonna say is, can you guys please send the lion round because we can kick speak. All right, you guys, welcome in, welcome in. I meant that. Welcome in, welcome in.
Don't stop. Don't do that.
Brother Legends Live. Again, you guys, you're in Brother Legends Live. Let's go ahead and tap that screen. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. We need 100K. What are you guys doing? No time to play. Tap that screen. Why haven't y'all took the pause for Jay? I don't understand. Whoever that is, Bubbo, can you please mute? Bubbo, please mute.
Oh, Bubba.
Thank you.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you guys, go ahead, tap that screen, share the live, share with your friends, your frenemies. We'll even accept your enemies. But guess what? Go ahead and subscribe. Subscribe to Brother Legends Live here on TikTok and on YouTube. At the end of the day, we're here for it. Get the education. But if you see some poons on the chat, can you please send those paws round? All right, you guys, I'm here for a long time, not a good time, but if it gets comfortable, I'll make it a full time. But I am the clown on the app, so let's go. Again, tap that screen. Tap, tap, tap. And make sure you hop in the tub.
Hop in the tub, y'all. Absolutely. Appreciate you, D. And shout out to Speak. Appreciate you. Bobo, go ahead. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please. Thank y'all for the gifts.
Man, 54 years old. I'm a black man. Well,
All right.
yeah, no, I'm a descendant of Africa, and I'm a
I heard
man.
that. Mm-hmm.
All right. So, man, first and foremost, thank you for having me. Thank you for your people that help you get to where you are. That is
Yes,
all.
sir.
I'm loving the love that you get, bro.
Yeah, man. Thank you, man.
You know, whew, Lord have mercy. I don't even know where to start. Let me start here. First things first. Just because you got some dark skin don't make you black or don't make you of African descent. That's number one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Number two. Let's get right into it. Do interracial relationships benefit the community, the black community? Listen, I don't know about interracial relationships benefiting the black community. I think it benefits the individuals in that relationship if it's a positive relationship.
Mm-hmm.
I'll leave it at that. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
but as far as benefiting the black community, no.
Mm-hmm.
Preference, racial, a fetish. I think it's not a fetish. I think what it is something where, you know, they say doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. Okay? I understand, not saying that is right, but I understand why others turn to the other races. If that's your preference, that's your preference. But I'm gonna tell
What do
you
you
like
understand
this.
about it?
What do I understand about it? I understand that you might not have the mind. I understand that you might not have the mind to how do I say this? You might not have a strong enough mind to deal with what might come with my sisters. Cause I'm gonna tell you, my sisters ain't nothing to play with. They're a different breed. Okay? Y'all keep running around here talking
Mm-hmm.
about women, this and that. They aggressive and this and that. They aggressive because they've had to be that way in order to survive. Okay?
I'm gonna be
Slavery
honest.
wasn't.
I think the sisters are less aggressive than the thin Lipians, the frosted females.
You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't tell you because I date sisters.
You know, but
So I don't know
the
how
sisters
aggressive
the
other women
sisters
are.
don't have a history of smiling while men are being tree ornaments. So
True, true. But when I say aggressive, I mean like, you know, they don't put up with a lot of BS. The strong ones, the ones that are out here doing it, the ones that are out here getting their stuff together, trying to make a life for themselves, they put up with very little to none of anybody's bullshit. Whether it's, excuse my language, whether it be from a black man, white man, or whomever. They don't put up with that crap. And the reason they don't is because they had to be raised that way. Me as a father of black women, I'm gonna tell you, I taught my daughters the game. I gave them everything they needed to get out here and get what they need. Not to depend on nobody, but to be open-minded to building with somebody. Okay? So there's a difference in the way that we raise our kids. If we raise our kids to go out and seek other, they're gonna do what they see you do. If I'm out dating all the white women, that's what my kids gonna do. They don't think it's cool that they white. But they gotta know where they come from, who they are and how they got to where they are. My mother raised me as a single mom in the city of Detroit, bro, by herself. I got 2 little brothers. We ain't had no daddy in the house or nothing. Why is that? Because the system is designed to have the dad leave the home, whether it be going to fight some other man's war, or whether it be to go out and go to jail because they doing crimes in order to support their family. Either way, they're going to be out of the household. So therefore, they see all these TV shows where the white family stays together. The white family is always together. No matter what happens, oh, Johnny, it's going to be okay. They don't get that from us because the stuff that they see on TV for us now is whitewashed. That brother that was up here talking has been whitewashed by the American education system. Okay? The American educational system is designed for you to be washed out of your culture completely. They don't want you to know nothing about where you come from, how you got there, or what they did to bring you here. Because that doesn't make them feel good. I
Sounds
don't give a
aggressive.
crap how you feel. I was brought here on a slave boat. I was beat my ancestors was beaten in order to build this country. Okay? Let's give it to the brother that's gonna turn
You
around and
spitting
say, "Oh,
facts, but it's
Africa
still a
sold us
fetish.
to Africa, sold us
You
to the white
spitting
man."
facts. You spitting facts. It's still a
Let's leave
fetish.
it to the
Just
person that's gonna
because
say
some brothers are
Africans.
too weak to recognize it as a fetish does not mean it's not a fetish. I hear you. Everything else you said
So
is on point. Still a fetish.
I mean, like I said, I don't, being it. I'm not gonna say it is a fetish or it ain't a fetish. I'm just gonna say I think that we were raised to not see the best in our own people. Because we have been brainwashed to see that, okay, we know.
We were brainwashed to fetishize proximity to privilege through the white skin of a woman. Still a
You know what?
fetish.
You know what a brother told me one day? He says, I date white women for one reason and one reason only.
And that reason was a fetish.
That reason was because the master used to rape the black woman.
All right,
So
you
he
can't
want
say
to get
words
back
like
at
that
you.
up here, brother. Come on now. You
Huh?
can't.
I'm sorry,
You
my
on
bad.
TikTok?
My bad.
You gotta say the R word or
They used
something.
to
Somebody
take
put F1 in the comments.
they used to take our women. So that's why he does it to their women.
That's a delusional, stupid man.
Everything I say is they devalue your own bodies and dehumanize themselves to get some level of revenge that is not happening. Because if real revenge comes with you actually being able to build your own people up and pour into yourself and your community, that is so easy.
That's a form of psychosis because he don't want to admit that in this world he is not as privileged as she is, and she has more control over his life than she has more control over his life than he has over hers. So it is not a revolutionary act for black men to be with
To date
a
white
white
women. No,
woman.
it's not. It's not. I didn't say I agreed with him. I said that's what he told me.
It's a fetish because it's a form of psychosis. He don't want to believe the truth.
Now, they say the reason when I came in, I said I made the distinction between being a black man and being of African descent, and it's something
Why'd
that
you
I've
do that?
learned. It's something that I've learned recently. Mind you, I'm 54 years old and I'm still learning. One time I was a young, dumb, and full of you know what, and was just out here. But I learned that black isn't a color. It's a space that's devoid of light. Any color you add to black is going to shine through on top of black. No matter what you put on top of black, it's going to shine through unless you put black on top of black. So me, I came up with the situation. I'm not a black man. I'm a descendant of Africa.
Can
Because
you
descendants
define?
of Africa come in different shades. Some of them are real dark to where they almost look black. Some of them are very light skinned. We even had a lady on your
You just
live a couple of
defined
days ago.
blackness from the perspective of light. If you think about what we're talking about in terms of race, you just defined blackness based on the colonizer's definition.
and that's how they see us. We are
I don't care
devoid
how
of
they
life.
see us. I care how my ancestors saw us.
My ancestors saw me as an African.
Osiris was lord of the black. Kemet was black land. Nubia was synonymous with the word black and wealth. Ahmed Baba called himself black. He was not a slave. There's many other great scholars from the continent of Africa, Timbuktu, that referred to themselves as black, and it was not derogatory. Blackness was synonymous with creativity, wealth, abundance, and fertility. That's our definition, not their definition. Of course they see black as devoid of light. Of course they see black as evil. Of course that's their definition.
Which it's
We
not
didn't
even
see it that way. There's
right.
no time in African history where blackness was considered evil pre-colonization. That's something that we picked up from them. So, yes, I can agree that the proper name of a people is not a color. The proper name of a people should derive from their land, history, and culture going back thousands of years. That's John Henry Clark. However, I have no problem being called black because my ancestors were proud to call themselves black.
I feel you on that. And like I said, 54 years old, I'm still learning. I just have a different look on it as far as, the way I've been. Again, that's that American education taking over.
I hear you.
But I'm just gonna tell you like this, and I'm gonna get up out of here because I'm still in the process of cooking my dinner.
Okay.
I'm trying to get my grub on. I just wanted to come up here and let y'all know that, number one, can black and white cultures peacefully coexist? That's a nil. That's a no. Because our culture don't mix. It's like oil and water. If you're born into the Caucasus fashion, then you're born into privilege. If you're born into, especially in this country, if you're born into the African community or facet, then you're not born into privilege. You have a bigger struggle ahead of you. So the cultures don't exist together. They're not going to exist together. You're going to be trying to mix oil and water for the rest of your life, trying to get them to mix together. Okay? It just doesn't work. I was sitting with a friend, I was sitting with a coworker of mine, and we were talking. And my natural blackness came out, and I said something, and they looked at me like, well, what are you talking about? You got a problem with white folks, right? I'm like, no, I don't. I don't have a problem with you. I just know where that line is between you and I. I know that I have to do this and stay on this path, and you have to stay on your path. And maybe somewhere down the line, we'll talk, say hi, be cordial. But coexisting is not the same as being cordial.
Right.
So in a rap, no, we can't coexist together. I said this to you before. We need our own banks. We need our own schools. We need our own financial institutions, real estate agents, everything. We need our own land. And until we start to process that, we're going to continue to have these discussions where it's brothers like you out here trying to spread knowledge and give somebody an insight as to where they come from.
I'm trying.
These are the smallest little groups. This is why the United States government is afraid of TikTok, because it gives people like you a voice. It gives people like you the opportunity to get out here and educate our people, because again, the American school system isn't going to tell you where you came from. I remember growing up where Roots used to come on once a year, every November. Every October, November, Roots was on TV to show us where we came from and what was done to us. But it made the other folks feel uncomfortable, saying, no, that couldn't have happened. When 12 Years a Slave came out, I had a white woman say she went to the movies and saw the movie. And she said, there's no way that happened.
Wow.
because it made her feel uncomfortable. So they deny what happened, which is why they won't teach it in the schools. They're not going to teach you about Marcus Garvey, Edgar Evers, Medgar Evers. They're not going to teach you about none of them guys. When's the last time your kid brought home some Black History stuff?
I ain't taking my kids to them schools, but I hear you. I'll tell you right now, for that reason, I don't think our kids should be in them schools. But I understand everybody don't have that luxury. But they, I don't even, I wouldn't even want them teaching my kids that. How you gonna look like the people that was, putting people up in trees, and you gonna teach my children about how y'all used to put people up? It's almost like bragging, to be honest. We did this to y'all, and then we did this. We made y'all our bitch here, and then we came and brought y'all here. Like I don't want them doing that to my kid.
Have you sat down and
Brother
kids
Bobo,
yourself?
hold on, brother. Can I just ask you one question, Brother Bobo?
I'm
If you
listening.
can, for the live, for all 380 plus people in this live, can you answer this question for me? What is white culture at your age? I think you can define that at your age with your experience living on this planet. What is white culture? Can you define that for me? Because I need some help sometimes. But can you help me understand what white culture is?
Appropriation, acquirement. That's their culture. Let's
I
go out and
call it
steal everything else from everybody else. Put our name on it.
Be right
That's
back.
their culture.
inappropriation. But I hear you. That's right. Stealing. Mm-hmm.
Exactly what it is. Because it's so many things that our kids don't know were invented by people that look like me and you. And every day of their lives, they go through life thinking that it was just something else that the white man put out here.
Mm-hmm.
They say Thomas, who was it? Jefferson, supposed to
Yeah.
be an inventor
No, that's
with an
Thomas
all
Edison.
actuality. Oh, Thomas Edison.
Or Benjamin Franklin. I don't know.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We don't realize that electricity was discovered by somebody that looks like me.
Mm-hmm.
The
Well,
traffic light that you stop at every day was invented by someone like me that looks like me.
yeah,
The stove you cook on, the everything, 99.98% of everything in this country that we take for granted was made by somebody that looked like me, somebody that looks like you. So the white culture, to answer your question, is defined to me as appropriation theft. Thieves, they're thieves. They steal everything. I heard somebody say that, black people shouldn't be talking about braids because it was called the Dutch braid. Well, I'm sorry, long before the Dutch even was wearing braids, the Vikings were wearing braids. Africans was doing so long before then. Piercings, tattoos, all of that.
it wasn't a hairstyle for them. It
No,
was
it wasn't.
just how they put their helmets on. They used to just braid their hair up so
Like the
their hair wouldn't get
bamboozle.
all in their face.
Like folks don't realize that the designs in the braids were road maps when we were at war to show where the enemy was and where they weren't and how to get through places. The Bantu knots have meaning. They're not just something that somebody decided to pop on top of their head.
Mm-hmm. Bobo, we
So
got to let somebody else speak, brother. You've been going for quite a while.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Shade or Sade, can you mute? Brother Bobo, I appreciate you. My name is Andy, and you helped me out a lot with understanding what white culture is.
All right. Appreciate you, Bobo. All right, peace. I did it the wrong way. We do it on the black hand side, absolutely.
dude, hey, go drop down.
It's technically supposed to be together, right?
I'll still be watching, man.
Yeah, appreciate you. All right. Thanks for the gifts, y'all. Um, let's go to the next guest. Truth be told, talk to us. What's going on?
Y'all get those likes up. Y'all playing, man. Tap the screen.
Truth be told, been up here a minute. Bobo,
Yeah.
I didn't realize how long that was going on. I was about to conclude it and then speak on ask his question. Go ahead, Truth. Talk to us.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Andy, stop calling me Speak, man. My name
Oh,
Andy.
Andy, my bad.
Hey, legend. That's my better half. So here he goes.
Yeah. So
Okay. I don't know who
I'm
that
for,
was talking.
that's my wife. This is her account, but I was kind of listening.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm black and I'm 45. Pronouns, I guess he, him.
Okay.
I guess I'll go through one by one and kind of attack these questions. The first one is, do interracial relationships benefit the black community? From my perspective, I mean, let's not, I guess, lose sight of the fact that, interracial relationships still are very much a very small percentage of most relationships. You know what I mean? So, I don't think there are enough interracial relationships to really make that much of a difference, to be honest. Um, that's just kind of my perspective on that whole interracial thing. I think a lot of times we see, like, the NFL stars, the NBA stars marrying, the black stars marrying a white female, and that's what we kind of
You
see.
mean not make as much of a difference in a positive direction or in a negative direction?
I mean, I don't think it'll make as much of a difference in either direction, because I just think the percentage of those relationships that exist are so small anyway.
I don't think they're
That
as small as you think.
really,
It's about 20%. What's getting close to 20% of black men, um, especially those that make 100,000 a year or higher.
really,
Yeah,
I didn't know it was that high.
we date outside our race the second most. The only people that date outside their race, well, only demographic that dates outside their race more than black men is Asian women. And what else? The black woman is the least married woman on earth. Only 1 in 4 black women are actually married. So there was a time when those brothers that so many of which are going outside of our community to find a wife would have had no other choice but to be with a sister. And ever since they've had the choice, a lot of brothers have taken that choice because of, you know, systemic reasons and, the way we're thought to see women, white women as the standard for beauty and, womanhood.
Yeah, it was.
And it just leads to,
Always.
our women being unmarried. One could argue that. I'm just saying. Also, we know that before Loving versus Virginia, the case that white people decided they were going to allow themselves to marry those that they brought to this nation against their will. Um,
Dave
we know
Chappelle.
we know that. I don't know what you're saying. Speak. Hold on. You can
My
throw me
fault.
off.
I was naming names of brothers that ain't dealing with a chocolate sister. My fault, brother.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. So before Loving versus Virginia, black men and black women had no other choice but to choose each other. And they were actually coming together and doing things like the Black Panthers and talking about black power. And then after Loving versus Virginia, we started getting gender wars and a lot of other things. Our homes are now more divided than they've ever been. Um, I would say the start of that people usually put on like, welfare and other things. But Dr. Francis Cress Welsing says the breakdown of the black family structure really began after Loving versus Virginia.
Well, yeah. I mean, I didn't know it was that high. As far as the percentage.
It's
So
close to
that's something.
20%. At one point it was 15, now it's like 18 point something
Okay.
of black men. So it's us, not the
Yeah.
sisters. The sisters, I think they're at like 10%.
Okay. All right. So I guess the next question is racial preference a fetish. I mean, I would say that if that's the only thing that you're basing, I guess if your attraction is just exclusively based on race, then yeah, I could probably say it's a fetish. Because obviously there's more to a relationship than just race. So if that's all, you know, I'm just gonna be with that person just because of their skin color. That doesn't make any sense. So yeah, I think that definitely gets into the
Skin
area of,
color and race are two different things, but I hear you.
you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Next one, can non-black parents raise pro-black children? I mean, I think it's possible. Um, I
How in
just
the
think,
hell is that possible? Please.
well, I mean, I think when it comes to education, right? I mean, I think for instance, I have a ever-growing library of books that I'm stocking my shelves with on Black history that my kids are going to be reading through. So I think it's a matter of seeking out that knowledge and then,
Would it
imparting it to
benefit
your
black
kids.
people if there were I gotta be careful how I say this on TikTok. Would it benefit black people if damn, I can't say this on TikTok. Never mind. I can't. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in trouble.
Yeah.
Never mind. All right. Would it benefit black people if all non-melanated people left Africa? Would that
Yeah,
be pro-black?
it'll help those. It'll help the Africans.
Right.
They need
Okay.
not be on Africa or anywhere in Africa. They need to leave the diaspora immediately. But that wasn't a question for me. My fault, brother. I don't know why they there. They wearing dashikis and they dancing and speaking the languages that don't belong to them. But go ahead, man.
So if that's the case, then how many white tea folks would be able to raise a child that would kick them out of Africa if they were a white tea person in Africa?
Y'all please mute if brother not talking. Y'all, can y'all please mute?
I mean, I guess just from a child to a parent, right? I mean, I think any kid would have a hard time, kicking any parent out of anywhere. So, I mean, there would definitely be a conflict there. But, I mean, I don't think when you say pro-black, I just think, you know, first, acquiring that knowledge and then also being able to empathize, sorry, with the struggle, I think goes a long way.
Oh, that's anti-racism. See, that's the distinction a lot of us don't make because we identify with our struggle more than our people. Because we don't know our culture, we don't know our history. That's why I have so much grace with brothers and sisters that come up with those answers. Because we don't actually know. We've been systemically robbed from our knowledge of ourselves. So we don't know how to be pro-black. We just know how to be anti-racist. That's not right. We got to talk about it, y'all. They doing this to us. We got to stand up and fight. We think that's and that has been a unifier for us. That has caused us. Oppression is the best unifier because we was more together when slavery was still going on. The
Right. Common enemy, right?
institution.
It was paused. Yes. Yes. I mean, I mean, I'm trying to think. The thing is, I don't think, given our history, at least, well, I'll just speak for America. I just don't think you're gonna find a lot of history there, where you see. I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, financial support, I think, is one of the areas. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, I mean, for instance, well, I'll give you a perfect example. I don't know if you heard. Yes. Yeah, I can hear you guys. Yeah. Okay, so I'll give you an example. So I don't know if you guys heard of the Harlem Children's Zone, right? But basically, this is I guess, a nonprofit that targets the inner city, and they pretty much have a program that targets, I mean, from like months old all the way through. Yes, a nonprofit, Harlem Children's Zone. But what I'm saying is, as far as the funding and stuff, that yeah. Well, I mean, I think.
Understand how much money people make off nonprofits?
I blame my wife for this. My bad, y'all. I blame her because she kicked me out the room and I left my charger. Go ahead. You can keep
so,
talking, D.
so you heard us though, brother?
No.
Okay. So at this point, he's saying that non-black people can be pro-black. So I've asked him, how has that presently helped black people? To think that we're getting something when people literally are doing things that are beneficial to themselves and they're quote unquote covering it with benefit of the black community is a complete insult and slap in the face. So if you're telling me that somebody you know is running a nonprofit, baby, they are making real money off of that nonprofit. If you know and understand how nonprofits benefit the person that's running it.
No,
There
I'm just looking at the results of
Okay,
it,
there's
right?
not a
I mean,
result.
it's
That okay, so let me say this nicely. The
yeah.
reason why the black community is in the position it is because of the same people that are running this, and you're saying they're giving results. Do you understand? Like, if we look at the historical context of things that have happened to the black community and the remnants that we're experiencing now with our own children, like if we talk about the black massacres, right? I can just bring up the black massacres, and we talk about how generational wealth was burned down and covered up historically all across this country. Like, you're telling me that you've displaced me and now you're helping me to fix what you destroyed. That doesn't elevate me. That's not equity.
We want to not believe that white people need us to be in a like
Right.
lower category than them. We must believe that that's just the way the world is, and deep down in their hearts, they want us all to be equal. Like that's cognitive dissonance to the level of psychosis. They have shown us time and time again that they do not want us on their level because then they won't have that advantage over us. So now my wife wants to come in here and make a bunch of noise with the pots and pans.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I would say, man, you need to listen to your wife. Is that your wife or your significant other? Like, that's your
Yeah.
girlfriend?
So,
All right, well, you need to listen to her. Listen to her, cause she be coming up here spitting facts. You sound like you got some things to learn. You know what I'm saying? They ain't no way non-black people are gonna be for our people. There's no way they're gonna put your people first. They might love you, that don't mean they love your people.
I mean, I see what you're saying.
I don't understand the need for
But
y'all. Like when y'all be begging so hard for YT people, that just it makes my ass itch because I'm trying to understand. Is somebody paying you? Are they putting money in your pockets? Like are they literally lining your pocket? Because I don't understand how y'all can go so hard to explain to black people what YT people are doing when they will sit there and watch you be strange fruit and not say a damn thing about it.
Yeah, the
As a
statistics are
collective.
not on your side. It's just the belief. We have to believe that they can see us as equal. Like I would encourage you. Let me give you some books because you might not want to hear it from a TikTok, right? There's a book called Afro Pessimism by Frank D. Wilderson, who he explains in depth the reason why white folks are not going to be pro-black. And if you need to know in a video form, I would encourage you to look at the 2010 lecture by Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. 2010, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. Y'all should watch it as a couple. Y'all should watch it as a couple. Oh man, that'd be amazing. Me and my wife watched Dr. Francis Cress Welsing together. It's something I think every black man and black woman, if y'all in love, in a serious relationship, and y'all want to be intentional, y'all should sit down and watch Dr. Francis Cress Welsing 2010 lecture. You gonna learn you something. For real.
all right, definitely, I'll check it out.
Brother,
Yeah.
is he in an interracial relationship?
Who, me?
What?
Yeah.
No.
Nah,
Oh,
she
okay.
she is soul
I'm
sister. She
black.
come up here all the time.
Yeah, I'm black.
But I'm black.
Yeah.
All
All
right,
right.
so let me address the last question then.
You gonna
Can
say
black
yes,
and
and we gonna have a whole heart attack.
yeah, so can black and white culture peacefully coexist? I think it can, right? Because
All right. All right. We ain't doing
but
this.
but
We
but
ain't
no,
doing
but
this.
hear me out,
Sister,
hear
Oh
me.
leave
my
him.
God,
Leave
what the
him.
hell?
Leave him.
You said peacefully
Hey,
coexist, right?
No,
ma'am, I
leave
You
don't
didn't
know
him.
say.
who you are, but you beautiful black goddess, you deserve better.
You said, but no, you said peacefully coexist, right? Like you ever heard the term, the
So,
saying, Sunday
truth be
Through
mornings
told,
the
is
hold
the
on.
most
streets.
segregated.
Truth be told, take a moment, take a breath. I want you to take a deep breath. I want you to get in front of your computer and I want you to look up 2023 and I want you to look up the Crown Act. This is so simple, but so important. I want you to look up the Crown Act and I want you to look up Houston, Texas. A young black boy last month, well, it was in September 1st, as a matter of fact, when the Crown Act was passed in Texas. Literally, this young black boy has been put in detention for almost a whole month because his locks were, and he had them tied, basically braided back and above his neck, a presentable, quote unquote, European standard. And he has been discriminated against about his natural hair for a whole month put in detention because of his natural hair locks. So if you're telling me we can comfortably and peacefully coexist, why is it when it comes to the most basic thing that you would think is so simplistic is our hair that grows out of our heads, our cultural hair, that our cultural hairstyle is something that is being penalized and being held back for? How are we
Well, I
peacefully
mean, that's a
He
coexisting?
gonna
specific
leave you
example.
for a Becky.
No,
Ma'am,
so I would
He
ma'am,
say,
gonna peacefully
you deserve
coexist.
a
no, I
brother
would
that
say,
is
but okay,
right.
so but hear me out. Like for instance, you know what they say: Sunday morning is the most segregated day of the week. Why is that? That's because I think people are gregarious, right? So I think, like they say, good fences
What?
make good neighbors, right? So
Oh
my
no,
point
don't
is,
tell me
people can.
you've internalized that white supremacist ideology to say that
Well,
people
but
are
but but
naturally
but but
racist.
what did Malcolm X say though? Malcolm X said separate but equal, right? Is the same concept, right?
No, no, no. You're twisting. You cannot bring up
This man is delusional.
pro-black information and look at it through an anti-black lens. That's always going to turn you around. You got to take everything within context, brother. I think you got a lot of learning to do.
Please don't get him none tonight, ma'am. He's an embarrassed child.
All right, man.
So
Listen.
you don't think black and white culture can peacefully coexist?
What's white
Tell me one
culture?
time it has.
It
Please,
has
hold
Pay
on.
attention to
Tell me
2023.
one time it
We are in
has.
2023.
Well,
Just answer that. Answer it that way. We are in 2023. Their culture is America, the U.S. The way the U.S. works, what they do to Africans in the diaspora, what they do to people in Central and Latin America, that is their culture. You see how the world is in chaos. This is their culture. Literally, they got hands in everywhere. Those people are their culture is to be an octopus. You see how the world is in chaos? This is because of those people at the end of the day. But I'll mute.
I mean, look, you can look at like even other cultures, right? They look at Palestinians, or I'm not Palestinians, look at Pakistanis and Indians. They pretty much share a border, but, they seem to have their own issues. My point is, I think people can peacefully coexist, black and white,
Name one
or,
time black and white culture has coexisted peacefully.
we don't have civil war in this country for one thing, right? So, yeah,
I
it's
didn't
not
say
perfect.
people. I said
In
culture.
general,
Y'all, let me
when
talk,
has
man.
that
Y'all
happened?
keep cutting in. Hold on. Name one time black people, locks, braids, fried chicken, cornbread, talking AAVE. What's good, family? Was able to coexist with, hi guys. Ooh, this is a little salty. Put some raisins in that.
It happens in pockets, right? Like I know companies that,
He's back to
braids are not a
individualism.
problem, right?
You're
But
back to
then there are other
individualism.
cultures where,
You're back to individualism.
right. But I'm saying, it's
We're
not.
talking about groups of people. Do you understand? All right. Do you understand that black and white are not two neutral natural terms, right? You understand that race is a hierarchy built to oppress? Or do you think it's just that's the way just people are, like you said about Sundays? Do you think black and white is just what? Who took him down? Was that Alicia? Alicia, you took him down?
Yo, hold on. Did
Alicia
that
took
man
him
say he
down.
was black? I missed that part.
That was a black man. He
Yeah.
just wasn't
Yeah,
black
nah.
on the
Homie
inside.
ain't black. That's not a black
True.
man. That's something else. I'll mute.
All right, well, it is what it is. All right, well, yeah, that sister need to leave him alone. It is what it is. She got this is what I'm telling y'all, because I got sisters, so you know what I'm saying? Oh, you was waiting to kick him? They ain't send no Panther paws. Ain't nobody sending
Hey, y'all
paws today.
slacking tonight. I don't know what's going on. I don't think I
Oh,
see one poll tonight so far. What the hell
nah,
is going
not
on tonight?
one. But it's cool because they be sending a
What
little
the hell?
paw
No.
things, man.
One
They be
part
giving
was
a
sent.
little. All right. Yeah, nah, he not coming back up here. We messing up his chances tonight. All right. Oh, there you go. Appreciate you, sister.
With
I
no
know
no
that
coon.
was you. I know that was his girl. Appreciate you, Shondell. I know that was his sister. I mean the sister, my bad. All right. And honestly, if you dating a sister, she should be your sister. You know what I'm saying? Just not in that way, but you know. All right, let's go to the next guest. Sade, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Yes, I am 34. I'm a black woman and her. Like, I don't understand all that pronoun stuff. I'm just a biological female, so that's all I know. So,
All right, you ain't have to say all
um,
that. You could just say her, but we hear you.
okay. So I'm gonna just start with the questions because this is like my first time being on live, and thank you for having me in here. I really do appreciate it. I've been trying to get into the lives, so yeah, I appreciate it. So, the first question: do interracial relationships benefit the Black community? I think definitely not. Um, I don't think that's, as far as like trying to, because YT people try to always speak about keeping their line clean and things like that. So I feel like as Black people, that's something that we should definitely try to.
Did you say
Um,
bloodlines?
yeah, I've like, so you have to understand. I grew up in a foster home with in Salt Lake City, Utah, with white people. My brothers, they have YT. They're like the women that they had children with were white women as well. So I feel that it's important for us as Black people to, what I'm saying, stick with each other. Like, learn to have relationships with each other instead of trying to reach out to other races. Because to go off on the second question, is it a fetish? When I looked that up, so the meaning of a fetish is to basically sexually desire or objectify, and a lot of times that, you're on Facebook or social media, you hear a lot of different race women saying that, oh, well, they're basketball players. Oh, they look so good. Or I heard a woman one time state that because the white race is not a dominant race, and the race, I guess, dwindling, whatever she was saying, that they know and they're aware that attaching to the Black race, which is the dominant gene,
All right, all right.
that
Be
it'll
careful.
help
Some of your
it'll help
words,
their.
some of the words,
Go
we
ahead.
don't want to use. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. No, correct me if I'm wrong, because this is my first time being on
Well,
live. So
no, no,
definitely jump
yeah,
in and let me
yeah.
know.
All right, so let me explain something to you. TikTok is like you gotta talk like you on Barney and Friends. You can't be
Oh,
saying the dominant race and you can't do all
okay.
that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So no, thank you for that. And then what the second, can non-Black parents raise? No, definitely not. I mean, like I said, I grew up in a foster home where my foster parents were white, and we lived in a really rich neighborhood. I know what they talk about when they're not amongst us, how I was treated, how some of my other biological siblings that happened to be in the home at the time, I know how we were treated. I have nieces and nephews that are still within Utah, and them growing up, it's like they're not accepted. They're raised by the grandparents, because at the end of the day, a lot of the women on that side choose to not even, if they're not involved with the dude, they choose not to even be involved with the kids, which leaves them to be with their grandparents, who are majority of the time they're racist, and that's just what it is. So as they're raising my nieces and nephews, they're confused as who they are at the end of the day, and they're not accepted on the Black side because they're too white, or
That's a lie.
you know,
That's not true. That's not
how do you
true.
figure
Because Bill Clinton was the first black president, and I know you've heard a black person say that before.
that?
Because a lot of black people supported Eminem when he was rapping.
But you think like
Because
within the schools, like
what?
I'm as I'm saying, like as far as like within like the schools, like with them being like younger kids, right, and they're going to
Ain't no
school,
such thing as too white for black people because we accept
right,
white people. I'm trying to get
right,
us to. That's what the whole live is about. You'll
right,
see
right,
if you
right,
stay here long enough how many of us accept white people. So don't tell me
right, and
that a
no,
black
as I would,
person is too white to accept black people because I mean to be
no,
accepted
and
by
I'm
black
saying this
people
as I
because
would
we
as
will
well
accept
too.
straight up white people.
No, but as I resonate with that, right? But what I'm saying, as far as like listening to their experience, right? So when, and it's not nothing to, it's not like that. So let me try to reiterate that. So like a lot of the times when my nieces and nephews were like in school, because of maybe their upbringing, or maybe I don't know, there's so many reasons, or I don't know, everything, but of course like the white kids didn't resonate with them because it's majority a white community, and it's a lot of racism problems,
I was
right?
about to
And
say,
then
yeah.
them trying to run
Mm-hmm.
to the other side of the kids, and there's a lot of aspects as far as them being like, oh, we're not feeling like we're accepted because whether that's true or not, feeling like they're accepted because, maybe they're too good, or maybe because, how they approach situations, because how they're already being raised. I'm not saying that they, like, black people don't accept, mixed kids. That's not what I'm
Or
saying.
you're saying that's how
But
they feel?
right,
Okay,
and
that's
it's
different.
sometimes too
Yeah.
how they approach the situation, because how they're raised when they're with these white families, they're raised to be white. They're raised to, you know, um,
On the
approach with this
inside,
right, and approach with this privilege that, when I was
that
at me as a
everyone's
black kid.
going to accept you, and that's not how
Exactly.
black people rock. Like
Right.
everyone's not going
Exactly.
to accept you. Black
Right.
people will make
So
fun of you, and a lot of them don't
right.
know.
Right.
The thing that they don't know is historically, whenever we have not code switched around our people, we black people have always been betrayed by other black people. Like going back to the
Right.
plantation, you had Uncle Ruckuses, you had Uncle
Right.
Toms.
Right.
So that being the case, we get on guard around black people who don't act like they hit the
Right.
game. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? So
Right. You're
so what
completely
we're
right.
gonna do is play a game that we've been playing since Africa
Right.
called playing the dozens. Playing the
Right.
dozens is a way to affirm and test the boundaries of your integrity, check your
Right.
personality, make sure you can make a firm stance in yourself. So what we do is we'll make fun of you,
Right. Right.
and people that's not black going to hear that and get all, they're making
Right.
fun of
And
me, but
they're not going to be able to understand that, or be able to even
it's
handle
part of our
that,
culture.
because right. Yeah, yeah, right. No, so that's definitely part of the culture. So um to go to the next question, can black and white cultures peacefully coexist? Definitely can. I mean, we definitely can. Like, I mean, like I said, I've lived amongst them. I've heard what they said. Unfortunately, I've seen what my brothers have gone through. I've heard the mother of their children have said, and I'm like, I can't. I don't understand how you can even allow certain words to even come out your mouth when at the end of the day you gave birth to a black child. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like, so yeah, I definitely don't think that we can coexist at all. Because it's that privilege. It's the simple fact that we're not even looked at as a people, but we're everybody's blueprint at the end of the day.
Right.
So that's all
All
I
right.
wanted to say. But thank you guys.
Absolutely. Appreciate you. To
Yes,
all my
sir.
biracial brothers and sisters that's listening, biracial brothers and sisters, you know what I'm saying? Not just biracial people, biracial brothers and sisters. If you know you my brother, you know you my sister, or if you non-conforming, however you feel about that. But I'm talking about biracial black folks. When you get around black folks and they test you on your blackness, they testing to see how safe you are to be in our safe spaces. Don't get offended. They're gonna test you, say that you white. They just poking at you to see how much you're gonna say, I'm black and I'll see y'all tomorrow. I don't care about what you're saying. Stand firm, and then you gonna that's when you're gonna start to see the acceptance that you're yearning for. Stand firm. Don't let them scare you away. Be like, all right, I know I'm black. I don't care what you, because if you had
Right.
already internalized it, you would stand firm anyway. When I go to Africa, they hear my American accent, they'll call me white. I know I'm black. They can call me what you can call me. You can call me anything you want to call me. I'm
Right.
black. I know who I am, and that's what the game playing the dozens is about. Is
Right.
it's a game that especially young boys would play in ancient Africa, pre-colonization, to make everyone stronger in the group. They would make fun of you, and we do it today. We call it roasting. Get them. Like we used to play the
Can I
games.
say one more thing though?
Yeah, go
Because I
ahead.
had heard one individual, I can't remember his name, but he was saying that, like, how I'm so tired of hearing that, like how black women are aggressive. Like I'm so tired of hearing that. Okay, because at the end of the day, it's about being assertive. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's assertiveness is not aggression.
Right.
And I was taught that that is having healthy boundaries at the end of the day. And
Mm-hmm.
it's unconditional love when you can tell somebody where they're doing something wrong. Like, I don't never want to be surrounded by people that are
Mm-hmm.
going to make me comfortable. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Mm-hmm.
always trying to grow and, you know what I'm saying, like, elevate. So if I'm
Mm-hmm.
telling you you're doing something wrong and you're just like, oh, I don't like it, I'm gonna go run to this girl because or this race because they allow me to do this, that, and the third. Like at the end of the day, you're trying to feel it's really
Yeah.
it's about a void. Like it's really the women that do that fetish thing. You know what I'm saying? But it's black men that accept and allow that type of behavior to be objectified,
I'm glad you know
and
that.
you're trying to feel
Absolutely. That's exactly what it
you trying
is.
to fill a void at the end of the day because you don't. It's like dealing with your mom. Don't nobody want to listen to their mama like your black mom being like, look, this is what you need to do. Get on your ish. I told you not to
Mm-hmm.
do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, stop. Don't allow that to be so hard to hear. Like tough skin, because man, I had to
Sisters,
learn how to have tough skin.
the sisters gonna take you seriously. And a lot of
Right,
those men don't want to be taken seriously because they want to mess around. And it's easy to
right,
mess around with someone who's not going to bring you home to their father. It's easy to
right,
mess around with a sister that don't. No, I'm sorry, I call it sister. It's easy to mess around with a frosted female that's not going to take you seriously anyway. She don't take none you say seriously. You could tattoo
mhm,
your face and she'll just clap and applaud you. You could do as much drugs as you want in front of her so you almost pass out. She don't care. She don't care about selling things and doing certain things. Them
right,
kind of good. They don't plan on bringing you home to dad. They don't care. Their
right.
community has shunned them just for being with you anyway. They the
Right.
rejects
At the end
of
of the
their
day, I feel
community.
it's
White
like
men
this.
don't want them.
We value black men, and we love y'all. And that's why we got to tell y'all the truth. And that's just what
Exactly.
it is. So
And that's
just,
not aggressive. That's not
right,
assertive. That's just real. And
right. Thank
so
you.
yeah, so some of them take that fetishization as a submissiveness, but really it's apathy. They don't give a damn.
Right.
You
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I've been wanting to get on this live so long. I'm so happy they switched it up.
know?
Thank you.
All right, appreciate you, sister. Thanks for coming up. All right. I'm gonna go to the next guest. Who
Yeah,
we
she
got,
took a
Leisha?
while to speak. Like she was on the panel for a minute.
For a minute,
She took a
yeah,
while.
facts.
Yeah, I felt bad a little bit.
Facts. I gotta keep it pushing, but it's hard to give it a time limit. Maybe I shouldn't have so many questions up there. That's what I be thinking. Um, I don't know which two questions I should keep up there though. I really be coming up
No,
with these by myself. Like I've been needing feedback sometimes.
I think it's fine.
Um,
I think the issue is that sometimes some people go on and on, so it's
veer
easy to
off.
cut them off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Um, I'm gonna just go in order because I'm not sure who's next. Do one of y'all catch it? Dia speak?
Daughter was there here, then the P. I don't know how to say that, and then Tanya.
Okay. Daughter, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns? I see it now, Alicia.
Hi guys. So I am 25 years old. My pronouns are her and she. And I guess, yeah. I just go by.
It's your race.
Oh, I'm black.
All right.
And I guess I'll just start with the first question that you have up top, if that's okay. And it is, do interracial relationships benefit the black community? Well, here's what I have to say about that. I really do not believe that interracial relationships benefit the black community. I believe it causes more of division, chaos, and confusion. Not only between our own people, but also between um, the couples that engage in those activities. And what I mean by that is that usually when interracial couples have children, biracial children, those children grow up feeling disconnected, confused, not really feeling like they don't really know who they connect with. Um, so I don't think it's a benefit to our people. Our people have been through so much, and they're still going through so much to this day. And I feel like the whole situation dealing with the trauma, the 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 division with our people, we need to find ways to come together. and we have not really focused on that. Everything has been focused on other things. I'm not saying there are not.
Yo, what the hell?
I'm not saying there are not people that are not focused.
All
Like,
right, we heard you. You just keep going on, because if you take too long, they gonna claw you out of here. Keep going.
Yeah.
am
Yo,
I
why y'all
going
sending the
in Am I
pause?
going
That's
in circles?
crazy.
Let me know. I don't want to go in.
What, Leisha? Come on, Leisha. She did not have 5.
Yo, she was doing all right. She was
That
just
was
taking long to
5. That
talk.
was
Why
not
y'all do
5. I'm sorry. I was
that?
looking at my wife's legs. She walking around here looking good. That was 5. Damn. All right, man.
Yo, she was fine with the answers. Why y'all do that, man?
Why did y'all do that, Leisha? Make sure these are black people sending these calls. Make sure these are black people. But yeah,
She was answering the
I
question.
think
She
they
was
was black
fine though.
people though.
Why they do that? That
I,
was this Dre person. I never seen that person pop up, but that was crazy.
that's crazy.
Yo, was
Well,
yeah,
I
that's
ain't
wild.
mad. They didn't want to hear it. Shout out to everybody sent the pause. We're gonna keep it pushing. I don't know why y'all did that. I'm confused. I don't know. Y'all think she wasn't black? Is that why? Cause she talked like Barbie. Let me know. She talked like Malibu Barbie. I know.
Nah, that's his sister. She had the head wrap on and
Oh,
looking like an all that.
she just
Yeah, I
had a
don't know why that
very
happened.
high
I'm actually
pitched
confused. I ain't
voice.
gonna lie. I mean, when she started talking, I had the red flags ready in the comments, and then I backed
Yeah.
off, and she started. Damn, man, come
She
on now.
just she just sound professional. Hillary Banks, All right. Fumzile, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns? Fumzile? Fumzile. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Fumzile? Oh, it's South African. Okay, Fumzile. Am I saying it right is it Pahumzile? I don't know. South African person. We can't hear you. I'm gonna try to unmute you real quick.
Pumzile, however that's pronounced. You gotta unmute your mic. We can't hear you if you're trying to talk. You gotta press the button with the microphone below. I don't know if you're
Boy, I might
trying,
have
but we
left.
cannot hear you talking.
We've had a lot of melanin up here today. I'm proud of
Yeah.
us. I'm proud of us.
But we had this Chance the Rapper looking like Ja, whatever he was. That was weird. Homie dropped or what have you. Foom, yeah, whoever that is, you gotta unmute your mic. Drop and come back if you can hear us talking. I don't know if they still here, but we're gonna
Yeah,
move
they
on
might
to the
have
next
left.
person.
All right, we
Hmm.
gotta go to the next person. All right, Tanya Love, what's good, sister?
Hi, good evening. My name is Tanya. My age is 50. Pronoun woman, black woman. Race, I said black. I've answered these questions and I love coming to your lives, like I said before. And they are all no, no,
I've
no,
answered
no,
these
no.
questions, and I love coming to your lives. Everybody got mute. Oops, I unmuted you after you muted. All right, cool. All right, talk to us, Sister Tanya.
My question is about the interracial one. Number one, no, it doesn't benefit the black community, but I do have a small question about that. Is it just black and white people or black and any other race?
That's an interesting question. Um, I I have a question about that question,
Mm-hmm.
but I hate it when people do that to me. So even though you did just ask a question about my question,
Sorry.
but well, I got a question about your question and my question. But anyway, it's about everybody. I selected the words in these questions very intentionally,
Okay.
um, knowing that they might go differently depending on who answers them, and I just take the conversation from there.
Okay. Okay.
That's why I ask who you are.
I'm sorry.
Age, race, pronouns. Yeah.
I was just wondering. So no, I don't believe we can. It benefits our community at all because if we keep on with the the interracial choices, I feel like in a few years, within the next 20 years, our race is going to be diluted very bad. So I feel like it's not a benefit to us as a community. Is it a fetish? Yes, it is a huge fetish from them to our men. Huge fetish. Um, no, I don't think non-black parents can raise pro-black children at all. How? How can they do that? It's just not possible. And can the white and black community coexist peacefully? I don't think so. We try to act like we can, but I don't think we can because we don't understand them and they don't understand us. So how can you get peace from that? So, like I said, all my answers, and when I call in and I get pulled on your live, I say no to all of those. But
Yeah,
they try. They try.
absolutely.
It's not possible. And again, I thank you for pulling me in to let me speak live when I do call in to speak live. So thank you so much. And
Appreciate you, Sister Tanya. Thank
thank
you.
you. You're
You
welcome.
need to put more sugar in that. I
Me?
seen. No, I'm sorry. I'm talking about wife. She made me
Oh,
ginger tea, and she need to put more sugar in there because she always trying to make this bland ass. Look at my wife. Look.
A napkin person, well, a pale person lemonade, sweetless, no sugar. Goddamn. Listen, let's do
Mm-mm.
a commercial break.
And it's brown sugar too.
Yeah, that's not it, man. It need to be
that
white.
sounds
Well,
good.
that kind of sugar, the other kind of sugar. Listen, that brown sugar don't work. It's not the same, unfortunately. Listen, y'all, we need to get to 160K likes, y'all. Tap, tap, tap the screen. We need everybody tapping the screen, man. Y'all slacking with the tapping. We need to get 160K. If we don't get to 160K, the comments will be removed. Make sure y'all gift Legend if you enjoying the content. Share the live. Let's get to 60 shares. Share the live with up to 10 people. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Make sure you gift the host and Diva. I don't know if she want to jump in to make this sound better, but I don't do all the performative stuff. But let's get 160K.
Brother, you want
Go
me to
ahead,
do
sister.
it and then I'll bring it back?
The what? Yeah, go ahead, sister. Put your stank on it.
Okay, because I was going to Holy Spirit activate because y'all done had some interesting people up here. So y'all ready?
Yeah,
Spirit
please. We need to
activate,
activate.
activate, activate. Holy Spirit activate. All right, y'all. Hello. Hello, 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 and welcome to Brother Legends Live. You guys, you are in Brother Legends Live. Go ahead and tap that screen. Tap, tap, tap. Tap that screen until your heart is content. Share the chat. You guys, invite your friends, your frenemies, even your enemies. But most importantly, make sure you subscribe. Sub to Brother's YouTube channel and this live. You guys, at the end of the day, don't send the pause. Just send the pause to the poons. We need you guys to make sure that you're tapping our screen and making that investment in Brother. Gift your host with the most. And most importantly, send the poons to hell. But you know what? Send the unicorn because I need a show and tell. All right, you guys, we're here for the fun, but let's get to 150K. Make those fingers do the work.
And shout out to Miss Legend for making the
Ginger tea.
making what the hell you call it? Damn, my words. I saw her for the first time. God damn it! Shout out
Yeah,
to Miss
she
Legend,
be hiding. I
Mrs.
don't know why
Legend.
she
Yeah, it's the
hiding.
first time I see her on cam. Shout out to the sisters. Salute.
She
Yeah,
she acts shy, but
appearance.
she's
That's the
not.
word. Shout out to the
She
sister
not
making
shy
a
at
quick appearance. Yeah.
Yeah, she thinks she Beyonce. She
Beyonce.
don't tell her that. No, she really like no Beyonce like routine dances and stuff. Like she a singer.
She's Beyonce
Yeah,
legend.
yeah, absolutely. That's my Beyonce. She better put some sugar in my tea. I know that.
If it's ginger tea, you put honey
I know,
and
but
cinnamon.
we was running out of honey,
Okay, that's
so
too much
I let her have
information.
the honey.
Too much information.
Yeah, we was running out, so we gonna get some tomorrow. Tomorrow we go shopping Saturday. All right, y'all. Um, who's next? Appreciate you speaking, D. I think Gabby. Before we go to Gabby, in free one to talk to us. Give us a word.
Was good, was good. I realized I forgot to do my intro before. My name's Free. I go by he, him, and I am black. I specifically wanted to re-answer the is racial preference a fetish question because that one got me thinking. So I got a little bit of notes because I feel like my brain just forgets things as I'm talking. So I put racial preferences are not only or a product of settler colonialism through fetishization, but it also operates on the idea that other races are inherently superior or inferior romantically based solely on phenotype and stereotype. It also treats the desired party like a trophy to be won, which can not only result in unhealthy relationship dynamics like isolation from community or forced assimilation into household roles, but it also refuses to see the desired party for their own unique personality, but only recognizes them for the parts of their culture that are connected to how the desirer views the desired race's culture, even if the desirer's viewpoints of the culture are inaccurate. A lot of white and non-black spouses, if they don't see their partner as a trophy, they intend to see them as a project. I see this a lot with black women from the hood who marry white men, and I'll see their posts that are like bougifying my hood wife. Fucking weird. The desirer tends to treat the desired's culture like entertainment. I think a good example of this is the picture behind you, where the woman isn't actually really appreciating their culture. Not only is she taking them away from their community and their people and their way of life, but she's actively almost profiting off of their culture and appearing more culturally educated by association. Another thing is that when the desired's culture is different or less colonial than the desirer's expectation, the desired is often ostracized, which can lead to the desired ending up being expected to give up certain cultural aspects for the sake of their partner's convenience. I've seen this most with white people dating Native women. They'll either stop them from doing cultural practices because it's inconvenient, or they just straight up take them off their land. Another thing that is a really, really big part of why it's problematic is that the desired is often wanted by people with unaccepting families, and they are treated like a teachable moment and expected to educate on all aspects of their culture to a willingly uneducated audience. All in all, it's more stressful than beneficial to the desired party.
Okay, I heard that.
Is that the TV in someone's background? Because I was loving the education, but somebody TV or something was up.
Oh, that's me. That's me. That's me.
But
that's her. Yeah, I just wanted to re-answer that question. But yeah, that one really got me thinking. I like that question.
Shout out to coming back and coming and answering correctly this time.
Absolutely.
Because I don't know what happened
Definitely
before.
broke
Some of us need notes. Whatever works. But shout out to coming back and being able to answer correctly. God damn it.
Word.
Pronouns are he, him, you guys in the chat. He, him.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. As long as like I've seen people come up here and deny and say it's not a fetish, it's not a fetish, it's not a fetish. But yet BBC is still a category on Cornhub. And even when it's two black people, they call it ebony, which last time I checked was a type of wood. So, they don't call theirs ivory or powdered donut. So why do we get the objects? Why are we objectified? What's the difference? Why? How come it's just not a category of BC? Why does the black part matter? Because that's what they fetishize, the race.
You know what else is really interesting, considering the history of how white people would treat, or Thin Lipians would treat black bodies, is the fact that they always compare our skin to food. They always call it chocolate or mocha, something you can eat. And when you look at the history of, for example, picnics, it's a lot weirder. Damn. It's a lot weirder.
Right.
Well, eating people. Remember, Delectable is a real book.
There's another one too. The edible Negro.
The edible Negro, yeah.
Yeah.
There was another
Yeah.
one that was like how to. It was basically like the best cuts of meat off of our bodies.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's why Valentine's Day is so sick. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing talks about it. It's a European tradition to give chocolates as an aphrodisiac on Valentine's Day. A lot of black women do it, but she said, a lot of black women, they want chocolate too, because anything, as when it comes to romance, because of the way we brought up here in their society, we want to do whatever they want to do. And she said black women need to realize they already got the chocolate. Like, y'all already got it. But all right, I'm gonna go to the next guest. Gabby, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Me, age 29, race black. I'm from Canada, so it might sound a little different. Pronouns he, him.
All right, thank you. Talk to us.
Yeah, so do interracial relationships benefit the black community? I think that, so the problem with the term benefit is that it it implies something positive. I think that it's like, so there's a benefit, there's a kind of neutral or net, like there's no gain or no loss, and then there's negative. And I think that it can benefit the black community in certain situations. I think that anytime people are exposed to, I'm from Toronto, Canada, so the reputation of Toronto is that it's like the New York of Canada, and it's like London. It's extremely diverse. There's lots of mixing, lots of exposure to different cultures, and
Everyone says that. So many people come up here. I'm from Brazil. We mix a
uh-huh,
lot. I'm from UK. We mix a lot. I'm from Egypt. I'm from
for sure.
South Africa. People all come here. People say I'm from Boston. We mix a lot. I'm from New York. I'm from LA. We mix a lot. Everywhere, everyone is mixing. It's no different. White supremacy exists in all these places.
That's true. No, and Toronto has
Extremely
a lot of
irrelevant.
systemic racism.
Yeah.
And you're right. I'm also from Southern Africa, so I agree with you. We're not unique in that, but I was just trying to make a point that I do think that there can be some benefit to having.
Name one.
Okay, so a benefit is, I think being exposed to, like, seeing a different lens, seeing an issue from a different perspective, understanding anti-Semitism. So, there's a high percentage of black, half Jewish couples in cities like Toronto, Montreal, New York City. And so being able to understand anti-Semitism, like I didn't really understand a lot about anti-Semitism until I spoke to a brother who was half Jewish, half black. And he was able to kind of relate it to.
So, wait, hold on now.
Yeah.
You spoke to a brother that was black.
Yeah.
And was Jewish.
Yes.
What the hell does that have to do with being a benefit to black people?
Well, what I'm saying is that it can benefit. I'm saying having a parent from another culture can benefit.
There's no such thing as half this and half that existing. When you put milk in coffee, do you call it half milk, half coffee in the same cup, or do you call it milk with coffee?
I don't know.
Racially, he was black. Culturally, he could have been multicultural or just Jewish. But racially, you're one thing. You're not two things in race. You can be a biracial black man, but racially,
wait a minute.
he's black.
So is Victor Wembanyama just black?
I don't know who that is.
Is trying
Drake
to think of somebody
is black.
who is Barack Obama just black?
Who?
Barack Obama is just black racially, yes.
Okay. He's not biracial.
Biracial is a description. If I describe my coffee and I say it has milk in it, that doesn't mean it's a cup of half milk and half coffee. It's a cup of coffee with milk. I just described to you what's in my cup of coffee, but I'm telling you, it's still a cup of coffee. So
Okay.
race is one thing. You're one person, you are one race. And
Hmm.
that is determined by your proximity or lack thereof to either Africa or Europeans. If
Hmm.
you are anything with color, whatever that color is the reason you are not a person without color. So
Hmm.
there's people of color and there's people without color.
Hmm.
If you have color, you're not half I have it and half I don't have it. You have it if you have it. And if you have it, whatever you have, that's what race you are.
Yeah. And I mean, I generally agree with that. I think that,
That's not
I
something
mean,
to agree with. That's how the social construct works. Then there's how a lot of us want to reimagine the social construct to be more equitable. However, it is built as a caste system of oppression. We're not going to come up with a fair, equal, justifiable race construct. The way it exists was to exclude blackness. Those that have all races come from black people. You understand that, right? Like
yeah.
all races started with Africans. We have all races in us. Whiteness is literally one deviation of what came from us. And in order to keep that alive, they have made it so if you're white, you're all right. If you're yellow, you're mellow. If you're black, get back. Oh no, if you're brown, stick around. And if you're black, get back.
Hmm.
So that's the racial hierarchy. If you're black,
I agree
get
with
back. They
that.
don't want nothing to do with you because we have all the colors in us. They have none of the colors. This is their idea of none of the colors. So you can't be have people of color and have people without color. If you have color, they don't want you. So that means you default to the people that have all the colors that will accept you because we got all the colors.
Yeah.
So I want to ask a question. It's going to be real quick. I want to paint a quick scenario. So Gabby, so imagine a Friday night, people are going or traveling from, being out at night, the club, what have you, and they traveling home. So imagine Amber Rose get pulled over by a cop, and Lupita Nyong'o get pulled over by a cop. Who do you think will be treated better in that evening experiencing a cop in America?
In America, so the African in me, because I'm actually African, I'm not a descendant of,
Can you
I mean,
just
my
answer
people
that
were
question for
slaves.
me?
Yes, I will
Amber
answer the question.
Rose in one
I
car and
believe Amber Rose
Lupita
would be treated
Nyong'o
better.
in one car. They both get stopped by a cop. Who would be treated fairly in
Brother,
that
did you
night?
hear that?
My biases say that the light skinned girl might be treated better, but I could
So
be
this is
wrong.
why people are in this conversation in this live. We are clear on distinguishing the fact that race matters or that you're black. Amber Rose claims she's mixed. At the end of the day, that complexion for the protection is going to ensure that she does not experience what Lupita Nyong'o would experience as a chocolate dark sister. At the end of
But
the
she's
day,
still black.
Amber Rose
Right.
claims being mixed, but she's black, so she says. But at the end of the day, that identifier by way of her skin offers her a certain level of protection over Lupita Nyong'o, excuse me. Y'all heard the
Well,
accent drop
we
just now.
understand the
So at the end of the
intersectionality
day,
between
you
colorism
say
and
you're
racism.
black, you have to be mindful of this reality and not pretend like how you appear or your appearance does not matter or how you identify in terms of race. That's what
So,
I got. I'm gonna mute.
okay, I want to address something that he tried to slip in there, and I don't. No, sir. So you said that you're not a descendant of a slave. You're African. You're not a descendant of slavery. As if Africa wasn't colonized, just like everywhere else.
Say South African, they had slaves down there.
Gabby.
Hmm. Can I
What?
respond to that?
Go ahead.
What I meant is this: is that I there are different perspectives on ethnicity. Like my mom tells this story where the first time she was called black was when she was in her late 20s and when she moved to the USA. So what I'm trying to say is that my perspective as somebody whose parents are direct immigrants from Africa is going to be different than those of my Jamaican colleagues or those of my
Not
African
different,
No,
American
less
you
colleagues.
didn't.
informed.
That
Pardon
ain't
me?
what you was. That's not what you was doing.
Not different, less informed. If someone says the earth
Well,
is flat and someone says the earth is round, that's not a difference of opinion. One person is less informed.
And he's the one that's less informed because his ignorance makes him feel as if because he has proximity to white people, all of a sudden he's a better black. And it's always interesting how
I
y'all
don't
go
think
out
I'm a
y'all way.
better
Yeah, you
black.
did. Yes, you did. Because what you tried to do was imply that you don't have the quote unquote trauma of slavery attached to you. And so some reason for some way, or I don't know, y'all go out of y'all way. And I mean y'all as in ignorant people like you, not across the diaspora, because across the diaspora isn't as ignorant as you. You went out of your way to act as if because you are an immigrant here, that you are a better form of black. And it's an insult to the black American people that literally have gave you access into this country. The 1964 Civil Rights Bill, where you were allowed in this country. But it's very ignorant of you to think that you will be treated any better than me because you showed up from a different place.
I don't think I'm treated better
You
than you.
tried it. You tried to be slick. I don't like that because we are African. Newsflash, cousin.
Hey, Gabby, can I just ask you one more question? Were
Yeah.
you hatched from an egg or a chicken, or did you come out of a black woman?
Oh man. Yeah, I came from a black woman, as far
How
as
were
I
you
know.
brought here? Did you come out the sky? Like, were you just dropped out? Did you just landed on Earth and just decided who you are? Were you dropped? Did you come from an egg, or were you came out of a black woman? You said a black woman. You said right.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
at the end of the day, black is black according to America.
for
That
sure.
race category. You are people are black. We
People
can't
are black,
deny that, and
yeah.
we can't run away from that. At the end of the day, if you and I'm an American, unfortunately, but my family is Central American, 4 generations behind.
Hmm.
Me and you in the U.S., if we get stopped by a cop in the same night, you will be slammed up against a gate and slammed on the floor because of your melanin over somebody that looked like Anderson Cooper.
Hmm.
At the end of the day, in this country, that is clear in terms of how this country treats black people, especially when it comes to police brutality and all these things, which is what my focus is on right now. But at the end of the day, you're black. Unfortunately, we have to identify that, but we understand that in certain African languages, or dialects, black is not a thing, or there's a certain level of why people are defensive when they speak on saying or say I'm not black. We understand that, but at the end of the day, according to America, you're black, brother.
Yeah.
Black is a
Um,
thing in America.
I
Mhm.
also wanted to point out that as an immigrant to America, you have an advantage over us. Like, a lot of people don't acknowledge that either. Like, in other countries outside of the US, I see you experience neo-colonialism as compared to racism, and it's two different things because there's just so much miseducation about how racism works. And then also too, like, it's the fact that people can come here as immigrants from Africa and they have a better standing than a lot of the black people who are already here. Because think about how much money it took for those people to get here. And the fact that they build it in their homeland and then come here, they can come in and build these stores and operate. And then they look at us in America as the black community and they're like, well, why y'all can't get up? Like, the comparison is astronomical. Like, it's really what brother said, misinformed, undereducated, and just the lack of acknowledgement to the differences. Like, I even think about the word, like, people outside of America, like, even how you just said the first time your mother got called black, like, and she's been black forever, but the fact that she could only acknowledge it when she got here is, it's just crazy to
It's
me.
because his
And
mother's probably a colored in South Africa. Is that right?
No, no, it no. My mom's black. It's just a different. I,
So
so
how she didn't know she was black in
she knew
apartheid
she
South
was
Africa?
black, but I think, let me just say this quote. First of all, let me just say that I appreciate all of your perspectives. Um, you know, I'm just coming here with an open heart, open mind. I was at this forum, in Toronto with other, black people from various backgrounds.
Oh yeah, he said he
And
was
this
Canadian
guy, he was
earlier
from
too.
Nigeria. He's only been in
Yeah,
Canada for a few
that's what it
years.
is. Yeah, he said he Canadian.
I'm like, you in
Yeah,
Canada
I'm
and you don't know
Canadian.
they
Continue,
history?
sir. My fault. I ain't mean to mute. I thought I was still muted. You Canadian. That's what that is.
I'm like, that's even
Yeah.
crazy because the amount of racism and things that they've had from Canada and the stories of Canada, the fact that black people even invented hockey, but we can have no claim to it. I'm like, where are the black hockey players? Are you Canadian? You didn't know you was black?
I know.
What?
I do identify as black, but a lot of my elders don't identify as black. They
What?
identify as
Identify as black. You
whatever they are.
identify
They
as
identify as Ugandan, South
non-existent.
African,
I'd
Congolese.
appreciate that if you did not identify as black, because I was reading your messages in that chat. That's why I don't like slick little things like you almost called you a word. You know, y'all align yourselves with YT people, and I wish they would accept you. I wish they would take you in and let you be a part of their community, so that you could really get the beating that you deserve. But you know what? I'm gonna.
Not the Negro European. Or dang, I didn't say it right. Whatever Dr.
Anyways,
Umar said. Negro peon.
I'm
That's
gonna
what it
come
is.
down, but I just wanted to share my perspective. I do think that coexistence is possible.
We know you want to be over
And
there.
that's just my perspective.
You over there probably got some cave cookie, and you just happy and fine and dandy.
Yeah, these people delusional.
I
These
think
people
things
are
that are
delusional.
not that have never ever happened are possible. Like that, it's like it just shows a fundamental ignorance, Gabby. Do better, man. Like
Fair enough.
you just gotta learn more. You know what I'm saying? There's white people don't coexist with them damn selves. That's why the Ukraine war is happening. That's why World War II happened. That's why the Civil War happened. They don't coexist peacefully with them damn selves. They have never coexisted peacefully with black culture. White culture
But here's
demands assimilation into oneness. Oneness is the problem with white culture, even with white people. There are white people that don't that want to throw away having to be a Christian and patriarchy. They're fighting against their own damn systems because they're tired of it. And so you telling me that there's a way for the culture that was meant to subjugate, enslave, and persecute black people is going to include black people into their spaces where we were meant to be excluded. Like it doesn't make any sense, Gabby. If you really want to answer that question on some humanitarian shit, then you should say, as long as there are two cultures that are both black and white and black people will not peacefully coexist. But one day when we're all just go back to being the default human, then maybe we can coexist. But until that day
mhm.
comes, black and white culture cannot coexist. That's the humanitarian answer to that question. What you're saying is just wrong.
If I may, and I'm gonna come down and I'm gonna stick around so I can hear other perspectives. But I was at work this week. We were talking about Saudi Arabia hosting the World Cup and how basically white interests are bowing down to kind of the Middle East and everything. And then it flowed into this other conversation about BRICS. So Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and kind of how the balance of power in the world is shifting from the West to these emerging, developing economies. And I guess the point I'm trying to make is when I say coexist, I don't mean we need to become white or we're going to be living with them or being like them. I mean, can we get to a place where they have to, where they treat us differently than they treat us now, where they don't only steal our culture and love our culture or exploit our bodies, but that they actually love us as human beings? And I do think we can. And that's going to take work on
Sir,
our end.
You know you
sir,
do. You know you.
it will not happen in our
Hold on.
lifetime.
Wait.
It's going to
Wait.
take a while before that happens.
Wait.
That's not in these people's heart. That's not who they
Speak.
are.
Wait.
They've been this
Hold
way
on.
for a long time.
Speak. Hold on. Let him finish that last sentence. You said we got to do what?
I mean, we've got to get to a place, in my opinion,
Hold on, we as
where
in black people, because you was talking
we as
about
in
black
black
people.
people, we as in the
Uh-huh.
diaspora, we as in the African
Hmm.
continent, we as in the West
Yeah,
Indies,
go ahead. Hmm.
we as in black people, we've got to get to a place where we are sitting at the table across from them and we are viewed as equals, as opposed to what we are viewed now, which is disposable, exploitable. um our only use is our culture and our bodies, right? So
So
that's all I'm saying, because the way that Europe is starting to look at Asia and the
I
Middle
got a
East is like,
headache.
oh
Somebody
shit, they're
asked if
taking
I'm
over.
okay. I got a
brother,
headache.
listen
Yo,
to
you
what he's
can't
saying.
stop,
He's
bro.
He's
just
victim. Hold on.
This is
He's
crazy.
victim blaming. He's blaming black people for not being sitting at a table that they've literally been denied of for well over 400 plus years.
it's
And then he's telling
crazy.
you, well, we got to get to a point where we sit at the table, even though they don't consider y'all human, even though they want to figure out ways to constantly figure out how to oppress you or to take away your wealth or keep you in a certain position where you don't elevate. If you need to figure out how to get to that table.
This is what I'm gonna say.
Just ignorant.
He's of African descent that decided to leave Africa, right? He decided to leave his people behind, right? Not him, but maybe his parents. We cannot judge African people by those that chose to come to our plantation to make a life, because sometimes they got a little bit of a savior complex. They got these are the ones that chose to come to the plantation. We didn't even choose to be here. That's the difference between us and you, Gabby, is that our ancestors did not ever make one choice to come to this country. So that's the reason we're going to feel a little bit differently than you. Y'all chose to come to Master's house and try to get a seat at his table. We were shackled to the table. So it's a little bit different. That's why we can see through some of the stuff you're saying, and that's why you're going to have a different perspective, because you decided to come to the table. We didn't
Mhm,
want to be here.
Come to the table. They stand on top of him. He's the best
mhm.
token. He's the best thing they can use. They'll send him every time to come over here and talk to us, but they will SHIT on him if he go in their spaces. So that's why he'll come over here and he'll pander for them in our chat as if, oh, it's your fault. You got to figure it out. When your goofy ass has the benefits of stepping on the backs of us to be in the situation you're in right now. We put you in proximity to your oppressor, and I can't wait till they show you who they really are.
Uncle Ruckus Jr., you are blind. I feel sorry that you are a brother. I'm ashamed of you. To speak how you speak, defending
Don't be
people
ashamed, man.
that you
This
want
is
to be
biblical.
like.
You
I am
just get the
embarrassed. I'm
information.
upset. I'm disappointed. And I should be crying like I was yesterday. But I'm going to hold it down because there's a lot of lost souls out here. There's a lot of lost
You
and
feel me? And
confused
it's meant to be that
souls
way.
out here that got a lot of learning to do. But the fact
Yeah.
that you sat up here this long trying to defend how you believe white and black culture can coexist is beyond my comprehension. My brain is fried. I've been trying, but I'm a mute.
We gotta
I,
move on, Gabby. You
Man,
have a
can,
day.
can I say one more thing though?
You can
You
talk, but he gotta go. I'm sorry, he gotta
it's
go.
like he started off with saying coexist and then he said, well, not really coexist. What he really was describing was equity. I'm like, so we need to have equity, but then he went into a red pill spinoff talking about what we bring to the table. And I was like, damn, how did
Yeah.
you get there? Like, we got to bring these things to the table to convince somebody else of a system they made.
Mm.
Wait, what? Why are you not over there arguing with them? They
Yeah,
the ones
right.
who made it. I wasn't
But
making this
they
word, just
they
living it.
chose to come here. They chose to come here because they believe it would bring them a better life. You understand? So they're not gonna come. They're not gonna work with us to dismantle the table.
No,
They came
but
to the table
yeah,
to come and eat. So they not gonna land here and then want to work against what they came. They came here because this is a land of opportunity. So we gotta understand we cannot judge Africans by those that chose to come here. But the ones that choose to come here do be some COONs. My goodness. Um,
Guys, can I share my story?
yeah, Sandy.
you
I think you're next. Everybody, don't
Oh.
forget to keep tapping like as you listen along, and subscribe to my YouTube for the replay. If you missed anything, I post all the replays on YouTube. I'm gonna start posting them tomorrow. So if you missed anything today or the last two lives, I'll be posting them. Go ahead, Sandy. Give us your age, race, and pronouns.
My age is 53. I'm white. I live in Nova Scotia, and I am she.
All right. I think you're the first of your
My kind.
demographic. Yeah. So
Yeah. So I've never come across a live like this before. I find it extremely interesting. Thank y'all for having me. Wow. I'm either woken, shook, or like I don't even know. I'm definitely shocked at this conversation this evening. I appreciate y'all perspectives, but let me just share, and please, I'm very, very open to what your opinions are on how my life has gone.
be careful with the anecdotes because I just remind people all the time that we're not therapists, and I don't want you to get triggered in any way. Anything you bring up can be used against you. It's like a court of law, you know what I'm saying? But there's
Definitely.
a
Yeah.
there's a list of questions up there. Why don't you start with those?
Sure. Do interracial relationships benefit the black? Which one would you like me to do? Because I could comment on any of them.
Start from the top.
I do believe in Nova Scotia, Canada, interracial relationships benefit the community. Absolutely. We have many people from all over the world moving here, opening up very successful businesses, many Jamaican restaurants, different cultures are
Who's on the money?
absolutely. Sorry?
Who's on the money?
What do you mean, who's on the money?
Whose face is on the money?
Yeah,
Is
well,
it a black woman's face on the money?
we do have black women on our money, yes.
Okay. Who's on the money?
Viola Desmond.
And does she own the bank that the money comes from? Does she own the mint that the money comes from?
No, let's get back to the question at hand there.
Well, I'm
The
saying
black, the white
you're bringing
man,
up
the white,
capitalism as if it's some
yeah,
sort of success for black people.
no,
When if you're bringing up capitalism,
no,
then let's bring it up because capitalism is not a system used by black people to gain any sort of power. It's used by black people to just survive in a country
yeah.
where their ancestors were the original capital.
I agree with you, and I agree 100%. The white man sucks. The white man is the
And the
worst
white women.
beast. No, I disagree. A
White
lot
women
of
just
white
suck
women,
more
a
because they
lot
the
of
ones
white
that get to
women,
be victims
yes.
while being villains.
Sorry?
The white woman is the victim while being the biggest villain.
Oh, I disagree. Oh my God.
It's
A
you.
lot of white women are, yeah, but no, we're not all like that.
All
Gee,
right
oh,
now.
this hurts my heart.
Hold on, wait, Sandy, do you still
Not the
profit
heart.
from the privilege of having white skin? Do you still profit from not being pulled over by police at an astronomical rate? Do you still
Black
profit from
men,
having
no,
children and not being unalive during birth?
no,
Do you still profit from not being systematically
No.
imprisoned or put in a coffin?
no,
I mean, I don't understand you saying not all white women or men, but you're still profiting from these systems and
no,
not
I'm
trying to
not.
dismantle it.
No, we're
How,
not.
yeah,
They
how are you
passed a
not?
law. They passed a law in our city that black people, not black men, black people are not allowed to be pulled over by the police anymore for no reason. It's a
Stop
law.
playing, bro. They also had the Emancipation Proclamation of 1865, but did that free the slaves?
It's being that
It was
law,
in law though, right? They
but
should have did it though, right?
that law is being practiced here. It is being
What?
practiced here. Yeah, it is. It
Oh
absolutely
man.
is. I am part of some of our black communities, and I
I've
support.
never in my life, I'm a black man. I'll tell you right now, I have never in my life,
You look
ever,
up Nova Scotia.
I
You
have
look up Nova
never, I
Scotia.
have never, stop thinking you're teaching me something, Sandy. I
Oh,
have never been
okay.
pulled over for no reason. They will find a reason, Sandy.
Of course they will. I'm with a man that considers himself to be black. He's
That's what's
black.
going on right
He's
now.
visually
That's
Oh.
why you
black.
came in
He's
here.
black.
That's why you came in here. The only reason you even got up on the
No,
panel is because you have somebody you're in proximity of blackness and you feel entitled to the conversation.
this
Is
It's
this
that
it's
man that I'm with. No, don't feel
yes,
entitled.
yes you
This
is
do.
man,
that why you talk
no, this
so
man I'm with. I've
disparagingly
been with
about
since
white
I was.
men? Because they don't have a proximity to you?
Oh. This man I'm with, we've been together. We've known each other since we were like 7,
Shit,
8
you
years
got
old.
a reject.
We were
Recycle and return.
we were friends when we were kids. We loved each other from the get-go. We grew up loving each
And we
other.
don't give a
Sandy,
damn.
Sandy, you do
We
realize that
don't love
hyper
you.
focusing on individualism is one of the 15 traits of white supremacy. You
I've never
realize that, right?
spoken about this in my
You're
life
hyper
before.
fixating on how your
No,
relationship is the
no,
one that's the outlier and y'all are doing
no.
good. So it
I've
should benefit
never,
our community, right?
I've
I
never.
know a woman like you. She called my mama. And y'all are good at the mental gymnastics and the psychoactive
Oh,
convolution that you would do to people. Like, I know a woman like you. I
oh,
know a family like you. I know the one who never will date anybody who's white tea and she's a white tea woman. Like,
I've never
bruh, you
spoken about
can't.
this before,
Listen,
ever
do
in
y'all
my
have
life.
kids? Do y'all have kids?
No.
Yeah, okay, good, good, because them kids will be confused as hell. You would tell them that they mixed, baby girl, you already the epitome of what's wrong with America. What's
Oh,
wrong with Nova Scotia? What's wrong with Africa? What's wrong with Europe? Like, I just don't understand why you came into a black space and tried to tell us something.
well,
Think
you're on a
about what you're
lie.
doing. Centering yourself too, saying,
Oh,
no, that's not true. And these people actually have this
mm.
experience.
So you don't
Like,
want
think
this
about it.
opinion. So you don't want anybody's white opinion.
It's not about the opinion. We're trying to educate and get to a deeper feeling and
You are
understanding, but
educating, but
you're
it's
not even
rude.
understanding. You just immediately said
Oh,
no, that's not true. Like
it's
you
not,
just
but it's not true in my mind.
It's,
I've
it's
never
the
spoken
funniest
about.
thing, Sandy. Sandy, I want to have a conversation with you. The funniest thing is that you came up and I asked you 3 times to put yourself on mute. And it's a level of entitlement and privilege that you didn't even want to put yourself on mute. You felt entitled to stay off mute, even though one of Brother Legend's rules is when you come up on the panel, please mute respectfully so that the person that are talking or the people that are talking can be heard without an echo. Then you came up and you wanted to make sure that we understood your story. Knowing it, well, not knowing that everyone on this panel has their own story that we can all sit here and tell. But we were talking about the conversation in regards to the questions up above. You centered yourself, wanted to tell us how amazing your relationship was and how intermixed your community is, although you're giving it from a YT woman's perspective. Now, when we sat here and Kay broke down all of the facts of what Black people, particularly Black women, are experiencing in this country, you want to say no, no. And there's literally statistics and studies that can prove everything Kay said. But it's your comfortability to act as if something's not happening. That's why I said you're the victim while being the villain, because you're sitting here and you're acting like the things that happen to Black women just giving birth. We literally are unalived 3 to 4 times higher rate than any other race of women.
Up to
And
6
yet,
times.
is it 6 now? Wow.
Up to 6 in certain places like Utah.
And it's
And you're
sad.
sitting here and negating it by saying no, no, because you feel comfortable with your abilities to walk around with that YT privilege.
No,
So
I'm
it,
sorry. I've never been
yeah,
on a live
yes, you don't
before.
have to be sorry
No,
because we're telling you what the facts are and you're telling me
I,
what your feelings are. And it's always going to be facts over feelings, Sandy.
I've never been
Now
on a live before.
you keep being the villain while you the victim, okay? You just keep doing that because y'all
I,
do it so well.
I've never been on a live before, so I apologize if somebody asked me to mute myself. I don't even know how to do that. I don't even go on TikTok, just once in a while to get a laugh, really. And I have
Excuse
a
me,
laugh.
Sandy. How you doing?
And
My name is Andy. I'm up top here. You are offending me with how
well,
much you're
then I'll
lying.
leave. Well, then
You
I'll
have
leave.
over
Okay,
2,000 followers, and I am very triggered and emotional right now because you're lying. You are using these tears that we experience as Black people on this app all the time by certain people who pretend to be triggered. Or they get offended when they're being held accountable, and you're offending me, ma'am.
I'm so sorry.
You are offending me.
It's
Please stop
never.
lying.
Okay, well, it's not my intention
Be
to
real
offend.
when you're on a panel, man. Please. You're being disingenuous, and you are offending me.
Me, myself, and I send the
I'm gonna mute.
lion
Okay, so I'll just leave then? Is that
No, no, no. Before you
activate.
leave, Sandy. Before you leave, Sandy. Hi everyone on the panel. Panel. Yeah. My name's Amy.
Said
I'm from South
yes.
Africa, Sandy.
Thank you, me, myself, and I. That is awesome.
I'm from South Africa, Sandy. and I've got a few questions for you. Um, what do you teach your children? Because you said you're with a black man. Do you have children? And what do you teach them?
She
What
don't got no
race do
children.
they? She don't have children.
No.
Yes,
She
I
Oh,
doesn't.
Yeah.
I asked her, but I
oh,
can
thank
tell
God.
the ideology she would teach them because all she's
Oh,
teaching
thank
is
God.
it's
I
love your
have a
community.
child. Stop speaking for me. I have a child. She's 25.
She white though.
We
She's
asked you.
white. My husband has a child. He's 25. We were kids when we met. We fell in love. We separated because my parents were extremely racist and would not allow me to
He
date
the
a
worst.
person of color.
Oh my
That's
We
so
God.
problematic.
found
Oh
Listen,
my
each other later.
God.
you are
No,
literally
we're
my
not going to
mother,
diminish my beautiful story. We
bro. You're
found each
literally
other
my
later
mother,
in
bro.
Funky,
life
ugly,
and we love each
unwashed, and
Let her
other.
talk. Let her
ugly.
talk. Let her
Bottom
talk. Let her
line.
talk, y'all. We gotta be
Wow.
Bottom
fair.
line. We found each other later in life and we've loved each other since we were kids and nobody could keep us apart. That's why we're together today. So you can all go on and beat me up for
I'm gonna say something.
being with a black man. Go
Nobody care
ahead.
about that.
It doesn't bother
Here we
me.
go. Here we go, guys. Here we go.
I came
Classic.
in here
Do you think
because
that
I
you're
Classic.
found your live to be extremely interesting and was learning to be educated. And I'm being beat up
Wow.
because of
Not
my
beat up through a
my life.
phone. Not beat up through a
beep it
TikTok
through
A
the
live.
Honest
phone?
to God.
victim and the villain at the same damn time.
See, this the victim mentality they swear that black people got, but it's really y'all. That's crazy.
I ain't got
Not
no
us.
victim mentality
You
here.
do. You said we beat
She
them
getting
up,
None.
bro.
bad.
We're just talking to you.
None.
What?
That racist finna
Zero,
jump out in a minute,
zero,
Kay.
zero
Keep going,
victim
Kay. Keep going,
mentality
Kay.
here.
Keep
Your
going, Kay.
Zero.
family is literally racist. You don't think that rubbed
It's
off on
coming.
you for the years you was
No,
raised by?
I disowned my entire
You
family.
Well,
that's
My
that's not
father,
healthy.
problematic.
my
That's
father
problematic.
didn't even
But
go
keep
to
going,
their
Kay.
funerals.
Keep
So
going.
don't tell me nothing about me.
But
Okay.
that's
Did not even
problematic.
go to my own parents' funerals
Okay.
That's
because they were such
problematic.
evil men.
Ah,
That's so problematic. You bringing
no.
that to a black community. You come in with a family that's racist. They don't like you. So now if you ever had children, they don't even have the support and love they need from the other side of their family. A. B. You're not going to be able to teach them as a white woman. How do you teach a black biracial child to be
You're
black?
kidding me. Oh, I
You
was
don't.
supposed to keep my child in my white evil family because they were white,
What?
so
Nobody
she
said
could learn
that.
what?
Nobody said you had to keep him in the family, but the intent that you specifically went after a black man, knowing that your family doesn't even like black people,
I
and even
didn't.
that, like,
I was
why?
8
Why
years
would you do that?
old. I was 8 years. How did I specifically go after a black man at
Because
eight
you can
years
choose who
old?
you want. Like, people
At
go out
eight.
here and choose who they want to be with
At 8 years
every
old.
day.
At eight
So
years
you
old.
was just with a black man at 8. You was just ready to fetishize him at 8 years old.
We
Like,
we
what is
we
going
were
on here,
we played together and were best friends when we were 8 years old. We
bruh?
loved each other when we were 8 years old as kids.
That's nasty.
Like
Bruh.
Something ain't
nobody
right about
told
that.
me to
Right, you
not
was
like
8
him.
and already jumping to I'm for to be with this man. Like, what
What?
was your family teaching you, bro? Like,
Baby K had her ass fired up. She's getting
it's
mad.
crazy though. Like, I just really want you to understand, Sandy. Like, think about it's funny because Sandy is my grandmother's name, and she just recently died. Racist as hell too. So it's crazy how you just can't take in the information. You can have an opinion all day, but the problem is when your opinions start to be influctuated into the systems that hold black people back. Like you think you helping our community, but you just got on here and
How am I holding you
stereotyped all
back?
of us by saying we jumping on you too.
How am I holding you back?
You
How?
still you're still participating in the systems that
How?
deconstruct and harm our community. Think
How?
about it.
You tell
Just
me
by
how.
listen, just by being white, you get a privilege over everybody else. The fact
It's
you
not
can't
my
even
choice to be
acknowledge
like
that.
white.
Sandy, hold on. I got a serious question. When you eat
Yes.
Oreos, do you eat the cookies and leave the cream?
I eat the whole fucking thing at the
We
same
know.
time.
What you
Okay?
saying?
The whole thing.
Hey, you did not
We
have to
know.
curse, Sandy. Thank y'all for sending them Panther posts. I eat the whole fucking thing. Yo,
Bro-
crazy.
brother, Kay had her so triggered. It was She about to
Yeah,
call us the
nah, I was like
N-word.
K Cook, yo, that was
No,
crazy.
Bro,
keep
I
going,
wasn't even
keep
trying to
going.
pick on her. I'm literally trying to give her legitimate information. I know women like her. Like, you are an embodiment of my mother. She thinks she be helping me and she love me, but it's exactly the opposite. And then they play mental gymnastics and psychoactive games in your brain to manipulate you to be a certain way or be guilty or shame you or something like that. I was just trying to get her to understand. If she can't acknowledge her privilege, that's her first blockade. She got to get over that first. She can't even acknowledge it. She's like, "Oh, I didn't want to be white. I did. I Okay, that's not the point. You are. So now you got to deal with it." Like, I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. I don't know why people come up here. You can have an opinion, but like I said, when your opinion starts to participate in these systems that harm us, I have to say something. We got to do
Right.
something
Mute.
about that.
Yeah.
Boy, y'all
Well,
be, what is with y'all coming on the app and not muting? Just mute your mic when you come on, Brother Legends. Freaking stage.
you said brother loving. My wife gonna get you.
Legends,
Excuse
I
me,
caught myself.
guys.
Wait,
This is
you
this
brother
is
loving to
Andy up
her?
here. Can I just say something real quick? I am extremely triggered by this Sandy woman. I can't hold it back.
Yeah, I can't.
I'm extremely
Michael
offended,
Jordan app speak where he be
and I've
crying.
been trying to hold my composure, but I have to stay muted. I am extremely offended by this Sandy woman. I'll mute.
Yo, I think she was really thinking you was crying when you first came up there doing that. Yo, that was crazy.
She did. She really did. She thought you was sad for real.
Word. All right, y'all. Amy, did you want to add anything else before I go to the next guest?
Yes.
Go ahead,
So
talk to us.
I came up while Gabby was saying a whole lot of nothing.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, he just
Yeah.
followed me and he addressed me. He greeted me in Zulu, and I'd just like to say, Gabby, awunalungelo nokuthi ukhulume nami ngegama lethu.
Ooh.
Awunalo lelo lungelo. You don't have that right to even address me in Zulu. Uskabaleka. Uskabaleka wa bua le nna ka Zulu kapa ka Sotho or anything. You've got no right. You've got no
Okay.
right, and please don't follow me. You said a whole lot of nothing, and the mere fact that you're not able to accept who you are and come up with all these reasons why, and then you mention BRICS, and you've got no idea what's happening with the BRICS. I'm from South Africa, Gabby. I know why we are even willing to give BRICS a chance because of how the YT people have and continue. Guys, they've got the taxi association. They
Mm.
finally put their hands on the one thing, and this makes me so emotional because the taxi association, which is the minibuses in South Africa, was a brotherhood of black people. That was the
Mm.
multi-billion
Mm.
money that was coming in for the black people, made by the black people. The one thing that the whitey people were never able to touch, they
Mm.
finally infiltrated and got it.
That's why there was protests.
And this is insane for us. This is
Mm.
insane. Remember that all the public transport was under them, reserved for Europeans only. No blacks allowed. It was for
Mm.
them. We found our own transport in, and we still continue to use minibus taxis. Minibus taxis is the one industry, the one transportation that got our grandparents to their houses to go and clean in order for our grandparents to come back home and take care of our parents and take care of us, the grandchildren. And they finally got their hands on that. That was the one thing that the black men in South Africa were able to hold and say, you know what? This is ours. We built and it's ours. They got it.
Mm.
They got their hands on our money. They got it. And
I
it's
heard that.
so heartbreaking to even see a black man. And here he is in the comments telling me about his surname being Dlamini. Your surname means nothing to me. You mean nothing to me. If you want to go rub shoulders and be a house Nigger, go ahead and do that. But don't come onto lives and spit your bullshit about life, about who you are, about don't do that. You sold out a long time ago the moment you were not able to accept that you are black. The moment
Mm.
that you did not understand that black is beautiful and black is gold, and these white tea people are actually the gold diggers and trying to dig in on us, get our skin, get our blood, please. I'm not even going to get into it, guys. I'm going to get so emotional about this because they have finally gotten what that was ours. They took our resources, they took our land, they took everything from us. The one thing that they had tried to take from us over the years, they were not able to, and finally do it now when we have so much power and so much voice. Rupert, and guys, Cyril Ramaphosa is the puppet to Rupert. Rupert is
He
the
sure
white tea
is.
man.
Mm-hmm.
Rupert is the white tea man that pulls all the strings. And guess what? Ramaphosa is that puppet that, oh my gosh. No.
Mm-hmm.
He is part of the taxi association, Santanko,
Wow.
in South Africa. He couldn't
Mm.
live with just having the land that he has, that he's already stolen, mind you. His family had stolen that land. It's not his. Every white tea person that owns any land in South Africa had never bought that land. They never bought that land. They stole that land. And I say this with so much confidence because my father-in-law, well, my husband's great-grandfather, he was unalived by his head taken off for his land. And he was a chief, mind you, in Mutu, in
Wow.
KZN. And we are still fighting for that land even today. And guess who owns it? A YT German man.
Mm. Mm-mm.
Rupert has finally, he got all of the land. Guys, he's a multi-billionaire through us, through our hard work, through our black man's back. And the one thing that he could have just let go and not try and touch, but out of greed and always, sorry, out of greed and wanting to come in and divide and conquer, because that is what they do. That's exactly what he did. He came in, he divided, he conquered, and he took our taxi association in this day and age. I'm so angry at the black men as well, which are the taxi owners and the taxi association, to even allow him to come into our space, to feel that much greed or lust for money, to allow that whitey man to come into our space. They sold us out too. They nothing different than Cyril Ramaphosa. And I don't even want to get started on Nelson Mandela. I
Mm.
don't want to get started on him either.
What about Julius Malema?
Juju for president. Juju knows what he's
Hey.
doing. Juju knows what he's doing. And let me tell you guys something that the rest of the world doesn't really know about Julius Malema. Julius Malema is the prodigy child of the ANC. Julius Malema was the youth league, the ANC youth league president. And he was taken out because his voice and his power was insane. He was starting to he was starting to bring out the secrets of the ANC, that they are all just puppets under Rupert and the Oppenheimers. And what did they do to him? They kicked him out. They took away our ANC Youth League.
Mm.
He was trained not by Cyril Ramaphosa. He was trained by the greats. He was trained by Mama Winnie Mandela. She's gone. But
Mm.
she taught him the reason for the freedom struggle. She taught him everything that he knows. And he didn't sell out. He did not sell out. He was the prodigy child of the ANC. And that's why he's so powerful and everybody's afraid of him, because he was taught by the people that didn't sell out, the people that stood together to fight for democracy. Not Nelson Mandela. No, we're not even going to get into him. He
Yeah.
understood the words of Steve Biko. He understood the words of Chris
Mhm.
Hani. He understood where Mama Winnie Mandela was coming from when she was taken from her children and put
Mhm.
at John Foster Square, which is now known as, I don't know, the big, I don't know. They just don't want to call it what it is, and that's John Foster Square. She was taken. It was a police station where a lot of black people in the struggle miraculously just fell. They committed suicide down that building. They were pushed down that building. They took her. They segregated her from everybody, isolated her, put her in the prison for months on her own. No food, no water, nothing. And she still wouldn't sell out. And that is a woman, not a man. Not a man like Cyril Ramaphosa that has sold us out without even being tortured. Mama Winnie Mandela was tortured for so many months. She had to leave her little kids. She had to leave them. And she understood the struggle. She taught Julius everything that he knows. And that's why the white tea fear him, because he is the prodigy child of Mama Winnie Mandela. She never sold out. And he knows, Cyril Ramaphosa knows, the white tea men know that Juju is here and he's here for what reason.
As long as she was gone and locked up, when she got out, the way that that lady like kept going was insane. Her story is like, whew, so heartbreaking, but like so empowering. Like it's insane.
It really is. It really, really is. And to have her own husband come out, and let me tell you guys something. Nelson Mandela came out of prison. Well, so that's what they tell us. When he was released in 1990, he was not taken to his house to go see his wife and his children. He was taken and put on one of Oppenheimer's farms, one of his plots, one of his houses, where they had, the white tea man had access to Nelson Mandela 24/7. 24/7. And when he came out of that house, miraculously, he comes up with a briefcase. What is in that suitcase? That suitcase has the contract of selling out South Africans, selling out the black South Africans at that. And when he came out, guess what he did? He left the woman that stood by his side and continued with his fight. The woman that supported him, the woman that bore his children. He came out and left her. For
Left
what reason?
left her behind. Like I don't know. I think that it's sad to say this, but like, well, no, it's not, because the culture is basically carried by women. And so I think, Brother Legend, when you was alluding to that earlier, saying how much, black women like fight for the culture, it's because it's embedded in us. And it's so sad to see, like, that's like her story. I remember when I first started like reading up on that, and then I think there's a movie even
There
about her.
is.
And it was like, this is insane, how strong this woman was, like how she held it together. I couldn't imagine leaving my children and like, okay, they're just gonna survive. Like they'll figure it out. That woman's story is so heartbreaking, but it just shows like how dedicated she was to her community and to her people. Like that, she wasn't nothing to fuck with.
She really was, guys. It's so heartbreaking. You can watch a movie. I think it's on Netflix. And it's written Winnie Mandela. Watch it. She never took no prisoners from these white people. She didn't allow them to put her down. And you see with Julius Malema was raised by that woman.
Yeah.
Julius Malema was raised by her. And
What, the little
as
boy
much
she took
as,
in?
I beg your pardon, say that again, babe.
Was he the little boy that she took in? Remember, it was a part where
No,
she
no,
no, he wasn't.
no,
Okay.
no, 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 no.
Well,
That's
I
not
did
it.
see he gave a speech at her funeral. That's when I first learned about him.
Yeah. Julius knew,
Yeah.
Verwoerd, which was one of the presidents during apartheid. His actual words were, you cannot teach a black child any education. Once they have education, they have more power than we'll ever have. And that's why they kept us segregated. And that's why once the black community of Soweto heard those words, 1976, June 16, became the day of it all. The youth of South Africa decided to claim their power back and went all in. We lost a lot of people. We lost a lot of young people. We lost a lot of people that would have been able to get the white tea completely out of power right now. But it happened. And now the white tea know the power that black people, youth, not people, the youth, the black youth of South Africa, they know that it could go up right now. It could
I know.
happen
I'm
right
waiting.
now.
The whole world is waiting. The whole continent, the whole diaspora is waiting. Like, I'll be honest with you. If it started, Pan Africanism started in South Africa. If you trace back the roots, you know,
100%.
the creation of the diaspora as we know it today started with Ethiopianism and the movement out of South Africa, where preachers that were tired of missionaries saying that their blackness was evil looked at themselves. Looked at the Bible and saw themselves and saw their ancestors in the Bible as the Ethiopians. So they created a religious movement called Ethiopianism, which eventually inspired Marcus Garvey to start his movement, and W.B. Du Bois and all of them that started Pan Africanism. Also, it led to the beginnings of the AME Church here in America, the African Methodist Church, which eventually leads to um, Martin Luther King and just the pro-black preachers of the '60s, and then we also get the Nation of Islam through Marcus Garvey, and we also get Rastafarianism through Pan Africanism as well. So and through Ethiopianism. So it all kind of like started like when consciousness of South Africa wakes up, it kind of reverberates worldwide. So it's like I really feel like Malema is in a perfect position to take power. Once you got him in place, you got BRICS set up, so you got your economy set up where it can be more pro-black. Of course,
Exactly.
we need an African currency, but the BRICS currency that the African currency can pour into would be
Hmm.
a good start. And then now you got Malema in power politically. I think that's really could start the change. Like I think it could start in South Africa. The whole world is waiting. I think we just
Definitely.
yeah, we're
Definitely.
waiting.
You know what the sad reality is? I know that Julius is able to he's got the power and the strength to do a
Yeah,
whole lot more than he's doing now. However, out of fear of what the YT have already pushed, the propaganda they've already pushed across the world, that we're trying to mass analyze them, and that's not true.
yeah, I see
The
that. Yeah,
farm unalivings is not solely to them. Crime
yeah,
is everywhere in South Africa. We had
yeah,
our student accommodation broken in twice in 1 year, and our students were held up at Pew Pew and were tied. Their legs were tied, hands were tied, and basically they wiped everything out. Took their laptops, took our TVs, took everything. That is crime. That is
yeah,
crime. They're not mass analyzing. That is not true. And another thing that the YT are failing to even tell the rest of the world is they don't even allow our kids to wear their hair in natural form.
yeah. The
They
pencil
don't. They're
rule.
not telling the world that. They're not telling the world about what they did at Pretoria High Girls School in Pretoria,
Mhm.
with where they had to tell a beautiful black teenage girl that she needs to cut her hair or straighten her hair because it doesn't look neat enough in an afro. They're not telling the rest of the world about the whitey man that went to go and grape a 6 or 7 year old child in the Dross toilet. It's a restaurant, and not even try him and give him put him in an actual jail cell, only
Mm.
for him to play mental, that something's wrong with him mentally. They're not telling you guys what they are doing to us. They are not telling the rest of the world. They're pushing their own agenda. They are
Yeah,
pushing their own agenda, and I'm so grateful for platforms like this and lives like this, because we're able to communicate and give off the truth of what's actually happening out here. I mean,
yeah.
if we didn't have platforms like this and lives like this, we barely know about the real mass unaliving that's happening in Africa, in Congo.
Right. Yeah.
Amy,
We
what
wouldn't know.
time are you at? What time?
Oh, I was gonna say, Amy, listening to what you're saying too, it to me is really a similar soliloquy of what really happens in America too. Like even you saying you can't wear your natural hair, like it's just crazy, like how it's a literally a mirror image because the children here they're text the same way.
Mm-hmm.
There's a boy who went to a Texas school and they told him he couldn't have his locks, and there were other children who had them, particularly a YT child had locks, and he said, oh well, I don't know, it might be a religious purpose, like to
Wow.
disallow him and to actually sue the school, like they're still doing the suit right now. But even just that, and also the deeper level of psychosemantics that is played on black women in America, because we were used to a time for so long where we could not share our hair and show our hair in public, right?
Hmm.
So we
Mm-hmm.
always had to have it covered. And it really, to me, mirrors the image of women wearing wigs. Subconsciously, you are still covering your hair, and everybody would prefer that. And it's just, it really does to me see how even ingrained deeper that it is. Because people don't realize that. Like, why do a lot of black women like to wear wigs? Not that there's anything wrong with it, but it's the tradition of still covering your hair, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Like,
see,
it's
Kay,
not your natural form.
that's actually deeper if you look at the Ethiopians and how they used to wear it to protect their.
Too.
I've been natural for this year, probably 75% of this year. My hair has been broken because I've been natural. I refuse to do anything like put a wig or anything on. But now I need to protect it. So it like there's so many different complexities to us that we're not allowed to be.
Except
But
here's the thing: you could protect it different ways.
I
right,
mean, I do a
right.
protective
No,
style like this.
I will
So,
braid
That's
my hair,
beautiful,
but
Kay. That is beautiful.
my braider is she just switched up some stuff. So for me, I was just wearing my hair natural. Like so it like I said, it's different complexities to our hair. But I want to ask you, Amy, what time is it where you're at? And I'm asking it for a particular reason. Like right now, what time is it?
It's 8:14.
Okay, so it's
Gabby,
eight.
stop sending me gifts. Gabby, just leave me alone,
Oh,
please.
he's weird.
It's 8:15
Eight
a.m.
fifteen. So brother legend, if it's 8:15, oh a.m.
Yes.
Okay, so 8:15 a.m. It's 12:15 where I'm at p.m. Well, next day, whatever. But
Hmm.
Yeah.
we could correlate those times to get to actually speak to more African people. That would be so lit.
I know. Yeah,
it's
I've done it
Yeah.
before.
1:15.
I did it when me and Kay used to, what was that over the
Yeah, yeah,
summertime?
yeah.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah,
yep, yeah. The
yeah.
African people start coming on
You
here.
know
You
what?
gotta be up to like 5 a.m.
I'll share the live as much as I can every time I come on, because the sad reality is that a lot of people, and I speak on South African people, the lives that I join, have this thing where they've only interacted with a lot of African Americans that basically don't like us, and
Mm.
I continuously have to tell them that not everybody is like that. I mean, a couple of days ago I got into an argument for trying to assist an African American girl that side, no, sorry, South African woman that is in America, and something was going on in her household, but I was trying to assist her, and her friends just came for me in a way unimaginable, you know
Mm.
and it was more of, okay, so you are those people that are in America that are black, that just don't like people from Africa,
I'll tell you this
and I'm
much:
trying to
if
teach.
they don't like you, that's in Africa, they don't like us either here in America. So
Yeah,
you gotta remember
it's
that
it's
we don't like each other here in America either. Like, I mean, there's people that it's the same thing as South Africa. I'm sure. You know.
yeah, there is
Yeah.
100%, but if we could come together and make one another realize the strength that we have when we unite, it's insane,
Right.
guys.
It's
Yeah.
It's
it's
really insane.
literally it's a conversation that I think there are so many layers to that people
Yep.
are just ignorant about. It's literally respect. And I think people like Gabby, like there's
Hmm.
so many of them that like run in the middle of us that don't have a problem with each other that it just muddies the water. We've got to just start having more of these conversations. That's what I'm gonna be honest.
Definitely.
It's just got to happen. Because at the end of the day,
Yeah.
we're not each other's enemy. And while we sitting here fighting each other, the people actually have the power and the money are literally winning.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Exactly.
it's the levels, like you said, to break it down. It's socially, economically,
Hmm.
politically,
Hmm.
gender, religion, generational. It's like even just now, like I will try to talk on different lives with older people, and the astounding cognitive dissonance from understanding the lifestyle of 2023 and the youth is insane, because I can go on there and look like this, and instead of discussing something that could get us somewhere or positive or uplifting or educational, they want to tell me how I'm weak or how I'm doing something wrong. Like
Mm.
the thing they don't, it's like it's just a difference where I don't know, people don't want to accept the knowledge. Like they really just want to stand on what they know. Like they feel like it's not okay to be wrong ever.
Hmm.
Like, and I had
Right.
to be wrong so I could get right. But it's just crazy. Like they don't ever want to get right. You can hand them the information, just like Sandy, on a silver platter, feed it to them, and they still will spit it out in disgust and say, "Ah, that's not the flavor I like. You didn't give it to
Yeah.
me in a way that was palatable." I'm like, it's just crazy. Like always becoming the victim, even when you just trying to educate. Like I'm
We
True.
not
got
trying to blame you, but you do got to be wrong to eventually be right, right?
we gotta get back
True.
to the live, y'all. We got people that's
By the way,
waiting,
Okay.
I want
but
to
I
say
Yeah,
appreciate you.
I'm gonna mute, guys.
I don't know how to say your name, but you have a very, very awesome face paint or mask. I'm not sure.
Oh, thank you. It's like paint, but like three. Like I don't know. Y'all was talking about them
Um,
describing black people as treats and delectable, and here I go being the embodiment of a
ah,
delectable cake. I'm like, this is supposed to be like a cake, like
you
it's just
funny.
little candles. Like
I mean, if it
it's
works, it
so
works,
funny.
right? But
Right, right.
so
Give us your age, race, and pronouns before you start talking.
my name is Derek. I am male, obviously. You can call me whatever you want as long as it's not late for dinner, because I like that dinner.
Hmm.
But I am 32. I am white as shit, but I have a lot of other backgrounds. Unfortunately, most of them are white. Mind you, I do not agree with a lot of what my past people have done. What's right there? And I mean, like there's a lot of things that go on even in Canada because that's where I'm from. And it's really silly because, like, personally, I believe that we're all human. Whether you're black or white shouldn't matter because we're all human. We all bleed the same. And mind you, I've had lots of black friends. They were great, and I've never had a single problem with anyone of color. Anyone. And that's all because of how I was raised. Like, lots of people these days seem to focus on the wrong things with race. And it's like, yo, why? There's no point in actually hating someone because of just them being different. That's just proving you're ignorant. And it's really sad because almost in every single religion it says to love thy neighbor. Right? And a lot of people these days don't show that. And it's kind of sad.
Love thy neighbor.
Love thy neighbor.
What religion is that?
I do believe it's supposed to be Christianity, but no one practices it.
Right. So the people that don't believe in that religion don't practice that, huh?
Well, I mean, some do, some don't.
Where are the ones that do?
Good. I'm glad to hear it. I
No,
love
I'm
people.
saying where are they?
Where are they? Far and few between, my friend.
Well, they haven't done a good enough job then. Christianity has failed its mission. It's
Definitely.
been used as a justification for slavery more than it's been used to love neighbors.
And it's really sad because, it says one thing, but then you do the other. And it's like, what are you doing there? You're not going against your own belief.
Religion is used for political reasons, political power. Capitalism is used
Yep.
for just disenfranchisement, enslavement of people, and democracy is used for a justification.
And it's sad. Like, there should be no justification for any kind of hate.
If
It's sick.
America lived by Christianity or democracy, then we wouldn't be in the predicament that we're living in.
Unfortunately,
There'd be
yeah.
no such thing as losing with the popular vote. And if everyone was Christian, I would love this country. It'd be a
Right?
completely different country. However, the Christians have done some of the worst things to my people.
Exactly. Like, just half of the things that I've read about in history just absolutely disgust me.
I
It,
always
Understand when people say this sad when you talk about the actual actions of a particular group, especially the one that they're part of, but then they almost demonize everyone else for feeling a particular way about how they're being treated in a country. You see, it's immediately the victim's fault that we should all just get along. But then when you talk about the context of how we've gotten to where we are in this country, it's so sad. I just find that really amazing. That was your reference every time brother spoke of what people that look like you did historically and presently. But when you spoke of how people interact or engage with each other, it was this level of accountability that should be upheld. That's
Exactly.
amazing. No. You exactly. You think it's okay. You excuse your ancestors, you excuse your forefathers for their actions, even though we're seeing the remnants of it. But then you tell everyone else right now and today that we should just be kumbaya and hold hands and get over it.
Oh, hell no. I
That's
mean,
what you're
we
doing.
could,
That's what you're
but at the
doing.
same time, there's so many things that have happened in our past that have just fucked
There are
that
so
up.
many things that are presently happening to our children.
That too.
So that too is just what it is, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, I have no
See, you
control.
see how it's unfortunate that your children aren't experiencing what my child experiences, but yet it's okay. We should just get over it.
No, we shouldn't get over it.
We should hold hands and just love each other as humans.
I mean, that's the way it should be, but
How do you
unfortunately,
do that when you're being stabbed in the back?
you can't. You have to keep
So
them
then
at.
what are you talking about?
It all depends on the person.
It
Really.
doesn't depend on the person. It depends on the community that you're a part of that you don't feel a need to hold accountable for their actions.
I do. I
You
don't.
don't. You don't.
For them.
Because it was, oh, that's so sad every time brother referenced your community. But in reference to our community, it was this level of accountability, like we should just get past it, treat
No, no.
people as
A lot of people
people.
have it.
All right,
Uh,
D. Try to use his words back at him.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Asura, I understand the sentiment of your argument, but you have to understand how it's a bit duplicitous when you come at us and say we're all human, we all bleed the same, which is correct. But during this lifetime, the social constructs against us don't define us as just being human. They categorize us by our race, and thus all of the systems follow. So it's devaluing our position as people of color when you say, well, we all bleed the same, it should be the same. Like, even just saying that, it's giving me a lot of the color blindness of racism, which is symbolic racism. If you don't see color or feel we should all just be humans, like
It's
it's
dismissive.
yes,
I get that, and I
and
appreciate
belittling
that
a
you
bit.
point that out to me.
I mean, but do you see how we have to call those systems out?
We
Like,
do.
you saying that, we should just be this way, do you see why it's belittling and
Yes,
kind of pompous to be like, we should just do this? And are you dismantling these systems or
I wish
trying
I
to?
could. I wish I had the power to, but
Well, do you go into YT spaces and talk to them like you just came to us?
YT?
Because, I mean,
I don't know what that is.
We can't
it's
say
a,
certain words on
yeah,
TikTok, so
Oh,
we
okay.
try to. Um,
Caucasus variety,
Yeah,
the Caucasus Mountains.
yeah.
anti-sun.
Like, do you ever go in their lives and try to dismantle it with them?
Yes, I do sometimes. I mean, when I can.
Okay, and what do you say to them? Because I'm kind of questioning it because you just came in here being colorblind. Like,
I mean, I was raised weird, so that is one contributing factor. Like my
and the,
mom
hold on,
being.
and the tokenization a bit. Like, I have black friends. I was raised by black people. Like, that is kind of tokenizing. Like, giving you proximity to blackness doesn't give you
Oh,
the
not at all.
permission to even say that, though.
But yeah, like I was saying though,
Can I ask you though? Do interracial relationships benefit the black community?
I mean, they could if they're good people, but it all again depends on the individual person.
So, do you think the majority of interracial couples are doing the benefit and they are
Unfortunately,
the
no.
good people? So therefore, if the totality is that it's negative, then the answer to that question would be no, right?
Hold on, sister. Can I ask him just one question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Asura,
Yes,
why are you on this panel right now?
I just thought it was an interesting topic, and wanted to
Why did you
see what
come up
the.
here? What was your purpose of coming up here? If everything you've said so far was very offensive,
I'm sorry.
and you are pretending just by way of this sister having a conversation with you for the past minute. Now you're being a yes man. Yeah, we should. Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's all I heard you say, and you're backtracking. So, sir, why are you on this panel? What is your purpose of coming into a black space? If you just said out your mouth, for example, that you wish you could change things for your people, you have a responsibility if you want to be anti-racist to deal with your people and be able to come into a black space and say, I do XYZ, and not say, I wish that things were different. We heard this yesterday, and I wish black people were not being unalive for just being black in this country.
Damn.
I wish we can get the benefits that your people can get. And I wish we didn't experience what we do as black people in this country. But wishful think it is what it is. But I know as a black man, I have a responsibility to ensure other black people that are in proximity to me are conscious enough to know not to watch the news, to actually read something, to learn something, and not be attached to people like you or have your mindset to be blind in the world for to have a person like you to think because you have a black friend or a black what have you to say I have I'm invited to the cookout pretty much. You ain't
I ain't
invited to the
invited to
cookout,
cook out.
sir. You are blind and you are very disrespectful just by way of how you talk because you are delusional and you have offended me. But at the end of the day, again, why are you on this panel?
I wanted to learn. I mean, everyone here has had nothing but good points or information that there's things that I didn't
What
know.
have you learned?
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. All right, so
What have you learned?
I've learned quite a bit. I didn't
Can you
even know
break
there
that
was
down for
anything
me?
going
Because
on on
I
Empire.
want you to regurgitate or read it back to me. What have you learned being on this panel?
All the bad shit happening in South Africa, all done by the majority of white people, which is ridiculous. They're stupid.
Make sure you say my people. Don't say YT people. Say my people. You are included in that box because you just said that you have not taught
yo,
anybody or you have not changed anybody's mind frame. You have not encouraged anybody to be different in your community.
I
Say
have
my
tried.
people. Don't
I call
separate
people
yourself
out
from
on their
your people,
races.
sir. Be mindful of where you at because I'm listening to you, brother. I'll mute. I'm offended. I'm triggered.
I'm sorry that I offended you. That was
brother, you took a
not
bath
my
last
intention.
night.
I just wanted a bit more engagement because I feel
all
like
right.
somebody who would be want to learn would be at least eager
Okay,
to understand. Like,
please let me get a chance to speak.
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Y'all, all right. This is what I do in my lives, right? When I come up, I let them expose themselves. Y'all are doing some amazing work, and I appreciate y'all. We don't gotta stress this. Well, not stress. That's the wrong word. We don't gotta work this hard. You know what I'm saying? Like this live is facing us. You know what I'm saying? This live is for us. So really, with the live, what I do is when they come up here, I just try to say certain things to get them to expose, so that the brothers and sisters that's watching this can understand some of these narratives, how they harmful, and maybe get a rebuttal here and there. But you know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna teach this man nothing. You ain't gonna teach him nothing. You understand? He has an allegiance to his people, right? He coming up here and he wants to feel like he's good because whiteness means that he's been told since he was young that he was good inherently. Like he thought that
Not really, but
you've been taught you've been innocent till proven guilty, and that's coming from a man who's been told he's guilty till proven innocent his whole life. So I know that it ain't the same for me as it is for you. So that innocence means that you think that you have to remain good in the eyes of people. So if you come up here and we give you a pass and make you feel like you're a good person because you agreed with us and because you've learned something, that somehow fixes some of the wrongs that's been done by your people in which you are complicit. What I'm trying to say though is to my panel is we're not going to teach them when they come up here. It's messed up because the lead up was great. You know what I'm saying? Because we had Gabby up here. That brother needed to learn something. That's a brother though. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you brothers. I'm using that term loosely with him, but then Amy came up and we talking about. But then this guy came up, and sometimes we forget to switch gears because we don't got to teach him nothing. We don't got to. He ain't gonna learn nothing. We teaching the brothers and sisters that's watching this right now. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. That's why when they come up here, I start joking. I start talking about cutting eyes in pillowcases. You know what I'm saying? I know that's what y'all want to do anyway.
I don't know.
But
Personally, I would not mind to stab at least 30 KKK members. Personally,
go
but
do it.
I don't know any, so I can't do it yet. But when I find them, I'll let you know.
All right. Cool. Yo, me and myself and I with these mini movies. That's crazy. Oh, how you at level 30? That's crazy.
Hey,
Yeah.
shout out to them. That is
That is
crazy.
so
Shout
good.
out.
The mere fact that when Kay said YT, you were being sarcastic. You know exactly what that means. And if you wanted to be educated as to where we come from, I mean, this has been going on for generations and centuries. You would have known. You would start your own live and invite your people on there and educate each other and talk about the realities that we are forced to live in because of your people. You're not up here to learn anything. You're not up here to agree with us. You're just as good. You're just like the white tea, palm color, pink people that decided to go and have a community of their own in South Africa called Orania with no black people allowed in there. You're just like them. You were just like the colonizers. You were just like the apartheid government in South Africa. You were just like every other white tea person that does not want to acknowledge what your people did to us and still are continuing to do to us. You were just like the white tea, palm color, pink faced people that still continue to try and get our people into the system to control them, to oppress them. You are no different from the police that stop our brothers on the streets of America for no reason. Just stop them simply just to show them the abuse of power that they have.
All right,
And you would
Sister
never,
Amy.
what you just said, that you wouldn't mind stabbing 10 KKK people or what, that is bullshit.
All right, y'all
You
gotta
know
be
it.
careful with these words, please. All right, let's move on because that's what I'm trying to tell you. We went right back to doing what I just said we have to do.
Right. It's giving stale. It's
You know
giving
what I'm saying? 'Cause you're
boo,
not gonna
tomato,
learn
tomato,
nothing, yo.
tomato.
I'm telling y'all, you ain't gonna learn nothing. Everyone put F1 in the comments though. We can't say the S word. I'm gonna bring some more people up here. I'm sure we're gonna have some reactions to what was just said. And Timothy has been waiting. Timothy, do you want to talk or are you still here?
Oh yeah, no, I'm still here.
Wow, that's crazy. You've been here mad long. Go ahead, talk to us. Give us your age, race, and pronouns.
Yeah, absolutely, King. Well, I mean, first and foremost, I always appreciate the dialogue and the conversation and everything. So yeah, like it's definitely worth the listen to. But yeah, name's Timothy. I identify as a black male. I do come from a interracial marriage, and I identify as him.
All right,
And
talk to us.
yeah, so definitely to touch first, I guess, on like the first topic that the first question at the top is, do interracial relationships benefit the black community? Wholeheartedly, I do not think they do. Not at all. Not in any way, shape, or form. And still saying this as the product of an interracial marriage. Because, I mean, we already know plenty of examples of people from different African nations and African leaders who have dated outside of the community, but those individuals have very much so dated outside the community only for the purpose of gaining access to whatever wealth that individual may be connected to, or whatever positions of power that they may be connected to. And at the end of the day, we've already seen countless examples throughout the United States, all over the world, really, where black men and black women have been fully financially taken advantage of because they decided to date outside of the community. But you don't see that happening as much when you are dating inside of the community. So that transfer of wealth very much so goes back into white hands when you date outside the community rather than going back into the community, into the black community. And that's definitely the first issue there. But for racial preference being a fetish, yeah, it definitely is. Like, I've even experienced it myself, even though I'm more of a lighter skin complexion. I've definitely had my fair share of white women attempt to get closer to me because of my proximity to blackness. But also at the same time, unfortunately, I've also had the opposite, where black women have attempted to get closer to me because of my proximity to whiteness. And
That
mhm.
proximity to whiteness and a self-hatred.
Yeah, yep, exactly. So I've always tried to, well, I mean, back when it was more so prevalent and when it was like happening on a regular basis, I would, to the best of my ability, kind of let them know, give them positive words of affirmations, just like letting them know, like, hey, you're absolutely beautiful. You don't need this type of skin complexion. If anything, I envy you. I da 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 da. And just trying to instill a seed of lifting themselves up from the perspective of somebody whom they see as being like, oh, because he's slightly lighter skinned, he must be better. Like, nah, that's 100% 400 years of European taught hatred for African features molded by trauma into self-hating people of African ancestry. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't mess with that at all. And yeah, the fetishization part, I mean, there's already a ton of studies that have already shown that women of African ancestry on a regular basis, when they're on online dating, that they are addressed as food objects. They are, even when you're looking at like different explicit sites, you'll see very clear indications where black women are seen as less than, or they'll straight up try to reenact, like for example, something called slave play.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Race play too.
Yep. Race play, slave play. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Slave play is more so like, for the people that don't know, it's when you are engaged in an interracial relationship or marriage and you find gratification intimately, or trying to say this in a way that TikTok will approve,
Mm-hmm.
trying to find physical gratification, or you find physical gratification in the reenacting of the rape of women and men of African ancestry during the slave trade. And it's just it's a
It's
lot.
all over the internet, but
Yep.
you'll never find. Well, you might find it if you search hard enough, but not in a mainstream way. You won't find German play.
Yep.
You won't find. You see what I'm saying? Certain other types of plays, like whoa, this is wrong.
Yep. Can you imagine if they, like, I would love to see how quickly they would completely bankrupt a company if they tried to actually reenact a Nazi versus Jewish
That's what I'm
occupation.
saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've actually looked for it before just to prove this point on a video,
Yep.
but then I decided against posting that bit. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
kept it
TikTok
in the
was
drafts,
definitely.
but you know what I'm saying. But yeah,
Exactly. So I mean, just, and I see it on a regular basis. Like, I see people regularly try to justify it and try to say, oh, well, that's just your preference. Like, no. There's centuries of being programmed into thinking that one particular racial group is sexier or more appealing than the other. So you're not acting on your own. Like, you very much so have been raised in an upbringing that is teaching you to have this preference.
right.
And yeah, so I mean, I get really disappointed when I see my sisters doing that, or when I see my kings, the brothers doing that. Like, it's just like, nah, like, I'll tell you straight from the horse's mouth, like, that is not the way in which the black community is going to benefit ever. And actually, that's one of the main reasons why the black community fell apart, because it's just too much of that. Oh, well, if we mate enough with them, then we're going to be seen as equals. Like, no, that is not how it works. Not at all.
All right, pause real quick. Can I ask you a question? You said you
Yeah.
came from an interracial marriage,
Yep.
correct?
Absolutely.
Why would you do that to yourself as a black
Uh,
man? Because you
well,
contradicted yourself in a lot that you just said so far. As far as I've been hearing, you came from an interracial relationship. Why would you do that to yourself as a black man? And how are you pro-black?
How would he do what?
yeah.
Wait,
Well, I
wait,
mean,
no. He's talking about you. Talking about your parents was in an interracial marriage, right?
yeah. My parents. Yeah.
No,
I
he
am
ain't
a
talking about
A
product
him.
of.
child of that. I got you.
Yeah.
Let me
My
Yeah.
bad.
stand down. Because
Yeah.
listen, I'm about to say you a hypocrite, but you got it,
But
bro. Continue. Yeah, because a lot of y'all like the snow bunnies, but I'm
Wait,
you.
are you? Did you marry a white woman or?
oh no.
Oh, okay,
Nah.
okay.
I mean,
I'm
back in
making
the,
sure.
like, yeah, high school
Oh, back in the
days.
day.
Back in, look, obviously when I was less conscious and less aware of, like, certain things, and that's when I was more like, okay, well, whoever. But
Okay.
nowadays. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, my bad. I was gonna say too. Can I ask you this? So, interracial marriage. Your mother was white tea, I'm assuming,
Oh no, my mom's black
or
and
is
my
she?
dad's white.
Oh, Oh, okay,
Hmm.
okay. So you had an edge over the competition there.
Yeah.
So I know having the black mother, you were black. You were
Oh yeah.
black. She taught you you were black. She said
Yep.
you're black.
Hmm.
This is what we do, and she told you everything. So she definitely affirmed you and validated you in your blackness,
Yep.
regardless of how light you were.
Yep.
So I'm
Absolutely.
gonna tell you the other side of that coin. Imagine having a YT mother and a black dad, and a dad that's not like. There's a certain type of black man that will date a YT woman, and he is not firm in his blackness because he wants to be in his proximity to YTness. So he negates that aspect, and he kind of boxes it and makes it smaller, and
Right.
even around the family, if they allow it, he doesn't act the same. So he will not instill that affirmed blackness into the child. So when they grow up, they say stuff like, I'm mixed or I'm
Right.
biracial. I know, have you heard that?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
have heard that before. Like, cause it's a different dynamic when you have a like a strong black woman that's very, and even with the stereotype like strong, I try to kind of pick and choose where I use that. But when you have a woman that's very like firm about making sure that the family is included in the process of raising the child, and I've definitely noticed more black women being more of the kind of like the foundation of how culturally that's going to pan out with the child. But yeah, when it comes to black men, I do see a little bit more of a trying to adapt to European culture in order to kind of like, I guess, appease the white woman that he decided to be with. But yeah, and for the most part, though, anytime that you're getting involved in a interracial relationship, usually you will see that the person of African ancestry is the one that has to switch their entire life around and emulate European culture in order to participate in that interaction with another race. So it's definitely a dynamic that, I mean, it's a personal issue for me, obviously, because my parents and everything. I love my father to death and I love my mother to death, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that I have to correct my father on, and there's some things even that I have to correct my mom on, and she'll think of Africa as how she was taught back in the 50s, and obviously that's still not an excuse, but back in the 50s, they didn't, like, the only thing that they showed you about Africa was that, oh, all the negative stereotypes. But, now that there's more access and more information, I'm educating her and letting her know, hey, Ma, like, we need to hit up South Africa. I want you to be around your people in Nigeria. I want to be around, like our people in Ghana. Like, we need to go to these places and see these sites. And, so I'm slowly but surely breaking down those doubts. But, yeah. So, I mean,
Yeah, no,
it's,
I was just saying because I know you're black biracial, so I
right.
know you can understand the window of that. It's a little bit different dynamic, but it's still
Hmm.
all negative for our community. And it's
Oh,
so
yeah.
weird to me that the YT women that do pick the black men, they really want a black man that's firm in his blackness. They want somebody like brother, but they will never get that style of black man. Like I
Yep.
don't understand that,
Oh,
and
they in
it's
my
kind of
DMs right
crazy.
now. I
They
guarantee.
Can I
they
go?
trying. They try.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
want
Oh
a
yeah.
black
They
man
all.
like that.
Yeah. They in my
Hey,
I'm
can I
Yep.
DMs.
telling
go?
you, that's what they want, but they can't get. And then
Yep.
also, when you have the mother that is white tea and the child is black, biracial, they can never fully feel that connection because that person, like, they're on the outside looking in. Like, a lot
Right.
of the things will never be felt by the mother and the connection. Because I'm just saying, like, that's their child. Like, you're going to feel that certain connection, and the mother guides you in life. She teaches you, like, everything, you know?
Exactly.
One of them
Exactly.
Can I
tried
go?
to get. One of them tried to send me, like, tell me to send my Cash App. I was like, what the hell?
Cash App.
Yeah, on
Yeah.
She
some
said,
probably
sugar
like some
mama.
sugar mama type shit. Yeah, I'm
She
like, what
want
the?
sugar frosted flake. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, man, because like
Looking
that's
like
really what they
Fred
try to do.
Flintstone.
Like they'll definitely try to manipulate. They'll try to gain that proximity in any way, shape, or form that they can. Like they'll sneak in and weave in whichever way that they can to try to get close to it. Because at the end of the day, it's a fetishization. It's that idea of, oh, I can't produce color, like Dr. Cress Welsing was talking
Ah,
about.
he knows.
Yeah.
Of
I'm waiting
course.
for you to drop a
Hey, can I
scholar.
go?
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All
Like she
right.
was talking about how, like they can't produce color, so therefore they try to be as close to being able
Mm-hmm.
to do that. And the only way that they can do that is to get a strong black male seed. And
Right.
unfortunately, with the systems that they've constructed, they've been able to convince enough black people that the only way that they can gain even remotely close to access of superiority, which in and of itself is a messed up construct, but the only way for them to gain access to that is to start dating outside of the community. And same thing for black women. And
It's
I mean,
crazy.
like that's a lot of the reason why I feel so strongly against it, because it's just like I know that at the end of the day, during slavery, women of African, like the average African American today has between 17.5 to 24% European DNA because of the rape of women of African ancestry during the European transatlantic slave trade. And then 4 to 15% of African DNA is in Levantine populations, like the Middle East and North Africa and stuff, because of the Arab slave trade. And now that
I
we
wouldn't call
have,
that. It's a
uh,
misnomer to call it the Arab slave trade. This is something I just learned, so I'm not like trying to check you or
okay,
nothing. But
yeah,
it you don't call the transatlantic slave trade the European or white slave trade. So it's technically the Eastern slave trade.
gotcha, okay,
So that's the slave trades are named by the regions in which the routes run.
gotcha,
So
okay,
yeah.
yeah, because like in learning all of that, and then learning about the Casual Killing Act and about how, like anytime that,
Trans-Saharan.
yep,
I'm
yep, and
sorry.
then
Go ahead.
everything that's going on today, like men and women of African ancestry are less likely to have their unalivings fully investigated if the person who did the unaliving is of European ancestry. So it's just there's too many there's too many negatives that are clear cut facts about dating outside of the community. And I mean, quite frankly, I got lucky with the parents that I have, but in the vast majority of cases, that is not the case at all. Like, they're not getting in it for love, they're getting in it because of sexual fetishization and exploitation.
Yeah.
Can I go
All
now?
right. Yeah, it's time. We gotta get someone else. Appreciate you, Timothy.
Yeah, no problem.
Well
Appreciate you,
worth the
King.
wait.
Thank you, Kings and Queens.
Thank
All
you.
right. In my opinion,
Cool.
Oh,
Yeah, give
sorry.
us your age, race, and pronouns.
I'm 18. I'm 18. I'm black, full black. You know what I mean? And my pronouns is he, him.
All right. Talk to us.
Uh, do interracial do
I'm gonna be honest with you. Hold on. I'm gonna
interracial.
be honest because it just bothered me a little bit. Don't every everybody black is full black. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
yeah, I'm
I know
black.
what you mean. But I
Yeah,
don't want to discredit any of my biracial brothers and sisters. They just as black as anybody else.
nah.
But go ahead.
My bad. Do interracial relationships benefit the black community? In my opinion, no. It's like the only way it benefits is like you're able to like choose, like you have more freedom to like choose who you want to love. That's the only like freedom you got, but like any benefits culturally, not really. It's racial preference a fetish? Yes, it is. Like it's so popular in today's society, especially on TikToks, right? Like
Mm,
I know that y'all seen it before on TikTok. How like white people, like Mexicans, but non-black people, were fetishized over like black men, like with the type of hair they got, like dreads or like waves or like light skins. You know what I mean? Like I always see something about that, like as disgusting. Like it's
mm,
not really my I don't really condone that behavior. Can non-black parents raise their pro-black children?
mm,
Hmm. I think for you to be pro-black, um, um, uh, I don't know really, to be honest.
You don't know,
I
you
don't
don't
really.
gotta answer.
Yeah, no, really, like because like it's kind of iffy, you know what I mean? Because if you um say like you're black, right, and both of your parents are white, you as a black person, you can become pro-black. You know what I mean? You could like teach your own how to become pro-black. Can black and white culture peacefully coexist? I mean, yeah. I mean, I think it can, but like we gotta like remove all the negative stereotypes within those cultures and the negative history behind it. You know what I mean? Like, but I do think it can, low key, because like we live in America, right? Like a lot of our cultures, like Mexican culture, white culture, Asian culture, it's already like coexisting with each other. You know what I mean?
No,
Just
it's
due to
not.
how that. I mean, like America is super diverse. You know what I mean? So like,
True. Mexican
so like,
culture, Mexican culture is Mexico is a country. So there are black people in Mexico. And they are
yeah.
fully black and fully Mexican. Those cultures can coexist. Hispanic culture, exceeds outside of Mexico, and there are people that are black and they are fully Mexican. Afro Latino, that is another sub, culture. So yes, there are places where cultures can intersect. However, white culture, think about that. I'm not saying British culture. I'm not saying German culture. I'm not saying Netherland culture. I'm saying white culture. That means what they all have in common when they all came together and said, we are white. They didn't say we are German. They didn't say we are American. They said, all of us are going to come together and be this thing called white. When they got together, they had one purpose. What was that purpose? Why did they say, let's be a color, guys? What? And so that reason ties into a culture they created. And so that culture also did things to black people. And black people created a culture based off of their oppression and survival and roots from Africa that we already had. And we've made a culture despite being subjugated to white culture. So now you're telling me what now you're telling me, can black and white cultures peacefully coexist? Not just, you know, little cultures like you said, Mexican and all that. No. White and black, can they peacefully coexist?
I mean, like in my opinion, uh, I think if you like any type of European or um British, like I do think that you're just white in my eyes. Same like how say like you're Dominican, like you know how Dominican they come up like black passing. Like I think like Dominican, like you know like I'm a black
You
guy.
keep
You know what
talking
I mean?
about non-white
No,
cultures.
no, 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 no. I'm a
What are you
black guy,
saying?
right?
Uh-huh.
Like I see, like when I say Dominican, I would say, oh, he's black. Just they off a simple fact, like I don't think so. Like when I see about white culture,
Not all
like if you like
Dominicans are black.
from
You keep going to
uh
countries. That's what I'm trying to say.
no, no,
Don't bring
but
up
like
no other cultures because you're going to mess up. I'm trying to help you. Black culture is black people worldwide. White culture, white people worldwide. They are two separate categories in a system, a caste system built by white people to oppress primarily black people, but also indigenous peoples across the world.
I
So,
mean,
that being the case, when has white culture ever coexisted with black culture peacefully?
I
Can it
mean,
happen?
I think your opinion about white culture is like very different than mine, because like even though like we in a time era where like European
I hate
people,
2023. People make
you know, like
everything an
European
opinion when
people
they don't
like
know what the hell they're
they
talking
are the
about.
main oppressors, but like I feel like this like they do other things other than that, like Viking culture, like British
There were
culture,
black
like
Vikings. There were
the
black
Black
British people.
Vikings, but
There were
what?
black Vikings. There were black British people. There were black people in Rome. There were black people in Germany.
I mean,
There were black people in Ireland. Everything that
I,
you're about to name is not white
I
culture.
mean,
I'm going to say it again. Bro, listen to what I'm saying and
oh
stop
my
trying to
god,
go around it. White culture is when all of those people that came together and decided they were going to enslave Africans and take land from native people. When they went to all these other places and noticed that they looked differently, they said, we will judge them based on how they don't look like us, and we will call ourselves white. And then their culture was to steal food that they took from, for example, KFC is black culture. KFC is black food. It's a white man on the side of the chicken box. They took our music. Country music was originally sang by black country singers. Rock and roll was originally a genre made by black people. They took that. What is white culture?
Irish.
I'm done. Have a day, sir.
I,
I'm done. I'm done.
I was trying to understand what he was saying.
I
Like,
don't know. He said Irish. I'm done.
I mean, he don't even understand the definition of coexist.
He don't know
Is
what the hell he talking about.
no,
He shouldn't have even been up here.
I'm
All
thinking,
right. He
hi,
don't know what he be
sorry.
talking about.
Hi,
no.
everybody. Yeah, I'm
I was
thinking,
gonna say, I just want to thank you for having me up. I'm gonna leave, but
All right,
thank
sis.
you. Like, I'm so glad to be back. You don't even know. I
Absolutely.
missed y'all so much.
I miss you
My
so much,
my
sister.
community.
I
I was like,
did.
where they at?
I did. I missed you. Well,
But
I'm
I'll be
glad you're
back.
back. All right.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
Thank you. Thank
All
you,
right.
D2. Speak your mind. Speak yourself. I love it. Thank y'all
All
so
right.
much.
Much love, sister. Peace.
Keep it going.
All right. That's my homegirl right there. Yo, Kay is the best, man. I'm glad she got her page back and all that, man. Cause Kay, she got a lot of knowledge. She's one of the people that actually be teaching me. She like her makeup, but she actually be like teaching me too. So I can imagine the type of unpacking she's had to do so to get to that level. So yeah. All right. We're gonna do our last guest for the night. Eddie, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Yes, my age is 47. I'm white and I'm a man.
All right, talk to us, Eddie.
Yes, sir. I just want to get on your list. Hold on, I'm sorry. Do interracial relationships benefit the black community? No. And the reason why I say that is because as interracial relationships develop, they tend to leave the black community. So it can't benefit the black community if it leaves the black community.
Mm.
Is racial preferences a fetish? Honestly, on my own personal behalf, you know what I'm saying? I can only speak for me. Yeah, it was a
Mm.
fetish. It wasn't a preference. Can non-black parents raise pro-black children? And the only image I get when I think of this is celebrities. You know, you get these white celebrities that go out there, they adopt African children and stuff like that. And they don't do it because, you know what I mean, they're trying to really truly be humanitarians or nothing like that. They're doing it only because it's the cool thing to do at this time. And honestly, I think that's child abuse, to be honest with you. And can black and white cultures peacefully coexist? I hope one day we can, but I don't think we're there yet.
Okay. Are you a racist?
Am I a racist? Honestly, I'm a recovering racist. Yeah, you're recovering
Okay.
addicts. You know what I'm saying? Like my father, he is a fucking full blown racist. I'm sorry for cussing.
All right.
He is
All right.
he's a full blown
You know what?
racist.
You know what, Eddie? That's amazing. And I love that for you. I think Eddie gets a C, man. Eddie gets a C. What do you think, D?
it's definitely.
Definitely gets a C. You got to see, Eddie.
See,
I
hey, I
think
appreciate
you
that.
might.
Hey, she the one. I just want her to tell me to wash my feet, though. I listen to you every night, yo. This shit's funny as hell to me sometimes, man. Honestly, I drive a truck. And like, I mean, I put you on my speaker, man. I just be listening to y'all. I be laughing at, man. Like, what is that Sandy girl from Canada, man? Oh my god, dude! I knew y'all was about to eat her up, man.
Yeah.
I was like, man. I was like, dude, she does not know what she's about to get herself into. It's like,
Yeah.
man, dude.
Well,
But
I'm
yeah,
glad you got
but
some value
hey,
from
y'all
it.
doing a great job, man. Keep doing what y'all doing.
Absolutely. Good. Keep unpacking that racism, bro.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Take care. Yes, sir.
All right. That was interesting. I think that's our first C in a minute. I don't know. I can't remember the last C I had. But appreciate y'all for joining. The night was crazy. We talked about everything from Julius Malema to all type of other stuff. Thank y'all for sending all those gifts. And shout out to Speaking D for being here with me. It is late. We up here late tonight. But
Yeah, I just
everybody
started
else,
dozing off, man. I woke up and I heard I'm a recovering racist. That's all I heard.
you never hear them admit it. So he said he been listening for a while, so he kind of knew the answers. But I try to catch him off guard. That's my thing. It's like when they come up, if you really want to catch them, ask them if they racist. If they say no, that's the wrong answer. The answer is yes, and I'm working on it. That's the answer.
Hey,
Because it's
too, that
weird.
just knocked me out, man. Yeah, this was a funny live. It
Word.
wasn't too crazy today, but you know,
Yeah.
every day is actually, yeah, every day is different.
Every day is
Yeah, man,
different,
I'm a
and to be
drop.
did.
Today was hilarious. I ain't bark on nobody today, even though I was sipping.
Nah, you was barking.
Yeah, nah, not
You
like
bark
I
a little
used
bit.
to. Not like I used to.
Nah, not like you used to though. Nah. But
Yeah, man. So I'm gonna drop. Y'all be
Make a
easy.
statement.
And I'm gonna catch y'all on the flip side. Yeah, it's late.
all
It's
right,
two
brother.
o'clock. God
Before we
damn.
speak,
Yeah.
speak before you leave. I would like to make a statement. I am very offended that y'all in this audience say that y'all love me and y'all let Speak get more points than me. And y'all did
What?
not send the lion round to
They
take
did
care of
send the
Speak.
line. They did send the line.
Yeah,
That was crazy.
it was pretty
Let's show
awesome.
some love
Me,
today.
myself, and I'll be sitting.
Shout out to
Yeah.
everybody who gifted me. I appreciate the love. I don't ever ask for it, but I appreciate it when I come up.
Yeah.
Look.
Hey, she
Man,
rain on
listen.
you.
Nah,
She
that
made it
ain't right.
rain on
That's
you.
dead wrong. Shout out me, myself, and I. She show a lot of love. That's what's up,
She
though.
do.
She be
Yep.
going crazy with that. That's what's up.
Word.
Yeah,
All
man.
right, y'all. So don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. I'm gonna post my replays. My replays are back. I had to shut down the replays because they took my access away for those few days. So I had to like build up my replay videos. So now I'm gonna start posting them again tomorrow. And yeah, appreciate you, Black Swan, Lovely Rose Petals, me, myself, and I, Hoodoo, Leisha, thanks for modding. Lovely Rose Petals, thanks for modding, kicking out these people that gotta go, you know what I'm saying? Who else am I missing? I think I got everybody, man. Speak, man. Appreciate you every time. And the goddess D, the Queen Mother Goddess of the live. And yeah, we're gonna do it again tomorrow. Actually, I might take tomorrow off. Hit the notification bell in the top right corner of my profile to be notified when I go live. Tomorrow my wife wants us to hang out, so I don't know if she was acting like I've been doing this too much, but we gonna see. And then Sunday I'm back on though. Sunday I'm back on. Sunday, that's my day of rest. So I'll come on during the day. I appreciate y'all, man. Peace and love. Ashe to our ancient mother, you know what I'm saying, Mother Africa. Love to all of y'all. Love to the whole world, especially the melanated brothers and sisters. See y'all tomorrow. Peace. Well, maybe tomorrow.
Make sure you hop in the tub before you hop in black people business.
Mm-hmm.